Chapter 570. The dark tunnel was lit up by a group of fireflies, and two purple snakes quickly darted about. Zhou Xuanji and the others followed closely behind, not at all slow. On the way, they encountered many corpses, both human and demon. In tens of thousands of years, they would most likely be able to form a path of bones. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. With so many creatures dead, just what was hidden in this heavenly palace? However, they were mostly excited. There were definitely many treasures left here. The Shiji-6 immortals started to whisper among themselves, guessing what treasures they might encounter. In the Guanghuang secret realm, there were many famous natural treasures and rare materials. There were even many innate magic treasures and ancient energy techniques. In the Heaven Fiend realm, there were many stories of people who had obtained fortuitous encounters and soared to the heavens, attracting countless creatures to come and explore. After coming so far, Zhou Xuanji had gained much. After he went out, he would sell some, and it would be enough for Emperor Sword Court to develop for a while. Not long ago, he had sent some natural treasures into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus for Jiang Shui and Daoya Old Man to grow. His goal was to nurture the world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus into an immortal realm, preferably one that was not inferior to the Heaven Fiend realm. When that time came, Emperor Sword Court would live and flourish within, forever following him. That way, he could fulfill his promise from before. They would ascend together. Rumble. At that moment, the spacious tunnel suddenly violently trembled as if there was an earthquake. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately went on guard. In front of them, billowing flames filled the entire tunnel, as if they were about to drown them. Demon God Tianwu was in front and punched out, incredibly domineering. The berserk fist wind directly dispersed the sea of flames, and the Shiji-6 immortals hurriedly raised their hands to block the fist wind. Zhou Xuanji continued onwards, and Demon God Tianwu held his right fist in front of him as he quickly rushed forwards. Countless poisonous arrows shot over from the surroundings, and after Demon God Tianwu was hit, its body trembled and forced all of the poisonous arrows out of its body. Relying on Demon God Tianwu's power, they were unobstructed. After the time it took half an incense stick to burn, they came to a side palace. Within the palace were two ferocious-looking stone statues that were 30 meters tall, and between the statues was a long box that floated, giving off a faint light. Demon God Tianwu grabbed the long box while the Shiji-6 immortals searched around the palace. Soon, they found many treasures in the cracks in the walls and on top of the stone statue's head. Zhou Xuanji had Demon God Tianwu open the box, and a black bead appeared. It was as big as an eyeball and gave off a gloomy aura, as if it represented inauspiciousness. He scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was harmless, he took out the bead and examined it. The ancient god's sword floated behind him, making it easier for the soul to communicate with him. "I think I've seen this pearl somewhere before," Emperor Hanlin said hesitantly. The other souls followed suit. Could it be the demon god bead? What is a demon god pearl? This is a demon god pearl condensed from the essence blood of the 10 ancient demon gods. After consuming it, one's physique will undergo a transformation. In order to strengthen the demon race, they refined this pearl. Can anyone take it? Yes. Hearing the soul's words, Zhou Xuanji directly consumed the demon god orb and sat down cross-legged. He activated the World Buddha art and used his immortal energy to refine the demon god pearl. A berserk energy rampaged through his muscles and bones. Seeing him start to cultivate, Shiji IV said, "3 of us will go around and scout out the situation while the other 3 will stay and wait for Senior. What do you think?" It was not that he was greedy, but he did not know how long Zhou Xuanji would have to wait like this. If they could scout out the situation in advance, they could save a lot of time. Shiji V said, "Be careful. Even though we have Connecting Heaven Realm 2 cultivation, we can't be careless." After some discussion, Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V left the side palace. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was cultivating. The demon god pearl was indeed miraculous. After the medicinal energy spread out, it flowed into all of his meridians. Even though it was domineering, it did not harm him. His physique began to visibly increase. Increasing his physique would not help him break through in cultivation, but it would make his path as an overlord saint more stable. 6 hours later, he opened his eyes and slowly got up. His body gave off crackling sounds, as if lightning was striking his muscles and bones. Old immortal Shiji and the others also got up and congratulated Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Your 3 companions haven't returned yet?" Hearing this, the 3 of them looked worried. Shiji II stroked his beard and said, "Could something have happened?" The Shiji 6 immortals had gone through countless hardships and knew each other well. They would not betray each other. They had gone out for so long and still had not returned. Something must have happened. "Let's go and find them." Zhou Xuanji brought demon god Tianwu and walked towards the door. Old immortal Shiji, Shiji II, and Shiji VI followed closely behind. Just as the 4 of them walked out of the side palace, they stopped. Their gazes were locked onto the tunnel to the left. 100 zhang away, Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V stood motionless, while Shiji IV maintained his striding posture. In the gloomy tunnel, their backs appeared extremely terrifying. "Old 3, Old 4, Old 5. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock, looking incredibly terrified. Why had they not sensed their 3 companions outside the side palace? Old immortal Shiji hurriedly controlled the fireflies and flew forwards. Zhou Xuanji also used the 9-soul fusion technique and held his 2 swords as he walked in front of the 3 people. Old immortal Shiji and the others followed. Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V all looked incredibly terrified. Their eyes were dull and their mouths were wide open, as if they had been scared to death. Shiji IV hurriedly examined them and frowned as he said, "They're not dead, but they're souls, stealing souls." Just what was it that could steal the souls of 3 connecting heaven stage 2 cultivators right in front of their eyes? Even Zhou Xuanji could not help but frown. The place where he had been cultivating was less than 30 meters away from here, and it had been blocked by a wall. The enemy had been so close to him, but he had not sensed it at all. Zhou Xuanji put the 3 people's bodies into the Tianxia map and said, "I'll put them away for now. Let's investigate what did it." Old immortal Shiji nodded. Shiji II and Shiji VI took out handfuls of talisman papers and threw them out. The talisman papers quickly floated up and burned with intense flames. The strangest thing was that the intense flames did not burn the talisman papers, and the intense flames seemed to be illusory. The talisman papers circled around Shiji II and Shiji VI's bodies and quickly spun. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and did not ask anything before flying forwards. After traveling for about 10 kilometers, they suddenly heard the sound of a woman crying, as well as the sound of a child sobbing. "Did you hear that?" Shiji VI asked cautiously, goosebumps rising all over his body. Old immortal Shiji said in a low voice, "What are you afraid of? They're just trying to be mysterious." Chapter 571. As Zhou Xuanji and the others continued forward, the cries became more and more ear-piercing. Towards the end, it was as if countless wronged souls were crying in their ears. "Be careful, it might be some kind of restriction array. Don't be fooled." Old immortal Shiji's voice came from behind, his tone solemn. Zhou Xuanji walked behind demon god Tianwu, looking around warily. He could sense an aura rapidly traversing through the surrounding walls. It was so fast that he could barely sense it. Old immortal Shiji and the other 2 could not sense it at all. This thing definitely had the cultivation of connecting heaven level 10. He suddenly swung his sword, and the sword chi pierced through the wall and shook the tunnel. Old immortal Shiji and the others trembled in fear. They hurriedly looked over but did not see any enemies. They didn't dare to ask any more questions and looked around nervously. This kind of unknown existence was the easiest to instill fear in people. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel. Walala! The sound of the waterfall entered his ears. This was actually another world. The sky was very high, and white clouds floated around. Countless streams of water flowed down the mountain walls around the cave entrance. They looked left and right, unable to calculate how wide the waterfall was. The 2 ends stretched as far as the eye could see. Water vapor filled the air below, and in front of them was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scenery was superb, like a paradise that was separated from the rest of the world. Seeing this, the expressions of old immortal Shiji and the others turned ugly. If this continued, how would they be able to find the souls of their other 3 companions? The more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it is. Perhaps that thing is hiding ahead. Zhou Xuanji said softly. His words ignited hope in the 3's eyes. After that, they flew up into the sky. After leaping through the forest, they saw a towering tree. The tree towered into the clouds, and its trunk was as large as skyfall. Its branches swayed in the wind. Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions slightly changed because there were many visible souls and corpses tied to the branches. As far as the eye could see, there were so many of them that it was impossible to count how many souls there were. Many souls were already on the verge of dissipating. Soul Curse Evil Tree. How could this be? Why is there a Soul Curse Evil Tree here? Sovereign Xian exclaimed in shock. His words caused Zhou Xuanji to frown, and the other souls also spoke. Then why aren't you dodging? Even saint contenders will die if they encounter the Soul Curse Evil Tree. The heavenly saints definitely know of its existence. Could it be that they specially raised it to deal with the other heavenly saints? Is it really that terrifying? Soul Curse Evil Tree. According to the soul of the Almighty Being, the Soul Curse Evil Tree was the first evil tree since the beginning of the world. It specialized in seizing souls and relying on the souls of all living beings to become stronger. A long time ago, a Soul Curse Evil Tree had nearly sucked a heavenly saint to death. Fortunately, the other heavenly saints had taken action and worked together to get rid of it. He didn't expect to encounter the Soul Curse Evil Tree here. Zhou Xuanji stared at the Soul Curse Evil Tree and fell into deep thought. Old immortal Shiji and the other 2 quickly captured the souls of their 3 companions. However, they did not rush over immediately. Instead, they carefully observed the situation. This tree was definitely evil, but it was so far away from the side hall that they were in before. It was impossible for it to steal souls from so far away. There should be other existences. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with questioning gazes. Zhou Xuanji said, "Step back, I'll try." Old immortal Shiji and the other 2 quickly retreated. The souls of the powerful beings were anxious. They all advised him not to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji ignored them and fixed his eyes on the Soul Curse Evil Tree. For some reason, the moment he saw this tree, he felt an intense urge to take it for himself. He controlled Demon God Tianwu and charged over. Demon God Tianwu did not have a soul and was just a clone. Even if the clone of Zhou Xuanji's soul was absorbed, it would be fine. Demon God Tianwu quickly flew over to Shiji 3rd, Shiji 4th, and Shiji 5th souls. It used its hand as a blade and cut off the branches binding them. It grabbed the branches and threw them to Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji hurriedly caught them, and Zhou Xuanji took out their bodies, allowing their souls to return to their bodies. Demon God Tianwu walked onto the Soul Curse Evil Tree and walked around. Zhou Xuanji wanted to see if there were any other existences hiding on the tree. Before, when he was on the tunnel, he had sensed the existence of other creatures. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled and the soil roiled as massive tree roots broke out of the ground like massive dragons and whipped towards Demon God Tianwu. Demon God Tianwu did not dodge for long and was sent flying, crashing through a mountain 100 kilometers away. Those tree roots then turned to attack Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji and the others were almost scared out of their wits. After the other 3 souls returned to their bodies, they gradually regained consciousness. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and 5 billion sword images appeared in all directions, all pointing at the Soul Curse Evil Tree. The scene was incredibly majestic, and the Shiji 6 immortals were completely dumbfounded. Looking around, there were dazzling sword images everywhere. They covered the sky and covered the sun. They covered the entire heavens and earth, surrounding the Soul Curse Evil Tree. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and the 5 billion sword images moved simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The tree roots were turned into dust by the sword images. The Soul Curse Evil Tree suddenly shook, and a green ocean appeared on its leaves. A formless barrier blocked all of the sword images. A wild gale swept up the forest, making it seem like the end of the world. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect the soul curse evil tree to be so powerful. Demon god Tianwu also charged over. With a furious roar, its body quickly grew to 50,000 meters tall, and it gave off a powerful gale as it flew, almost sending the Shiji 6 immortals flying. "What is that?" Shiji 5 asked with a trembling voice. She had just woken up and saw such a huge battle. She was a little stunned. Old immortal Shiji gave a simple explanation, which made the other three covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged toward the soul curse evil tree instead of retreating. He quickly merged into demon god Tianwu's massive body and demon god Nanming at the same time. Demon god Tianwu's eyes glowed with a purple light, and its aura grew tremendously. The ground cracked, and the mountains crumbled. Thunderbolts descended. Boom! Demon god Tianwu shattered the formless barrier and rammed into the soul curse evil tree's trunk with its shoulder. He wrapped his arms around the trunk and roared as he uprooted the soul curse evil tree. Soil flew everywhere, and the tree broke through the clouds. The Shiji 6 immortals were dumbfounded. "Oh my god! What kind of power is this? The roots under the tree are so disgusting. What kind of tree is this? Senior is mighty. Too powerful." The soul curse evil tree's roots wrapped around demon god Tianwu's body, and Zhou Xuanji activated world internalization. He was absorbing the soul curse evil tree's magic energy, and so was the tree. Both sides began to compete in terms of absorption speed. Other than the ancient god sword, hundreds of legendary swords appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the soul curse evil tree. The cries of countless women and children resounded across the heavens and earth, numbing everyone's body. The Tianxia map in Zhou Xuanji's body trembled violently, and an unprecedented power erupted to absorb the tree's magic energy. Chapter 572. Where did this thing collect so many souls from? Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. There were not many creatures in this world, and there were not many people who entered this realm. However, there were at least tens of millions of souls, which made him feel quite confused. Could it be that someone specially collected souls from the outside world and brought them here to feed the soul curse evil tree? He couldn't care less and started shaking the soul curse evil tree to shake the souls off the tree. After a brief moment of confusion, the souls that had left the soul curse evil tree woke up one after another. What happened? What's that? Why am I here? Ah, let me go. Let me go. Get lost. Stay away from me. Most of the souls had already lost their rationality and became crazy. They started to flee in all directions. As the number of souls decreased, the power of the soul curse evil tree also decreased. If this went on, the magic power of the soul curse evil tree would be completely absorbed by him. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The roots of the soul curse evil tree gradually lost their strength and loosened their grip on demon god Tianwu's body. Tao Master Xuantian's voice resounded in his mind. "Kid, what are you doing? You want to subdue it?" "Can't I?" Zhou Xuanji asked in reply. If someone could cultivate the soul curse evil tree, why couldn't he? Everything had two sides. The soul curse evil tree seemed evil, but it could also be used in another way. You'd better think this through. The person who dares to cultivate the soul curse evil tree must be a top-notch existence in the heaven fiend domain. It might even be that person. Are you sure you want to do this? Tao Lord Xiantian asked in a serious tone. Heavenly Saint. If even saint contenders could not afford to raise such a powerful soul curse evil tree, then it could only be a heavenly saint. After offending the heavenly saint, could Zhou Xuanji escape from the heaven fiend realm? If it really was the heavenly saint, he would have already made his move, but he hasn't. Zhou Xuanji replied in his heart. Having heard this, Tao Lord Xiantian fell silent. The heavenly saint did not even give a warning, which made one's imagination run wild. Could the soul curse evil tree have nothing to do with the heavenly saint? The other side. Inside the heaven saint palace. Buddha Yangling had a complicated expression as he said faintly, "This junior of yours is really amazing." A mirror of light hovered above the chessboard. Zhou Xuanji and the soul curse evil tree were reflected on both sides. Old ancestor Hongsher clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "This kid has surprised me again. Not bad, not bad." Buddha Yangling snorted coldly and said, "That is mine." Old ancestor Hongsher smiled. He flipped his right hand and took out a purple ruler. He said, "1 item for 1 item, okay?" Buddha Yangling instantly smiled. He took the purple ruler and began to play with it. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in the mirror, old ancestor Hongsher thought to himself. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. Would this brat become the next heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of the Soul Curse Evil Tree's magic energy. The tree's leaves began to wither, and it was on the verge of death. The sobbing stopped abruptly. Zhou Xuanji flew out from demon god Tianwu's body. He sat down cross-legged and began his breakthrough. Demon god Tianwu stood in front of him to prevent the Soul Curse Evil Tree from causing any more trouble. The Shiji 6 immortals watched from afar, not daring to approach. Seeing that the Soul Curse Evil Tree had withered, they were full of admiration for Zhou Xuanji. Too strong. They did not go over to disturb Zhou Xuanji. Instead, they looked around warily. They always felt that there were other dangers hidden in this world. Boom, boom, boom. Violent magic energy boiled in Zhou Xuanji's body and charged into all of his meridians, causing his body to expand and contract in a strange manner. This was the most magic energy he had ever absorbed in his life. The heavenly tribulation gathered toward him. Then it dissipated. This was the domineering power of the heavenly law Violet Chi. No one knew how useful it could be. 2 hours later, he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 18. His cultivation did not stop growing. It was still growing at a tremendous rate. The Shiji 6 immortals sat on the cliff and looked at Zhou Xuanji in amazement. I wonder what energy technique Senior is cultivating. He can break through so quickly. It might be some kind of energy technique that absorbs magic energy. That kind of energy technique should have a heavy price. Look at Senior. He has never been bedeviled. He has always been so calm. I don't understand. Of course. If you can understand, you are our Senior. The Shiji 6 immortals did not notice that a ball of black chi had already entered this world. The ball of black chi came out from a cave and looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar. It's him indeed. A hoarse voice came from the black chi. Next, it turned into a black arrow and disappeared into the forest. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to Connecting Heaven Level 1. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached Connecting Heaven Level 1. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained 9 Extreme, Saint Slayer Sword, Inescapable Net. The sword spirit's voice shocked Zhou Xuanji, and he opened his eyes. 2 beams of violet light shot out from his eyes. 9 Extreme Legendary Sword. It's finally out. The Saint Slayer Sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Saint Slayer Sword grade, 9 Extreme description. The power of the Overlord Saint can slay a saint. Only those who have reached Connecting Heaven Level 10 can use it once a year. Can really slay a saint. Zhou Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotions. But when he saw the words, Connecting Heaven Level 10, the raging fire in his body was extinguished. It was already so difficult to break through to Connecting Heaven Level 1. Level 10, God knew how long it would take. It was impossible for there to be many Soul Curse Evil Trees in the world. But now that he could use the History Asunder Sword, he wondered how powerful the Connecting Heaven Legendary Sword was. After the breakthrough, the Soul Curse Evil Tree's magic energy was almost depleted. Another half an hour passed. He got up slowly and twisted his body before walking toward the Soul Curse Evil Tree. Senior, what are you going to do? Shiji 6th asked curiously. The other 5 also looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and waved his hand to store the Soul Curse Evil Tree into the Tianxia map. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and found that there were still many souls lingering in every corner of this world. He did not capture those souls but let them die on their own. Demon god Tianwu shrunk back to its original size. He followed Zhou Xuanji and came before Shiji 6 immortals. Let's take a look around, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. After breaking through and being able to use the Connecting Heaven Legendary Sword, His confidence was greatly boosted. Shiji's 6 immortals nodded excitedly. The group flew ahead. This place should be the center of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was so vast, with so many side palaces and countless treasures. About half an hour later, boom, the mountain wall where the boundless waterfall was broke open, and a figure flew out, stepping on flames. He wore a fiery armor and had 4 arms, each holding an enchanted artifact. He looked majestic without being angry, and his powerful aura shook the surrounding space. He looked around with a frown and mumbled, "Such a powerful evil chi, and there's the mark left by Huang Fufiai. Seems like the culprit is in this heavenly palace." He chose a direction and flew away, leaving behind 2 rows of charred smoke. Chapter 573. Zhou Xuanji and Shiji 6 immortals collected many spirit herbs and flowers in the central world of the Heavenly Palace. They moved quickly and found a cave entrance after a round of searching. They traveled swiftly along the tunnel and saw many side palaces. They moved separately like a swarm of locusts. It was a pity that most of the side palaces were already taken by others. A short while later, Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from behind. The other party was shuttling through the winding tunnel and would reach him soon. He took out the History Asunder sword straightaway and merged it with demon god Tianwu with the 9-soul fusion technique. The connecting heaven legendary sword's power flowed into his body through his palm. Very powerful. I feel like I can defeat all connecting heaven cultivators. He was curious. The History Asunder sword could cut through the river of history. But how? Where is the river of history? Shiji's 6 immortals also sensed a powerful pressure. They turned around and prepared for battle. Boom! The wall in front of them was smashed open, and a man in flame armor with 4 arms appeared. He was stepping on flames. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice, "You killed Huang Fufei?" The horrifying heat engulfed the entire tunnel and turned the walls crimson red from the heat. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock, "Ind Maching! Why are you here?" In Maching. Zhou Xuanji heard about him from Chengqingsong before. This person was neither good nor evil. He became a saint contender hundreds of years ago and slaughtered an empire. He also almost died to save a clan. His sins and kindness were incalculable. Looking at Yin Maching's attitude, he obviously knew Huang Fufei. "Yes," Zhou Xuanji replied. Yin Maching opened his eyes wide. His murderous aura soared into the sky and shook the entire tunnel. He walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step and asked coldly, "Very good. You are so arrogant. You must be someone famous. Tell me your name." Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at him and said, "Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji." Boom! Yin Maching dashed up to Zhou Xuanji with a big stride. He raised his arms high and a blade of light materialized between his palms. He slashed down with the blade as though he was going to split Mount Hua. In an instant, Yin Maching backed off quickly and put some distance between him and Zhou Xuanji. The flames on the cave walls continued to burn as if they would never be extinguished. The Shiji 6 immortals were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. "Where are you from? You shouldn't be from the Heaven Fiend domain," Yin Maching said with a frown. At that moment he felt a fatal sense of danger and instinctively jumped away. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Is it that important?" He raised his sword and walked towards Yin Maching. Since he was here, he would not leave. "Very good. You are very strong. How about we work together?" Yin Maching changed the topic, but Zhou Xuanji did not stop. He continued, "At the lowest level of the Heavenly Palace, there is a corpse of a demon god. It is guarding the Phoenix Heart Ginseng. Let's work together and split the Phoenix Heart Ginseng." He spoke calmly, not fearing that Zhou Xuanji would not be moved. As expected, Zhou Xuanji stopped. What moved him was not the Phoenix Heart Ginseng, but the demon god's body. He asked, "What's the use of Phoenix Heart Ginseng?" He must obtain the demon god's body. If he could gather all 9 demon gods' bodies, his power would grow tremendously. Yin Maching replied, "It can bring the dead back to life and gather souls for rebirth. It can also be used as an ingredient to make medicinal pills for cultivation." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked him to lead the way. The phoenix heart ginseng sounded good. He could go and get it. Shiji's 6 immortals followed him immediately. Yin Maching glanced at them and said, "You are not worthy." Shiji's 6 immortals were furious and embarrassed. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword with his left hand and said, "They are my people. This is enough." Facing Yin Maching, he did not want to be tactful. He must be forceful when necessary. Shiji's 6 immortals heard him and were extremely grateful. Yin Maching smiled coldly but did not speak further. Under his lead, the group left quickly. Yin Maching was very domineering. He destroyed the tunnel and charged underground forcefully. He was not afraid of being attacked by traps or traps. They descended quickly. Half an hour later, they landed on a gigantic golden shell. Below them was the forbidden ground of the heavenly palace. Yin Maching took out a white jade bottle and waved it lightly. Green liquid poured out and corroded the golden shell. Shiji's 6 immortals felt a chill in their hearts. This guy was good at using poison too. I must be careful. Soon, a hole was burned in the golden shell. Yin Maching leaped in first, followed by Zhou Xuanji and the rest. This was a space that was thousands of meters in diameter. Flowers were fragrant, and birds were chirping. There was a row of trees at the edge that was filled with spiritual qi. There was also a river flowing through the grassland. Zhou Xuanji's eyes quickly locked onto the demon god's body. The demon god sat on the grassland. Its skin was charred black, and it wore black armor. Its hair was loose, and its face looked like a skull. It had 3 tails on its back, and its nails were long and sharp like swords. It sat there like a ghost. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. The dignified 10 great fiend gods now all ended up in an appearance that was neither human nor ghost. Truly pitiful. T. This is how it looks. Sovereign Xian snorted coldly. He knew how to spoil the mood. Yin Maching pointed at the forest and said, "The phoenix heart ginseng is in there. We have to subdue it first. Or else, once it explodes, it will be hard for us to defend." Zhou Xuanji asked, "You know this demon god very well?" Yin Maching nodded and said, "This is demon god Jihuang. His speed is the fastest below the heavenly saints. If we are not careful, we will be killed instantly." Shiji's 6 immortals were on tenterhooks as they listened. They stared at demon god Jihuang, fearing that he would suddenly attack. Yin Maching took out a snakeskin pipa. As he strummed the strings, he said, "Let's work together. I will reduce his speed, and you will be responsible for her." Before they could finish their words, demon god Jihuang appeared before them suddenly and punched Zhou Xuanji and Yin Maching's chests simultaneously. The impact sent the two flying and slammed into the golden summit. Shiji's 6 immortals immediately retreated in fear. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged over with his sword. 10,000 ultimate steps was followed by dozens of legendary swords. Seeing that his swords were about to hit demon god Jihuang, the demon god tilted his body and dodged with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated Sword Dao rules. Boom! Demon god Jihuang's body spun and flew backward. He landed quickly and stabilized his body. His body was covered with sword wounds, but no blood flowed out. He was like a dried corpse. His wounds recovered quickly, and he disappeared on the spot again. Such self-healing ability. Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately merged demon god Nanming into his body. With the power of 2 demon gods and the history asunder sword, Zhou Xuanji suddenly saw demon god Jihuang. The demon god flew above his head and smashed his leg down. It would be excruciating if he was hit by this kick. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Dao rules again. Wherever he looked, the legendary swords charged toward him. Chapter 574. Boom! Demon god Jihuang was struck by the Sword Dao rules again and was turned into a porcupine by the legendary swords. Yin Maching's expression changed drastically in the sky. Such a fast sword. He did not see it clearly at all. If this move was used against him, just the thought of it made his scalp numb. It was too horrifying. Demon god Jihuang did not completely lose the ability to fight. Instead, he let out a horrifying roar. He shook his arms and sent all the legendary swords flying away. He opened his mouth and inhaled to gather spiritual qi. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened. With the History Asunder sword in his right hand, he slashed with the sword's soul. Sword qi swept horizontally. It passed through demon god Jihuang's body directly. A streak of white radiance was brought out by the sword qi, which exploded instantly. Demon god Jihuang's body was not penetrated. His arms drooped and he fell down. Zhou Xuanji immediately caught him and stored him in the Tianxia map. I see. Severing the river of history meant severing the past. No matter how demon god Jihuang was controlled, after being slashed by the History Asunder sword, everything in his past dissipated, leaving only a corpse. Too domineering. This History Asunder sword was definitely a domineering existence as well. Yin Maching landed before him and asked with a complicated expression, "What sword technique did you use just now?" After living for so long, it was his first time seeing such a fast sword. Yin Maching's impression of Zhou Xuanji rose quickly. Zhou Xuanji said, "This guy was killed by me. The Phoenix Heart Ginseng, I'll take 90% and you take 10%. I'll give you 10% of the traveling expenses. That's already good enough. Or else, we could have found this place ourselves." Having heard this, Yin Maching was not enraged but nodded without hesitation. Zhou Xuanji smiled and flew toward the forest. Shiji's 6 immortals followed quickly. Yin Maching was the last one. He was not worried that Zhou Xuanji would get here before him. He understood the situation. He could only listen to Zhou Xuanji's instructions, or else he might die here. "Huang Fufei, what kind of being did you offend?" He thought to himself hatefully. He knew what Huang Fufei was doing recently. He waited in the Guanghuang's secret realm on purpose. Countless cultivators died in his hands. Previously, he and Huang Fufei worked together to explore this place and were both severely injured by demon god Jihuang. This was also why Huang Fufei could smell the demon god's aura. Soon, Zhou Xuanji saw the Phoenix Heart Ginseng. These Phoenix Heart Ginsengs were fiery red, and their roots were connected to each other, resembling a pair of phoenix wings. He swept his gaze across the area and discovered that there were close to 100 Phoenix Heart Ginsengs gathered together. He quickly took away 83 Phoenix Heart Ginsengs and left the rest for Yin Maching. As for the Shiji 6 immortals, they naturally didn't have a share and couldn't be of any help. It was already good enough for them to broaden their horizons. Although the Shiji 6 immortals were envious, they didn't say anything. A tinge of surprise flashed in Yin Maching's eyes. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really leave some treasures for him. If it were him, he might have killed Zhou Xuanji straight away. He was open-minded and could be considered a hero. His impression of Zhou Xuanji changed. His hands were not slow either, and he quickly stored the Phoenix Heart Ginseng. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What are you looking for? Tell me, I might be able to help." Old Immortal Shiji coldly snorted, "We also know that we don't need you." The other 5 immortals followed suit, opposing Yin Maching. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Let's part ways here, lest I want to kill you." Yin Maching was a little stunned. He shook his head with a smile and left quickly. Old Immortal Shiji asked curiously, "Sir, why didn't you kill him? Aren't you afraid of endless trouble?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "I don't have any direct enmity with him. Putting myself in his shoes, there's no need to increase the sin of killing. Moreover, he can't possibly kill me." The Shiji 6 immortals were impressed. Such magnanimity and confidence were admirable. After that, they wandered around the vicinity and did not find any other treasures, so they decided to leave. An hour later, they left the heavenly palace and came to the land. Zhou Xuanji did not act immediately but found a place to refine demon god Jihuang into a clone. With the soul division technique, he succeeded in less than 2 days. So far, he had used the bodies of 4 demon gods: the demon ancestor, demon god Tianwu, demon god Jihuang, and demon god Nanming. He was in a good mood and continued his journey with the Shiji 6 immortals. The Shiji 6 immortals were smart. Since the beginning, they did not ask him about the technique to refine a clone. Zhou Xuanji found them pleasing to the eye. "Do you have a hometown, family, or sect?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not hear old Immortal Shiji mention his sect or his family, which gave him some ideas. Old immortal Shiji shook his head and immediately understood Zhou Xuanji's intention. He chuckled and said, "If Senior is willing to take us in, it will be the best. We don't want to wander around forever." The other 5 immortals nodded in excitement. Zhou Xuanji was powerful and had an adventurous spirit. Following such a person would make their future life exciting. Seeing their anticipation, Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to tell his story. He started from when he was 2 years old. As for the supreme legendary sword system, it was a secret that only he knew. The Shiji 6 immortals were tongue-tied. They were all in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji was only 300 years old? Wasn't such a short life too exciting? From the mortal realm to the Great Thousand World, and then to the Heaven Fiend realm. He even had connections with the heavenly saints. The opportunities and talents he had were too exaggerated. It was as though he was making it up. Shiji 5th sighed in amazement. "Senior, your courage is your true talent." Every time Zhou Xuanji encountered an undefeatable enemy, he was never afraid. This was enough to make her admire him. The other 5 followed suit and flattered him. They really admired Zhou Xuanji in their hearts. They believed that Zhou Xuanji might become a heavenly saint in the future. They must hold on tightly to him. After Zhou Xuanji revealed his background, the Shiji 6 immortals became even more lively. They began to talk about their past. By the river, Yin Maching sat cross-legged and played with a phoenix heart ginseng in his hand. In his heart, he was thinking about Zhou Xuanji. Who is he? He even took away the corpses of demon gods. Could he be collecting ancient demon gods? He thought about it a lot. As for Huang Fufei, he had already forgotten about it. He did not dare to offend such a powerful being. A silhouette landed beside him suddenly. This person wore a white robe with golden patterns. He had an imposing appearance, and his face was handsome and dignified. His white hair was coiled up in a crown, and the eyes under his sword-like brows were deep and profound. Seeing him, Yin Maching immediately got up and half knelt on the ground. "Emperor, why are you here?" he said respectfully. Having heard him, the emperor said, "Yin Maching, give me the phoenix heart ginseng quickly." Yin Maching quickly took out 6 phoenix heart ginseng and handed it to the emperor. The emperor took the ginseng and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yin Maching did not hide anything and told the emperor about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, the emperor squinted his eyes and mumbled, "Collecting demon gods? Seems like he wants to leave. Interesting. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. I will remember this name." Chapter 575. After obtaining demon god Ji Huang, Zhou Xuanji decided to go to the other heavenly palaces. What if the other heavenly palaces also had the corpses of fiend gods? Unfortunately, they did not find any other fiend celestials in the subsequent operation. On the other hand, he had obtained quite a lot of other treasures. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 days left until the Guanghuang's secret realm closed. Zhou Xuanji and the others slowly headed towards the outside world. Although there were many independent worlds within the Guanghuang's secret realm, their distribution was very simple. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be, but the more they went, the more they would find the exit. The Shiji 6 immortals had already been subdued by Zhou Xuanji. They planned to follow Zhou Xuanji after leaving this place. 6 connecting heaven realm experts would be able to dominate even in the Wanshan Great Thousand. The Heaven Fiend realm's overall strength was more powerful than the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji was also wondering if he should recruit more powerful cultivators. He thought about it and decided to leave it to fate. One day, they arrived at a desert. West Pole 6 grumbled, "Boss, how are you leading the way? How can there be treasures here?" The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji was not dissatisfied. His gains had already far exceeded his initial expectations. He had no objections to leaving now. The Shiji 6 immortals were also very satisfied. Following Zhou Xuanji, they had picked up a lot of good stuff, so this trip was not a loss. Now they took it as a stroll, leisurely, extremely satisfied. It was just that the scenery was a little unsatisfactory. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed past in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Old immortal Shiji quickly rushed over and grabbed that person. "Let me go! Let me go. A tender and familiar voice came, and Zhou Xuanji smiled. Isn't this the 7-year-old boy I met at the street stall? At the time, this kid was still selling the heaven-earth stones of the Guanghuang's secret realm. When the boy saw Zhou Xuanji, his face turned pale, and his lips began to tremble. He said in a trembling voice, "What do you want? Let me go. I don't have any ill intentions." Old immortal Shiji directly pulled down his pants. Shiji's second brother came over and slapped his butt. The boy was so humiliated that his face turned red. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why are you running so fast? Are you hiding from something?" When the boy heard this, he immediately came back to his senses and cried out in fear, "That thing is coming, it's the evil life, evil spirit." Evil life, evil spirit. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction he was pointing, but he did not see the evil life, evil spirit. The Shiji 6 immortals also looked around, but they couldn't find evil life, evil wraith. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu and demon god Jihuang and spread out his divine sense to search for the evil life, evil spirit. Judging from the boy's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. After a while, the sandstorm in the desert suddenly became violent, as if a sandstorm was coming. An evil aura spread out, and everyone could feel the gloomy atmosphere. There was a killing intent locked onto them. "He's here. Here it comes." The boy cried out in horror, looking as if he was scared out of his wits. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger too. To be able to make him feel danger, it was clear how terrifying this evil life, evil spirit was. He immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows floated in the sky, all of them pointing downwards, covering the sky and the sun. The boy looked up and his jaw dropped. He was filled with regret. He should not have offended Zhou Xuanji back in the city. This level of swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Boom! Billions of sword shadows landed suddenly and bombarded the desert. Zhou Xuanji and the others were at the center of the explosion and were not affected. Shiji's 6 immortals looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. It was not their first time witnessing the primordial chaos sword shadow, but they were still shocked every time. After the primordial chaos sword shadow's power ended, the evil aura disappeared. The boy swallowed his saliva and asked, "You killed the evil life, evil spirit?" The primordial chaos sword shadow's destructive power was too powerful. Together with the disappearance of the killing intent, he could not help but think so. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "He left. He really wanted to find the evil life, evil spirit. He was absorbed by the evil life, evil spirit after all. If he wanted to return, he could only rely on the evil life, evil spirit and the heavenly saint. It was a pity that the evil life, evil spirit was too fast. It disappeared in an instant. Let's continue our journey," Zhou Xuanji said. He was very interested in the Heaven Fiend realm and wanted to spend more time there. If Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff were in trouble, he could rely on the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to support them quickly. This incident made Shiji's 6 immortals even more cautious. Zhou Xuanji asked old immortal Shiji to release the boy, but the boy wanted to follow them and said that he would reward them afterward. The boy didn't shy away from strangers and continued to introduce himself. His name was Mingshan Child. It was his first time coming to the Guanghuang's secret realm, and he was both nervous and excited. "Mingshan Child? Do you want to die from laughter?" Shiji II burst out laughing and mocked Mingshan Child to his heart's content. Who would call himself a child? The other 5 immortals mocked him too, and Mingshan Child was so angry that he almost seethed with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the name my master gave me. Don't insult my name." Shiji's 6 immortals continued to mock him without holding back. Mingshan Child was furious, but he did not dare to attack. They continued onward. They did not encounter the evil life, evil spirit again and successfully left this realm. 7 days later, they finally came to the entrance stele of the Guanghuang's secret realm. They could leave after the barrier was opened. They were surrounded by rolling mountains and forests. The grass was green, and the spiritual qi was abundant. Shiji's 6 immortals sat on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Guanghuang's secret realm was indeed thrilling. Fortunately, they met their benefactor. With Zhou Xuanji's prowess, they survived safely. Zhou Xuanji sat before a giant rock and contacted Jiang Shui, who was in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus, to understand the situation of Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff. Chiu Boy looked around with his eyes rolling. No one knew what he was thinking about. Another 3 days passed. 2 silhouettes descended from the sky and looked down at Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed. Yin Maching. The other person was the man whom Yin Maching addressed as the Imperial Emperor. He had a stern face. The Imperial Emperor glanced at Chiu Boy before looking at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, can we speak in private?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Sure." He sensed the Imperial Emperor the moment he descended, but he could not see through the Imperial Emperor at all. The Imperial Emperor gave him a feeling of a heavenly saint, with an ordinary aura. The two immediately disappeared. Shiji 6 immortals looked at Yin Maching in fear, in case he attacked at any moment. Chiu Boy hid behind Shiji 6 immortals quietly to prevent Yin Maching from noticing him. Yin Maching was expressionless. He did not look at them but stood in the air. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the Imperial Emperor came to the 2 sides of the river. There was a cliff beside them, and the river flowed down into a torrential waterfall. He looked at the Imperial Emperor and asked, "Why don't you tell me your name?" The Imperial Emperor stared at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, "Ji Huanglin." Ji Huanglin? Zhou Xuanji thought about it and was sure that he had never heard of this name before. Such a powerful existence shouldn't be a nameless person. Chapter 576. Are you here for Huang Fu Fei as well? Zhou Xuanji asked. Although he could not see through Ji Huanglin, he was not afraid at all. Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Your fate does not come from the Heaven Fiend domain. I want to work with you. Once this is done, I will not treat you badly." Another collaboration. First it was Yin Maching and now it was this guy. Zhou Xuanji could not help but guess the connection between the 2 events and their intentions. Ji Huanglin stared at him and continued, "The reason why I am looking for you is that you are considered the strongest among the outsiders. The place that I am going to is a place that the natives of the Heaven Emanations domain are not allowed to enter. Only you and I can do this. The others can wait outside." Zhou Xuanji calmly asked, "Since you want my help, shouldn't you show some sincerity? You don't even explain the situation to me. Do you take me for a fool?" Ji Huanglin's attitude displeased him. This fellow's attitude was high and mighty. Although his tone was not overbearing, it still sounded like he was giving orders. "The place I want to go is called the Heaven Fiend Star Island. It is the biggest forbidden land in the Heaven Fiend domain and is located in the middle of the ocean. Since ancient times, even saint contenders have never returned after entering. Only Heaven Saints know the secrets inside. If you dare to enter with me, I guarantee that after you come out, your cultivation level will increase by at least 3 minor realms and you will obtain countless treasures." Ji Huanglin said leisurely as if it was very tempting. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. It was his first time hearing about the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Just from what Ji Huanglin said, he knew that it was very dangerous. He didn't have any reason or goal to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. He shook his head. "I'm not interested." Ji Huanglin didn't get angry and said, "You possess the Heavenly Law Violet Aura. If you don't become stronger quickly, the Heavenly Law Violet Aura will become your bane." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "You saw that I have the Heavenly Law Violet Qi. Why didn't you steal it? Could this person be a heavenly saint? If he was a heavenly saint, why would he need to find someone to cooperate with? I don't need the Heavenly Law Violet Qi. As long as you're willing to come with me, I can agree to one of your requests, as long as it's within my power," Ji Huanglin continued. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Can you bring me back to Wanshan Great Thousand?" Although he could rely on the 24-tier Deep Black Lotus to support Emperor Sword Court, he could not teleport himself back. If he sent him back, what about the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus? Leave it in the Heaven Fiend domain and wait for others to snatch it away? If the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus fell into the hands of others, then the people hiding in the world of the Lotus might be in danger. They might even harm the Divine Cliff through the portal. It's nothing. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Should I go? It was too difficult to find the heavenly saint and the evil life evil spirit. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and said, "Then tell me where you came from. At least let me know what to do." Ji Huanglin said meaningfully, "You are asking too much. I am already very sincere and did not threaten you. I cannot tell you my identity, just like how you have many secrets that you do not want others to know." Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "All right, when do we depart?" Ji Huanglin said, "We'll depart after we leave the Guanghuang's secret realm." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two immediately returned to the stone steel. Shiji's 6 immortals and Chiyu Boy hurriedly came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked about the situation. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about their cooperation. Heaven Fiend Star Island? The Shiji's 6 immortals were dumbfounded. Clearly, they had never heard of it before. Chiyu Boy cried out in shock. "You don't want to live anymore? Going to the Heaven Fiend Star Island is definitely seeking death." Yin Maching glanced at him, and he shut his mouth immediately out of fear. Zhou Xuanji looked at Shiji's 6 immortals and said, "Find an island near the Heaven Fiend Star Island and wait for me." Shiji's 6 immortals nodded. It would be fine as long as Zhou Xuanji did not shake them off. Ji Huanglin landed in the forest, and Yin Maching flew in after him. Both of them waited for the Guanghuang's secret realm's exit to open. In the next few days, living beings came to this place one after another. These living beings were all injured. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, they showed no fear and stopped near the stone steel. In the blink of an eye, the Guanghuang's secret realm's exit opened. Zhou Xuanji and the others stepped in first, followed by Ji Huanglin and Yin Maching. They came to a flatland. The other living beings appeared around them one after another. Most of them left quickly without a word. "Follow me," Ji Huanglin said. He flipped his right hand, and a blue beam of light enveloped Zhou Xuanji and the others and disappeared into the horizon. Within the blue light, Chiyu Boy cried out, Hey, why did you bring me along?" He almost broke down. He did not want to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin ignored him and looked ahead. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can you bring me to a city? I want to sell something." Ji Huanglin replied, "After we come out from the Heaven Fiend Star Island, I will go with you. By then, you will realize that the things you obtained in the Guanghuang's secret realm are nothing." Zhou Xuanji heard him and was suddenly very interested in the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin continued, "The Heaven Fiend realm is actually very special. This realm can be said to be a land of treasures. No other great thousand worlds can compare to it. You will understand the specific reason in the future." His words made the others fall into deep thought. Yin Maching looked at Ji Huanglin and asked respectfully, "Emperor, do you have any other instructions?" Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said with a smile, "You may leave." Yin Maching took a deep breath and immediately disappeared in a stream of black light. Chiyu Boy saw this and wanted to charge out, but he was repelled back. Shiji's 6 immortals shuddered in their hearts and grew even more fearful of Ji Huanglin. This was obviously a forceful move. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it. If they were to fall out, then they would fight. In the Heavenly Saint's Palace, old ancestor Hengshe raised his brow and smiled, "Yang Ling, who is this guy? He's not simple." Buddha Yang Ling chuckled, "He's just a junior. How long are you going to play with me?" This chess game had reached a stage where there was no solution. "Don't worry, Zhou Xuanji. I will not hurt him. I will let him return in one piece," Buddha Yang Ling continued. Old ancestor Hengshe threw him a stare and said, "It seems like this Ji Huanglin is not simple. Let's make a deal. Don't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. Even I can't see through him completely. Could it be that he has a heavenly law-grade secret treasure? TSK, you are really generous." Buddha Yang Ling shook his head in a smile and did not reply. Everything was understood without words. Old ancestor Hengshe got up slowly and said, "I hope that the next time we meet, we can still play chess like this." After he spoke, old ancestor Hengshe turned into a stream of crimson flame and dissipated. Buddha Yang Ling's expression turned solemn. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he mumbled, "Ji Huanglin, you really want that thing. After some thought, he took out a pair of puppets from his sleeves. After the two puppets landed on the ground, they quickly grew taller. Their bodies were engulfed in white flames, and they quickly turned into human forms. Chapter 577. The two puppets engulfed in white flames turned into two men who looked exactly the same. They were expressionless. Stone-like armors materialized on their bodies, and their eyes glowed coldly. Buddha Yangling said softly, "Flame God guards, head to the Heaven Fiend Star Island and protect that jade. Don't let anyone near it." After he spoke, the two flame god guards disappeared from the palace. Buddha Yangling snorted coldly before closing his eyes and thinking. Ji Huanglin was extremely fast. About an hour later, they landed suddenly. This was an uninhabited island. Waves lapped against the shore, the seawater surged violently, and thunderclouds gathered. Ji Huanglin looked at Shiji Six Immortals and said, "You guys stay here and wait for us to come out." After that, he waved his hand again and brought Chiyu Boy and Zhou Xuanji away. Shiji Six Immortals looked at each other in dismay but did not say anything. They began patrolling the island to see if there were any restrictions or treasures. They were obsessed with treasure hunting. No matter where they went, they would think of treasures first. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the other two landed on a cliff. Behind them were huge waves, and the ocean under the dark clouds seemed to be in a storm. Looking from afar, Zhou Xuanji could see the island where Shiji Six Immortals were when he turned around. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was faintly discernible in the fog in front of them, as though it was a huge beast. Chiyu Boy was so frightened that he sat paralyzed on the ground and almost fell off the cliff. "Why must it be here?" he cried out in fear. "Isn't it good to be alive?" Zhou Xuanji probed the Heaven Fiend Star Island with his divine sense but realized that a formless and powerful force was blocking his divine sense. Ji Huanglin said, "Later, we will hide in your sleeves, and you can barge in directly. Don't be afraid of danger. The restrictive spell formation on the Heaven Fiend Star Island only targets living beings in the Heaven Fiend realm. You have just arrived and have not turned into a Heaven Fiend creature yet." He waved his hand again and shrunk himself and Chiyu Boy. Enveloping them with magic energy, they dashed into Zhou Xuanji's sleeves like two flies. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu and walked into the dense fog with the History Asunder sword in hand. Ji Huanglin only said that the restrictive spell was ineffective against him, but he did not say that there were no powerful enemies inside. Normally, there would be many powerful creatures that had lost their minds and were specialized in dealing with trespassers. After entering the dense fog, Zhou Xuanji could only see 6 feet around him, and his divine sense could not penetrate the fog. He was cautious in case of an enemy attack. After advancing for about 8,000 feet, he still hadn't passed through the thick fog. He couldn't help but frown. Why did he feel lost? Continue forward. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is bigger than you imagine. Many people from other worlds also thought that they had lost their way. Hence, they turned back and went around in circles. In the end, they were driven mad. Ji Huanglin's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji no longer hesitated. He began to sprint forward. 50,000 zhang. 10,000 zhang. 100,000 zhang. Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Just how big was the Heaven Fiend Star Island? Whoa! The howl of a wolf came from behind. It was eerie and terrifying. He didn't stop. After all, demon god Tianwu was beside him. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He finally passed through the thick fog. Mountains rose and fell in front of him. There were no trees or grass, only lava, scorched earth, and rolling thunder clouds. It was like a scene from hell. Ji Huanglin and Chiyu Boy flew out from his sleeves and landed beside Zhou Xuanji. "It's over. It's over," Chiyu Boy trembled. Tears flowed down from his eyes uncontrollably, as though he was greatly wronged. Ji Huanglin said, "It's up to me now. Follow me closely. Don't be more than 15 meters away from me, or else I won't be able to save you in time." After that, he walked forward. Chiyu Boy quickly followed him and dared not to cry anymore. Zhou Xuanji followed along with demon god Tianwu. He was very curious about Ji Huanglin's power. Next, he wanted to see how powerful this guy was. Ji Huanglin walked at a steady pace. He looked straight ahead with a calm expression without any surprise. No one could tell what he was thinking. Chiu Boy was nervous as he looked left and right. The view around him was vast, but he still felt a sense of danger. Boom! A horrifying silhouette charged over suddenly and was blasted away by the formless aura, vomiting blood. Too fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew over from the horizon as though it teleported. Zhou Xuanji and Chiu Boy looked over. It was a blood monkey with 6 arms and a ferocious face. Its mouth was filled with fangs. After it landed, it rolled a few hundred times before burrowing into the charred ground and disappeared. Chiu Boy asked in a trembling voice, "What was that?" He was a universe heaven cultivator, but now, he was like an ordinary person in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked toward Ji Huanglin. He did not see how Ji Huanglin attacked at all. Ji Huanglin did not stop but continued ahead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is filled with baleful aura and nurtured many ferocious creatures. Countless years have passed, and their power has reached an extremely horrifying level. The surrounding fog is actually a prison to prevent them from charging out. Ji Huanglin explained to Zhou Xuanji and Chiu Boy. "What are you looking for?" Chiu Boy asked with gritted teeth. "Why does this guy know the Heaven Fiend Star Island so well? Could it be that he was here before? Why did he come again?" He immediately thought of a possibility, which was that the people who accompanied Ji Huanglin were all dead. Zhou Xuanji thought of this possibility too, but his expression did not change. He did not panic. Ji Huanglin glanced at Chiu Boy and said, "Something that will kill you after you hear about it." Chiu Boy was frightened by Ji Huanglin's cold eyes and immediately shut up. After some time, they were attacked consecutively. Those ferocious creatures were blasted away before they could even touch them. Ji Huanglin was ridiculously powerful. Half an hour later, they came to the foot of a volcano. There was a cave entrance here, and the walls of the cave reflected the light of the fire. Ji Huanglin led them into the cave. "Pay attention to your feet. Don't step on the rocks. Those rocks have powerful corrosive power. Stepping on them will destroy your soul instantly. Even connecting heaven level 10 cultivators could not last more than 5 breaths." His words made Zhou Xuanji and Chiu Boy look at the ground instinctively. Zhou Xuanji stored demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map. Soon, they saw that the ground in front of them was covered with all kinds of rocks. They immediately flew up and left the ground. Fortunately, the cave entrance was high enough, or else it would have been awkward. They walked along the winding tunnel and finally came to the end. In front of them was a cliff, and below them was a sea of lava. The high temperature made Chiu Boy sweat profusely. Ji Huanglin stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. His expression was still cold. He did not take any action but looked at them quietly. Chiu Boy wanted to ask but did not dare to. He could only look at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at the mountain wall opposite him. There was a picture on the gigantic mountain wall. It was carved with some kind of red rock. It was a 9-headed dragon surrounded by dozens of people. It was not a battle but a sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 578. "What's that?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Chiu Boy followed his gaze and frowned. Dragons with 9 heads were not rare in myths and legends. They were often existences that could destroy the world. The Heaven Fiend Domain's ancient demon, Dragon Emperor Yiming, is one of the evil spirits. It has the power to destroy heaven and earth. If not for the heavenly saint's descent, it would have nearly eaten the entire Heaven Fiend Domain. Ji Huanglin introduced, causing Chiu Boy's entire body to go numb. He asked cautiously, "You're not here to look for it, are you?" If such a giant demon was released, it would definitely be a disaster. He had heard many stories. There were always people who, in pursuit of power, released ancient evil existences. In the end, not only did they throw away their lives, but they also brought disaster to the world. Ji Huanglin replied, "Dragon Emperor Yiming is nothing. I don't care about him at all." He looked down and said, "Wait a little longer. Don't make a sound." Chiu Boy wanted to speak but hesitated. Ji Huanglin said no more. The 3 of them fell into silence, while Zhou Xuanji looked around. He also discovered that the other patterns were very strange. They gave off the feeling of vicissitudes of an ancient civilization. What was worth mentioning was that no ferocious beasts attacked them when they arrived here. An hour and a half later, Ji Huanglin suddenly waved his palm downward and sucked in the air. Bang! The surface of the lava exploded, and a head-sized ball of fire flew up and landed on his palm. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and Lu Qiuyue, and he smirked. He smiled and said, "This is the evil fiery bead. Next, I need to find the other evil beads of the other 4 elements, and then head to the central area of the Heaven Fiend Star Island to exchange for what I want. During this process, just tell me what you want." Chiu Boy exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Really?" Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said, "This is none of your business." Chiu Boy's smile instantly collapsed. Ji Huanglin stored the fiery evil bead and left with Zhou Xuanji and Chiu Boy. For the rest of the journey, Zhou Xuanji plundered whatever he saw without holding back. In any case, he didn't need to do anything. Ji Huanglin could move those treasures to him with a casual wave of his hand. He sensed that these natural treasures contained some kind of demonic aura. If he wanted to use them, he would have to remove the demonic aura. 3 days later, they found the evil water bead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was very big, and other than this lava land, there were other places with celestial phenomena. For example, a world of ice and snow, a green grassland, a forest filled with autumn leaves, and so on. This island seemed to have formed a world of its own, and it was a very large world. All the ferocious creatures they encountered along the way were killed by Ji Huanglin. None of them even touched the hem of their clothes. Chiu Boy was convinced by Ji Huanglin's strength and was no longer afraid. He could even follow Ji Huanglin to collect some special rocks and flowers. Zhou Xuanji had been observing Ji Huanglin. He always felt that this fellow was very similar to the heavenly saint. He had secretly used the 9-soul fusion technique, but he still couldn't see through Ji Huanglin. In less than half a month, Ji Huanglin had collected the 5 elemental evil beads and brought them to the center of the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin said, "The next step is the real challenge. Little one, be prepared to die." Chiu Boy was looking around and was shocked when he heard this. "Didn't you say that you could protect us?" he cried out. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly, "That's what I said to him. You are different. I captured you to use you as bait. Don't think that I don't know where you came from. You are the most easily coveted by the demons. If you cooperate, you might have a chance of survival." Chiu Boy's expression changed drastically. He was completely disheartened and almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chiu Boy curiously. Could this guy have some extraordinary background? No wonder Ji Huanglin did not bring Shiji 6 immortals but him. Chiu Boy suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward the forest in the east. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Chiu Boy over. He grabbed Chiu Boy's neck and lifted him up high. "Let me go. If my master knows about this, you will be dead." Chiu Boy cried out. His face was red. Ji Huanglin laughed disdainfully and continued forward while choking him. At the end of the horizon, there was a mountain that reached into the clouds. The sky there was very dark and oppressive, and they could vaguely hear the sound of thunder. Such a powerful sense of oppression. What's hiding there? Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. A strong sense of danger grew in his heart. His instincts told him to stay away from that mountain. But since things had come to this, he wanted to see what Ji Huanglin wanted. Above the sea of clouds, a floating island floated silently. There was a courtyard on the island. Xiandeoya stood outside the courtyard and said with a smile, "Brother C, it's been 1,000,000 years since we last met. Why don't you come out and meet your old friend?" Soon, a cold voice came. "What do you have to meet me for? Or are you seeking death?" This person was called Si Mengyan. He was a transcendent existence that reigned above the great thousand world and had the qualifications to become a saint. Xiandeoya was not frightened. He replied calmly, "About the great Emperor Dao Court. I have already left the great Emperor Dao Court. I can tell you anything you want to know about the great Emperor Dao Court. I only ask that you help me reforge my body." Boom! The door opened, and a gust of wind blew toward Xiandeoya. His expression did not change as he stared fixedly at the main house in the courtyard. Si Mingyan walked out of the house slowly. He wore a black robe with red edges. His face looked sinister, and there were strands of blood-red hair in his black hair. His eyes were like a wolf's, cruel and cold. He stared at Xian Daoya and said, "If you dare to bully me, you should know what the consequences are." Xian Daoya sighed and said, "I have no other way out. The great Emperor Dao Court is too stupid." He was infuriated when he mentioned Zhou Xuanji. The great Emperor Dao Court had been at a high position for a long time. Everyone was proud and arrogant. They did not take any genius seriously. This made him hate them for not living up to his expectations. At the same time, he was even more resentful. He had done his best for the great Emperor Dao Court, but he was still like this. "Why do you say so?" Si Mingyan asked. Xian Daoya immediately told him about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, Si Mingyan's eyes sparkled. "Zhou Xuanji? So it's him." Si Mingyan remembered that old ancestor Hongshe had mentioned Zhou Xuanji to him before. Old ancestor Hongshe claimed that Zhou Xuanji would become his partner in the future. They would become old ancestor Hongshe's two sharpest blades. Xian Daoya gritted his teeth and said, "After you take revenge, can you help me get rid of Zhou Xuanji? I can listen to you in the future." Zhou Xuanji grew too quickly. In his heart, Zhou Xuanji was more threatening than Si Mingyan. Si Mingyan said with a faint smile, "Zhou Xuanji? No problem. Help me get rid of the great Emperor Dao Court first." He mocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was someone the heavenly saint valued. "You want to scheme to kill him?" Fool. Xian Daoya heard him and heaved a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and said, "Let's talk inside." Si Mingyan nodded and walked into the house. Xian Daoya followed closely behind. Chapter 579. After ascending the mountain, the sense of danger in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew even more intense. Even though his field of vision was wide and the mountain was bare, there did not seem to be any danger at first glance. Ji Huanglin had already put Chiu Boy down. He walked at the very front with a calm expression. It was obvious that this was not his first time here. But with his cultivation, why was he walking so slowly? "Can I just fly in?" Zhou Xuanji guessed in his heart and felt that he was acting cool. The mountain was very tall. When they were halfway up the mountain, Ji Huanglin stopped and said, "How much longer are we going to hide?" Chiu Boy grew nervous again. Ji Huanglin did not attack directly. Instead, he tried to force the other party into action. This meant that the other party was very strong. 100 feet up, two flame god guards appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Buddha Yangling's wooden doll. They stared at Ji Huanglin expressionlessly and lifelessly. Ji Huanglin sneered and said, "Yangling sent you here. Do you think you can stop me?" He called out the heavenly saint's name without any hesitation. When the two flame god guards heard this, they immediately rushed towards Ji Huanglin. There was a loud bang. They were blocked by an invisible force 1 meter away from Ji Huanglin. What? The bodies of the two flame god guards suddenly burst into flames. They looked like two huge fireballs. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. He took a step forward and sent the two flame god guards flying with his aura. He continued to walk forward. With every step he took, he used an even stronger aura to oppress the flame god guards. The flame god guards suddenly split up and attacked Ji Huanglin from different directions. Ji Huanglin was calm and unruffled. No matter how they attacked, they were unable to touch Ji Huanglin. Instead, they were sent flying again and again. In front of him, the flame god guards were so weak. Chiu Boy asked, "Since you can kill them, why don't you hurry up?" Was he deliberately showing off his strength? He hated Ji Huanglin to the core. If it weren't for Ji Huanglin, he wouldn't be here. Ji Huanglin waved his right hand, and the two flame god guards suddenly exploded and turned into ashes. Easy. Domineering. Ji Huanglin's expression remained unchanged as he continued forward. The two flame god guards materialized their physical bodies again. They appeared on the left and right sides of Chu Feng, not daring to attack. "Go back and tell Yang Ling that if he dares to stop me again, the consequences will be worse than he can imagine." Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His aura suddenly erupted, shaking the entire mountain peak. The two flame god guards immediately disappeared. They also understood that they couldn't stop Ji Huanglin, so there was no need to stay here and die. Zhou Xuanji asked. Who is Yang Ling? A heaven saint from the heaven fiend domain? Aside from the heavenly saints, who else would have such a grand plan to set up a trap in the heaven fiend star island? Ji Huanglin replied, yes, an ambitious and sinister fellow. His tone was filled with disdain towards Buddha Yang Ling. Are you also a heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji asked. Ji Huanglin said disdainfully, a heavenly saint is nothing. He did not say much, but this made Zhou Xuanji think even more. Could it be that this fellow also came from outside the heavenly Tao? Zhou Xuanji already knew about the three existences from the Kunlun origin court. Ji Huanglin was the same? But why did he dare to talk back to the heavenly saint? Even the old beggar and the old immortal did not dare to be so presumptuous. There was also the primordial ancestor, who was hiding like an underground rat. All of a sudden, Ji Huanglin punched the mountain wall, creating a huge hole. Dust and dirt surged into the depths of the mountain. Follow me. After saying this, Ji Huanglin took the lead and stepped into the dust. Zhou Xuanji and Chiu Boi followed closely behind. Chiu Boi did not dare to run anymore. If he did, Ji Huanglin might kill him. They walked into the mountain, and after walking for about 100 meters, they came to a vast space inside the mountain. They saw a gigantic object. Dragon Emperor Ming. It was made of rocks and was hundreds of meters tall. It was vivid and lifelike, and its 9 ferocious dragon heads were horrifying. Chiu Boi trembled in fear and cried out, didn't you say that you don't want to revive him? Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Chiu Boi before throwing him toward Dragon Emperor Yiming. Chiu Boi was almost scared out of his wits. He wanted to move but found himself bound by a formless force. He could not even open his mouth to speak. Zhou Xuanji did not interfere but waited quietly. Ji Huanglin took out the 5 elemental evil bead and threw it to Chiu Boi. Chiu Boi's eyes widened and were filled with despair. The 5 elemental evil bead gave off a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire mountain. A powerful gale rose from below, swaying Chiu Boi like a fallen leaf in the wind. Dragon Emperor Yiming's stone statue moved as well. The 9 dragon heads turned and looked at the 5 elemental evil bead on Chiu Boi. It's over. My life is over. Chiu Boi closed his eyes and wailed in his heart. If there was a next life, he would surely make Ji Huanglin pay. Don't stray too far from me. I will let you broaden your horizons. Ji Huanglin's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, which made him squint his eyes. He immediately activated the 9 soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming. The 5 elemental evil bead trembled violently and exploded with a powerful radiance. The radiance shattered everything around it, and the mountain walls disappeared. Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur. Everything changed and was replaced by a brilliant starry sky. Only him, Ji Huanglin, Chiu Boi, and Dragon Emperor Ming were left in the starry sky. It was like an illusion. Ji Huanglin raised his right hand, and the 5 elemental evil bead shot a beam of light upward and disappeared into the starry sky. A while later, a beam of red light shot down and landed on Ji Huanglin's right palm. He smiled and mumbled, Heavenly Law Jade, I finally found you. Heavenly Law Jade. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He knew what this name meant. What is this guy trying to do? Does he want to control the heavenly law? Or is he targeting the heavenly law? Zhou Xuanji thought of countless possibilities. He did not make a move but waited patiently. Roar, Dragon Emperor Yiming came back to life completely. He roared at Ji Huanglin with a violent aura. The 9 dragon heads opened their mouths at the same time, and flames of all colors surged toward Ji Huanglin like a flood. The flames gathered together and were tens of thousands of miles wide. It was unstoppable. Ji Huanglin raised the red beam with his right hand and slapped with his left palm. The palm wind howled and blocked the billowing sea of flames forcefully. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt his true power. Even after merging with 2 demon gods, he still felt that he was no match for Ji Huanglin. What is this guy's cultivation? Little specter, you dare to fight me? Ji Huanglin laughed condescendingly. He pushed with his left arm, and the sea of flames was pushed back. Chiu Boi, who was protected by the 5 elemental evil bead, cried out in fear. His face was pale. Amit Ba. At this moment, a solemn Buddha's voice came. A giant golden palm descended from the sky and landed on Ji Huanglin's head so quickly that Zhou Xuanji could not react in time. Ji Huanglin was caught off guard, and his right hand was separated from the red beam as he fell. A ray of light shot out from the pillar of red light toward Zhou Xuanji. He grabbed it instinctively and saw that it was 1.5 meters long purple crystal. Heavenly Law Jade. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 580. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Heavenly Law Jade in his hand with a strange expression. Why did it fall into his hands so coincidentally? Was this fate? Ji Huanglin was pressed down by the golden palm, and seeing the Heavenly Law Jade fall into Zhou Xuanji's hands, he suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes and used his aura to shatter the golden palm. He leaped up and passed by Zhou Xuanji, charging upwards. Zhou Xuanji held the Heavenly Law Jade and hesitated. Should he take it? Would Ji Huanglin mind if he took it? No matter what, since it was already in his hands, there was no reason for him to let it go. If someone else snatched it away, would Ji Huanglin vent his anger on him? He raised his head and saw a golden light growing larger at the end of the starry sky. He narrowed his eyes. It was a golden Buddha. Buddha Yangling. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the heavenly saint of this realm and immediately retreated. The last time was during the battle of heavenly saints. He was caught in the crossfire and had no choice but to be reborn. After the Heavenly Law Jade appeared, Chiu Boy suddenly broke free from the 5 elemental evil beads and flew toward Zhou Xuanji in a frenzy. Only Zhou Xuanji could give him a sense of security. On the other side, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling were engaged in a fierce battle. Ji Huanglin displayed his full strength. His palms were like the wind, and he was able to fight Buddha Yangling head-on with just his palms. Buddha Yangling held the prayer beads in his left hand and a golden pestle in his right. He was upright and mighty, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. He relied on the golden pestle to receive all of Ji Huanglin's attacks. Ji Huanglin, you've gone too far. Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with me? Buddha Yangling shouted with a calm expression. A massive wave of heavenly might descended. Even Zhou Xuanji and Chiu Boy, who were far away, were shocked, especially Chiu Boy, who felt that his soul would dissipate at any moment. He cried out in horror, Heavenly Saint? Buddha Yangling. All his hopes turned to dust, and his vision darkened as he tottered in the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji looked up at their battle, hoping to gain something. However, a heavenly saint's battle was just too terrifying. The might of the heavens made it impossible for his divine sense to get close, and his eyes were blocked by the continuous waves of dermic power. If I want something, I must get it. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with anger. He had already obtained the Heavenly Tao Jade, but Buddha Yangling had come out to kill him. This made his heart burn with rage. The more he fought, the stronger he became. His aura shook the starry sky, and as far as the eye could see, the entire starry sky was fluctuating and distorting, causing one to feel dizzy. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the Heavenly Law Jade in his hand heat up. He subconsciously shook off the Heavenly Tao Jade. Chiu Boy's eyes lit up and he immediately reached out to catch it. Bang! A violent force erupted from within the Heavenly Law Jade, and it shook Chiu Boy so much that he vomited blood and was sent flying. Zhou Xuanji frowned and stepped back instinctively. However, the Heavenly Tao Jade emitted a suction force that directly pulled him in. The distance between the two of them rapidly shortened. Impossible! Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. He immediately fused demon god Jihuang into his body, and his strength reached an unprecedented level. Even so, he was only able to slow down his speed and was unable to offset this suction force at all. Very soon, he bumped into the Heavenly Tao Jade. The Heavenly Tao Jade fused into his corporeal body. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and shouted angrily, "Your Jade!" A powerful light exploded and engulfed his body in an instant. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling stopped as well. His expression changed drastically and quickly charged toward Zhou Xuanji, but he was stopped by Buddha Yangling. It's too late. The Heavenly Law Jade has already chosen its master. Even if we take it back by force, the heavenly law jade will dissipate, Buddha Yongling said calmly. Buddha Yongling said calmly, but his heart ached. He had spent a lot of effort on this heavenly law jade. And this brat got it before him. Most importantly, he noticed that Zhou Xuanji was very resistant and did not want the heavenly law jade. This attitude made him feel even worse. Ji Huanglin's chest heaved in anger. His eyes glowed with a faint red light, and his aura became extremely terrifying. Buddha Yongling's expression changed slightly and said with a deep voice, "Don't do anything rash." Ji Huanglin heard him and tried to calm himself down. All his efforts were in vain. He felt even worse than Buddha Yongling. He turned to look at Buddha Yongling and asked with gritted teeth, "Why did it turn out like this? Was it you who did this?" Buddha Yongling heard him and his expression darkened. "You know the importance of the heavenly law jade the best. Why would I be willing to give it to him?" The heavenly law jade only felt that he was most suitable to inherit the power of the heavenly law. Ji Huanglin frowned. Within the powerful light, Zhou Xuanji could not move, but he could sense a violent power enveloping him. Ding! The power of the heavenly law wishes to turn the host into a heavenly saint. Do you accept? Once you accept, the host will become a heavenly saint and forever be a slave to the heavenly law. The host will never be able to surpass the heavenly saint. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Reject. He replied without hesitation. Because the primordial ancestor's enemy, the heavenly saint could not be his final destination. He wanted to become more powerful. Please choose a legendary sword to inherit the power of the heavenly law and escape. The sword spirit's voice sounded out quickly. It was obvious that the situation was urgent. Zhou Xuanji chose the thunderclap sword straight away. The thunderclap sword became more powerful by relying on heavenly lightning. It was already similar to the heavenly law. Next, the powerful light around him quickly entered his body. He saw the vast starry sky again. He heaved a long sigh. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling landed in front of him at the same time and spoke at the same time. "Where's the heavenly law jade?" "What happened?" Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "The heavenly law jade wanted me to become a heavenly saint, but I rejected it." With this, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling's expressions changed. Ji Huanglin asked closely, "Where's the heavenly law jade? Where did it go?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. After I rejected it, it disappeared." The supreme legendary sword system had fused with his soul, and the supreme storage was also deep within his soul. He did not believe that Ji Huanglin could find it. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and pressed down on his shoulder. "There's no heavenly law jade in your body. It shouldn't be," he said with a frown. Buddha Yongling asked with a complicated expression, "Why did you reject becoming a heavenly saint?" Countless beings fought to become a heavenly saint, but this brat rejected becoming a heavenly saint. As a heavenly saint, he felt that his faith was being looked down upon. "I want to become a saint, but not a heavenly saint. In my eyes, the path of a powerful cultivator is endless, and the heavenly saint should not be the final destination," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If he became a heavenly saint, perhaps Buddha Yongling would instead act against him. Buddha Yongling looked at him deeply and understood what he was thinking. This brat had a clone of an ancient demon god. Evidently, he wanted to walk the path of an overlord saint. "What are you still doing here?" Ji Huanglin glanced at Buddha Yongling and asked coldly. Buddha Yongling sighed. His body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji looked at Ji Huanglin and asked curiously, "Who are you? How dare you treat a heavenly saint like this?" Chapter 581. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Ji Huanglin did not reply. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. "Kid, do you think I should kill you now?" He had always admired Zhou Xuanji, and if Zhou Xuanji had taken the initiative to steal the heavenly law jade, he would have acted without hesitation. But Zhou Xuanji was very resistant back then. This made him very conflicted. Zhou Xuanji did not panic and replied, "If I were you, I would not kill them." Ji Huanglin narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why?" The murderous intent locked onto Zhou Xuanji, which sent a chill down his spine. His expression was calm as he said, There is no why. Ji Huanglin just stared at him. Their eyes met in silence. After a long while, Ji Huanglin slowly turned around with his back to Zhou Xuanji and said, Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed not simple. If it was someone else, you might already be dead. Our agreement is voided. From now on, don't let me see you again. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding starry sky suddenly shattered like a mirror falling to the ground. Ji Huanglin took 3 steps forward and came to the cliff. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a creepy evil smile, as though he had become another person. He said with a cold smile, It's impossible to pursue the path of the Overlord Saint, unless the heavenly law is destroyed. Otherwise, you will be tricked to death by the heavenly saint. Brat, the world is deeper than you can imagine. You are just a chess piece. Is the path you want to walk really your own decision? He suddenly fell backwards and disappeared from the cliff. Roar, domineering dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon wrapped in crimson flames soared into the sky. It broke through the top of the mountain and disappeared into the sky. The entire peak shook violently, and countless gravel slid down. Zhou Xuanji looked up and muttered, So he's a dragon. He turned around and prepared to leave. He glanced at Chiu Boy, who was not far away, and used all things return to origin, pulling the boy into his hand. Carrying Chiu Boy, he quickly charged out of the collapsed mountain. Under the rolling dark clouds, a sandstorm filled the sky. Figures were fighting fiercely in the sandstorm. The ground below was smashed to pieces. Huge rocks were flipped upside down like thorns. Boom! A figure fell down, smashing into the ruins and causing the ground to cave in again. Looking closer, it was Qiuhu. There was a wound on his chest, and fresh blood flowed out incessantly. His white bones shone with a cold light. He gritted his teeth and looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and cursed, Damn it! He got up again, ready to kill. Golden pillars of light descended and landed on the broken ground, quickly forming a formation. The top of the golden pillars gave off strands of golden light that wove together to form a ceiling. There were countless strange runes on the ceiling that blocked Qiuhu's way. No matter what Qiuhu did, he could not break free. 5 silhouettes appeared on the golden formation. They all wore identical white robes and had a black horsetail whisk pattern imprinted on their backs. They looked down at Qiuhu and began to communicate without restraint. As expected of the first tiger since the birth of the heavenly Tao. It can be refined into a great supplement pill for breakthroughs. His tiger bones can be refined into magic treasures. It's rare to see someone with such powerful qi and blood. Looks like the great 1,000 worlds outside aren't as weak as we thought. Tiger's penis is also not bad. Qiuhu almost exploded in anger. Who was he? He was the tiger ancestor. How could he be humiliated like this? He roared and tried to break the formation. But no matter how he attacked, it was futile. The leader, a middle-aged man, raised his right palm and looked down at Qiuhu. Heaven sealing Tao seal. He cried out. A golden Tao word parted the sea of clouds and smashed down. This word was incredibly vast. Before it, any existence would seem insignificant. It was majestic and domineering, as though the sky was collapsing. No, Qiuhu opened his eyes wide. His eyes were red as he roared. On Heaven Fiend Star Island, Zhou Xuanji sat at the foot of the mountain. Behind him was a crimson rock, while Chiu Boy lay beside him like a corpse. After Ji Huanglin left, he did not act rashly. He decided to wait for the thunderclap sword to level up before he acted. This island was too dangerous after all. He gave the heavenly law's power to the thunderclap sword, hoping that it would have the destructive power of a heavenly saint. Demon god Ji Huang and demon god Tianwu appeared in front of and behind him on the crimson rock to prevent any sneak attacks. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The thunderclap sword leveled up successfully. The sword spirit's voice sounded in his mind. Next, the thunderclap sword's attribute list appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Thunderclap sword grade, 9 extreme description, a legendary sword forged with the heavenly law's power. The more lightning it absorbs, the more destructive it will be. 9 extreme. Zhou Xuanji was delighted. He was not disappointed indeed. Most importantly, there was no threshold to the stage. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword. A long sword that was flashing with lightning appeared. Compared to the original thunderclap sword, it looked different and more majestic. He got up slowly with the thunderclap sword in his hand. He could sense its violent power. It was as though it could destroy everything in the world. So powerful! The corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled in high spirits. The Saint Slayer sword was also a 9 extreme legendary sword, but it required connecting heaven level 10 cultivation and could only be used once a year. Compared to it, the thunderclap sword felt so good. The sound of interweaving lightning woke Chiyu Boy up. He got up in terror and asked with a trembling voice, "I'm not dead." He fixed his eyes on the thunderclap sword and stepped back instinctively. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "You dared to snatch my things. Are you going to follow me or act on your own?" Chiyu Boy did not understand the situation. But since Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling were not around, he knew that the danger was over. "If I follow you, you won't use me as bait again, right?" he asked carefully. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and left. The 2 demon gods followed him on both sides, like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei on Liu Bei's left and right. Chiyu Boy gritted his teeth and quickly followed. They walked for less than 100 meters when 2 air-piercing sounds came. Zhou Xuanji immediately raised his sword. Horrifying heavenly lightning exploded and bombarded the ground around them. The 2 ferocious creatures cried out and were immediately killed. Chiyu Boy was dumbfounded. What sword is this? So domineering. He was immediately convinced and cried out, "I'll follow you. I'll do anything you want me to." Zhou Xuanji smiled. He looked around the Heaven Fiend Star Island and had a bold idea. The massive Heaven Fiend Star Island was for him to plunder. He decided to plunder everything on this island. At the same time, inside the Heavenly Saint Palace, Buddha Yongling opened his eyes. "That sword?" he mumbled with a frown. "Power of heavenly law. What a brat. He dared to deceive me." A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 582. Buddha Yongling pondered for a moment, then immediately got up and disappeared from the Heavenly Saint Palace. In the next second he arrived at the Heaven Fiend Star Island. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said expressionlessly, "Zhou Xuanji, hurry up and give me your sword." Because of old ancestor Hongshi, he did not want to attack Zhou Xuanji. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji looked up at him. Upon seeing him, Chiyu Boy hurriedly hid behind demon god Tianwu. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "The Heavenly Saint wants to take it by force?" He deliberately emphasized the word, Heavenly Saint. In the eyes of all living beings, Heavenly Saints had no desires, so why would they forcefully attack a sword? Buddha Yongling snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I don't know that you fused the Heavenly Tao Jade into this sword. Although I don't know what method you used to forge this sword in such a short time, I advise you to return it to me, and I will forgive you for your crime of lying. The Heavenly Tao Jade was originally mine." Zhou Xuanji fell silent. This was indeed the case. But the thunderclap sword was also his. He said, "The Heavenly Tao Jade is indeed precious, but I can't give you my sword. How about I owe you a promise? As long as I can do it, you can mention it at any time. One day, I will become an overlord saint and make this promise count." His gaze was fixed on Buddha Yongling. The Buddha Yongling refused, then they could only fight. Buddha Yongling frowned and instinctively wanted to angrily rebuke Zhou Xuanji. However, seeing the look in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he could not say anything. Sage Daojing trusted Zhou Xuanji so much that he gave him the heavenly law Violet Qi. Old ancestor Hongshi protected him with all his might. Could this brat really become an overlord saint? Buddha Yongling fell into deep thought. The Heavenly Tao Jade was not that important to him. After all, he could not nurture another heavenly saint. But if he could help Zhou Xuanji become an overlord saint, he would not have to share the heavenly law's power with him in the future, and he might even have a chance to survive. He clearly remembered how strong an overlord saint was. A domineering figure appeared in his mind, causing him to fall into a trance. Zhou Xuanji did not continue speaking but waited quietly. Chiyu Boy, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. Was that even possible? To him, Zhou Xuanji's request was absurd. Buddha Yangling, however, seemed to believe it. Was the heavenly saint a fool? He'd just had this thought arise in his mind when Buddha Yangling glanced at him, and it terrified him to the point his entire body shuddered before he hurriedly knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground. After a while, Buddha Yangling looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Apart from this promise, you also have to promise that you will never be my enemy." Zhou Xuanji was not surprised but replied, "As long as you don't target the people around me, I will always remember this favor." He spoke with sincerity. Buddha Yangling had heard about his past from Patriarch Hongshe, so he believed him. "I hope you can really become an overlord saint. It's been a long time since I've seen an overlord saint." After saying this, Buddha Yangling disappeared. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. An overlord saint had appeared before? Who else could do something that even the 10 great fiend celestials could not do? He didn't think too much and continued forward with Chiyu Boy. Chiyu Boy was completely convinced and began to crazily flatter him. He could not wait to submit to Zhou Xuanji. Before he entered the Heaven Fiend Star Island, he did not expect that the final winner would be Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin gained nothing, and Buddha Yangling retreated. It was simply unbelievable. A month later, Zhou Xuanji and Chiyu Boy walked out of the Heaven Fiend Star Island. His face was full of smiles. He had gained a lot from this trip, which was beyond his expectations. Chiyu Boy was in a good mood too. He had freeloaded many treasures from Zhou Xuanji. Although they were not as good as Zhou Xuanji's, he was still satisfied. "Boss, where are you going next?" Chiyu Boy asked curiously. On the Heaven Fiend Star Island, Zhou Xuanji had experimented before. He could use the Thunderclap sword to tear open the space of the Heaven Fiend realm and enter the void. So he already had a way to return. "Let's find a place to sell some treasures first," Zhou Xuanji replied. He wanted to buy a large number of Heaven Fiend pills and distribute them to Emperor Sword Court's disciples so that they could grow more powerful quickly. After that, he brought Chiyu Boy to the deserted island where the Shiji 6 Immortals were. The Shiji 6 Immortals were still there. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had returned, they quickly came up to him. They fought to ask what had happened during this period of time. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Chiyu Boy told him first with a proud expression, as though he was Zhou Xuanji. After he spoke, the Shiji 6 Immortals were stunned for a long time. In their hearts, the Heavenly Saint was the most powerful existence. But they did not expect such an existence to compromise with Zhou Xuanji. Shiji 5th looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration in his eyes. She was the only woman among the 6 Immortals, and she had never been so moved before. She had been moved before, but she had severed her feelings and continued to wander the world with the 5 Immortals. Throughout her life, she had never seen such a genius. He was only 300 years old. "Okay, each of you pick one." Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and dozens of treasures appeared on the ground. There were enchanted treasures, rare resources, materials for artifact refinement, energy technique scrolls, and so on. Since ancient times, countless people had ventured into the Heaven Fiend Star Island and died. Their treasures were left on the island. Some were eroded by time, but some were still there. The Shiji 6 Immortals were overjoyed and began to choose delightfully. Chiyu Boy looked disdainful. He made up his mind to suck up to Zhou Xuanji. Even Buddha Yangling believed that Zhou Xuanji could become a saint. This was a very powerful backer. Half an hour later, they flew toward a direction at full speed across the turbulent ocean. Half a day later, they flew onto the continent. Under the lead of the Shiji 6 Immortals, they decided to head toward the most prosperous city in the Heaven Fiend realm. Zhou Xuanji wanted to sell too many treasures. Ordinary cities could not afford all of them. Chiyu Boy began to mingle with the Shiji 6 Immortals. They all decided to follow Zhou Xuanji. Chiyu Boy was a universe heaven cultivator after all. He was skilled in artifact refinement and alchemy. He was a talent that Emperor Sword Court lacked and was worth roping in. The Shiji 6 Immortals were even more so. Each of them had their own strengths. Other than connecting Heaven Level 2, they were also skilled in other areas. The Heaven Fiend realm was vast. They only arrived at the True Spirit City after half a month. The True Spirit City had the True Spirit Palace as its backing. It had a population of over 100 million and was the trading center of the entire Heaven Fiend realm. The True Spirit Palace was an overlord-class faction in the Heaven Fiend realm. It was established when the Heaven Fiend realm was born and was promoted by the Heavenly Saint. After entering the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji was stunned by the prosperity of the city. The streets were wide, and even the narrowest one was 30 meters wide. There were many buildings and people walking to and fro. There were stalls everywhere, and there were pavilions that were as tall as mountains. They were like modern skyscrapers in China, or even taller. They had an antique feel to them. It was not the Shiji Six Immortals' first time here. They brought Zhou Xuanji to the largest auction house. He had many treasures with him. Only by auctioning them could he earn the most. However, along the way, he heard a piece of news that made him frown. Chapter 583. The 5 ancestors of the True Spirit Palace had captured the tiger ancestor, who had just emerged from the heavenly Tao. They were going to invite all the heroes in the world to kill the tiger in front of everyone. When Zhou Xuanji heard the passing cultivators mention this, he frowned. No wonder there was no news of Qiuhu. He had been captured by the True Spirit Palace's 5 ancestors. After Qiuhu had submitted to him, he had been extremely loyal, making him highly valued. It seemed like he had to think of a way to save Qiuhu. However, there was still some time before the day of the tiger's death. He could auction off his treasures before that. He was indifferent and continued to follow the Shiji Six Immortals. It was also the first time Qiu Boy had come to the True Spirit City. He was very excited and looked around, but soon fell behind. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. With his cultivation, he would catch up sooner or later. Along the way, they found an inn with empty rooms. Zhou Xuanji returned to his room to rest for a while. He took out a stalk of concealment grass. After consuming it, he became invisible and rushed to the True Spirit Palace. The True Spirit Palace was located behind the True Spirit City. It occupied 10,000 miles of land and had over 100 million disciples. His speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards the most heavily guarded area. Soon he arrived at the True Spirit Palace. There were all kinds of cities all over the mountains, and there were even floating islands in the sky. Compared to the True Spirit City, it was just as prosperous. Many disciples of the True Spirit Palace were fighting under the sky, so the patrolling disciples did not see them. As one of the overlords of the Heaven Fiend domain, the True Spirit Palace did not need to be on guard. No one dared to barge in. Zhou Xuanji traveled quickly and began looking for prisons. There were many prisons in the True Spirit Palace. Some were in the air, and some were hidden underground. Most of them were living beings who had committed crimes in the True Spirit City. The city lord and the city guards were all from the True Spirit Palace. If the disciples of the True Spirit Palace had children, they would also put them in the True Spirit City, where they could live and multiply. The other side. In the dark prison, Qiuhu was chained to the wall. His body leaned forward and hung powerlessly. Blood flowed down his fingers and chin and dripped to the ground, forming a pool of blood below. He looked like he was in a coma, but he was actually trying his best to accumulate magic power. Damn it, just what kind of technique is the Heaven's Sealing Tao imprint? Why can't I summon any of my qi? Qiuhu roared in his heart. He didn't dare to make the slightest movement in case the True Spirit 5 ancestors were even more guarded against him. He also knew about the plan to unload the tiger. To put it bluntly, he wanted to dismember him in front of all the heroes of the world. Apart from boosting the prestige of the True Spirit Palace, they were also selling his organs. The Heaven Emanations domain was filled with rejection and even hostility towards the living beings of the outside world. That was why no creature would sympathize with him. Instead, they would all come to watch the show and treat him like livestock. Every time he thought of this, Qiuhu would feel a wave of sorrow. It seemed like he was going to die here. It was a pity that he did not see Zhou Xuanji's posture of climbing to the peak. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. After a while, a voice transmission suddenly entered his ears. "Are you okay?" Qiuhu's body trembled. He did not raise his head, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Because the voice came from Zhou Xuanji. After coming to the Heaven Fiend realm, He searched for Zhou Xuanji for a long time but could not find him. How was it possible for this kid to enter the depths of the True Spirit Palace? After a while, I'll come and save you. I need to sell something in the True Spirit City first. Zhou Xuanji stood in front of the prison door and continued to transmit his voice. He was in a concealed state, so Qiuhu could not see him at all. Qiuhu could not even sense his aura. Now Qiuhu was completely convinced. He did not look up and did not reply. However, he slightly nodded, causing Zhou Xuanji to smile. This fellow was quite cautious and calm. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything else and quickly left. Unbeknownst to anyone, high up in the sky, within a luxurious palace, the 5 ancestors were cultivating around a large cauldron. They simultaneously opened their eyes. Why did Qiuhu nod? He seemed to be communicating with someone. Impossible, I didn't sense any other aura. It's better to be careful. It said that after Qiuhu came to the Heaven Fiend realm, he was looking for someone. How about we move over? The 5 ancestors quickly came up with an idea. They all moved and disappeared from the palace. They came to the outside of Qiuhu's prison and continued to cultivate. Qiuhu looked up and said hatefully, "Why don't you kill me now?" He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would come to die, so he tried to provoke him. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, but the 5 ancestors were even more terrifying. This was especially so for the Heaven Sealing Dao Seal. It was almost undefeatable and could not be dodged. Facing Qiuhu's words, the 5 ancestors did not reply and focused on cultivating, treating him like livestock. Qiuhu was incredibly angry, but there was nothing he could do. After returning to the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji silently waited in his room while the Shiji 6 immortals went to contact an auction house. There were many auction houses in the True Spirit City, and there was business almost every day. Ordinary people had to queue up to auction with them. The Shiji 6 immortals all had connecting Heaven Realm to cultivation and had traveled extensively for countless years. They had quite a bit of prestige. In less than half a day, they found an auction house. Shiji 5th came to invite Zhou Xuanji. The two of them quickly came to this auction house. The person who received them was an elder wearing exquisite robes and a hoodie. He gave a warm smile and walked up and cupped his fists as he said, "Senior, you can call me Old Willow. How many treasures are you preparing to sell? Can you take them out to have a look so we can discuss the starting price?" The auction houses also wanted to sell their items, but if the price was too high, no one would bid. In the cultivation world, very few people would forcefully bid for something just to show off. Everyone was after the word profit. Zhou Xuanji walked to a long table and waved his right hand, and treasures appeared one after another. There were spirit stones, enchanted treasures, flowers, fruits, spirit water, scrolls, etc. There were 72 in total. These treasures were just the tip of the iceberg in the supreme storage, but it was enough for this auction house. Old Willow's eyes widened and he instinctively went up, his body trembling. "So many, we can open a special auction. We've struck it rich. My heavens." Old Willow was so excited that he began to speak incoherently. He could sense the boundless spirit chi contained within each treasure. The Shiji 6 immortals all looked quite pleased, while Zhou Xuanji was quite calm. Old Willow's attitude towards Zhou Xuanji became even more respectful. He started to appraise the items one by one. Zhou Xuanji did not make things difficult for him and nodded in agreement to most of them. The Shiji 6 immortals would occasionally speak, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Finally, Old Willow said seriously, "I will advertise for a few days before opening a special auction for you. We will only take 10% of the profits from the starting price. How about that?" He was very sincere and not greedy because he knew that he would definitely make a lot of money from this auction. The most important thing was Zhou Xuanji himself. To have so many treasures and to have the Shiji 6 immortals work for him, he was definitely not simple and was worth roping in. Chapter 584. After walking out of the auction house, Zhou Xuanji planned to walk around alone. As for the Shiji 6 immortals, they went to contact other auction houses. Zhou Xuanji planned to auction the treasures separately. He had already handed the treasures to the Shiji 6 immortals. He trusted them and was not worried that they would run away with the treasures. He wandered around the true spirit city without any destination in mind. Not long after, he met Chiu Boy. This guy began to set up a stall again. His voice was extremely loud, and he bragged about low-quality goods in an attempt to cheat people. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not disturb him. He was observing the true spirit city situation. He wanted to build a city like this in the future so that the disciples of Emperor Sword Court could be self-sufficient and live in peace. At the same time, he could establish connections with the Great Thousand World. He walked slowly among the crowd. Suddenly, someone bumped into his shoulder. He frowned slightly and glanced over. With his cultivation, how could he be bumped by someone? Just now, he instinctively dodged, but the other party bumped into him accurately. It was a long-haired man dressed in black. His hair was disheveled, and his back looked bleak. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji with his peripheral vision. That eye actually had a double pupil. Their eyes met, and the two stopped at the same time. This guy, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He could not see through this person. The man in black gave a meaningful smile before continuing to walk away. But Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and pressed on his shoulder. Do we know each other? The man in black did not look back and said, Zhou Xuanji, you do not have much time left. The fate that was predestined from the beginning is coming. I hope you have the ability to bear it. After that, he turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. The strangest thing was that none of the living beings that were passing by noticed this. Zhou Xuanji looked out of place. He frowned deeply and mumbled, the fate that was predestined from the beginning? How strange. Could it be that he encountered a lunatic? He turned around and continued walking, but the man in black was still in his mind. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. What was his motive? Could it be someone from the great Emperor Dao Court? Was the great Emperor Dao Court so powerful that they placed their subordinates in the Heaven Fiend realm? Or were they sent by Buddha Yongling? He thought about it as he walked. The Netherworld. On the Bridge of Helplessness, Judge Chui and a black shadow stood side by side, looking at the surging yellow spring. Magistrate Chui's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked, Really? A cold female voice floated out from the black shadow. That's right. Magistrate Chui was instantly discouraged, and he became extremely depressed. He smiled bitterly and said, I paid so much, but it was all for naught. His emotions were complicated. Even he himself could not tell if it was regret or unwillingness. Judge Chui, the higher-ups think very highly of you. Keep up the good work, and perhaps one day you will become the king of hell. The black shadow said faintly. His voice was still enough to make people feel numb. Magistrate Chui turned to look at her and asked, What will he do next? The black shadow replied, Karma will destroy him. You just have to wait quietly. If he comes looking for you again, you should know what to do. Magistrate Chui sighed instead of nodding. He looked at the yellow springs and said in a low voice, What is the meaning of cultivation? Fighting for one's life, isn't it fate? The shadow didn't reply, instead dissipating on the Bridge of Helplessness. 7 days later, Zhou Xuanji received the Heaven Fiend pills from the 2 auctions, totaling 86 million Heaven Fiend pills. He was quite satisfied. A Heaven Fiend pill contained quite a lot of spirit chi after all. Boss, what are we going to do next? Old Immortal Shiji asked excitedly. They had earned quite a lot too. They had obtained many treasures from Zhou Xuanji and sold them to the auction house. All of them were above the reserve price, which made them so happy that they could not close their mouths. Only Chiu Boy was unhappy. He did not earn much from his stall. Zhou Xuanji replied, There will be a fierce battle next. I'm going to save a subordinate. With this, Shiji's 6 immortals and Chiu Boy looked at him in astonishment. A subordinate? Didn't Zhou Xuanji come from another great thousand world? Could someone else have entered the Heaven Fiend realm with him? They suddenly thought of a name, and their expressions changed drastically. The tiger ancestor Qiuhu. He had only entered the Heaven Fiend realm recently, and the news of the tiger banquet had already spread across the true spirit city. Their hearts beat faster. The tiger ancestor was Zhou Xuanji's subordinate. They were not afraid but excited. Next, They were going to wreak havoc in the True Spirit Palace. I'm going to join the battle too. Chiyu Boy cried out excitedly, and the Shiji 6 immortals also spoke. They had a tacit understanding and did not mention Chiohu. To be able to cultivate to this day, they were naturally very smart. We'll act when the tiger banquet is about to begin, Zhou Xuanji said. He had been to the True Spirit Palace before, and it was indeed heavily guarded. To prevent any accidents, they would only act after a while. If they caused chaos, the True Spirit Palace would be even more difficult to deal with. After the Thunderclap sword leveled up to 9 extreme legendary sword, each swing of his sword consumed a lot of energy. Even with the Tianxia map to replenish his celestial energy, he had to be wary of enemies who could deal a fatal blow to him in the dark. The reason why he was so worried was mainly because of the man in black that day. The group returned to the inn. In the following period of time, they went their own ways and met again at night, just in case anyone went missing. In the blink of an eye. 3 months passed, and the True Spirit City became more and more crowded. The stone platform for the Tiger Banquet had already been built at the north of the city, and all sorts of legends about Chiohu spread throughout the city. It was as though he was a rare treasure, and his flesh could allow anyone to become an immortal with just a bite. This day, Zhou Xuanji was eating and drinking at the edge of the inn's 4th floor. From here, he could see the bustling True Spirit City. At this moment, someone walked up to him and sat down. He glanced over and saw a lady in palace attire. She had a pretty face and a dignified demeanor. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him. Zhou Xuanji, are you ready? The lady in palace attire asked calmly. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and asked, Who are you? Recently, he had met 6 people who came to him out of nowhere and asked him if he was ready to accept his fate, just like the man in black that he met previously. Each time Zhou Xuanji wanted to capture these people, they would disappear as though they were never there. He understood that he was being targeted. When you become more powerful, you will be closer to your fate. The lady in palace attire said calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Lunatics. He suddenly noticed that this lady looked so much like the great Zhou's empress. He squinted his eyes, and the lady's face began to blur. I see. This lady was not real. Could she be created by some divine ability? He fell into deep thought and ignored the lady's muttering. A while later, like the others, the lady in palace attire turned into smoke and disappeared. He took out the ancient god sword with his left hand and placed it on the table to discuss this with the souls. Sovereign Xian sighed and said, Could it be that you are being targeted by another heavenly saint? Chapter 585. Sovereign Xian's words made Zhou Xuanji think of the heavenly saint who wanted to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand. Apart from him, the other heavenly saints most likely would not target him. They had even snuck into the Heaven Fiend realm. They had put in a lot of effort. No, it's not the heavenly saint, it should be reincarnation destiny, Tao Lord Xiantian said in a low voice. Tao Master Xiantian said in a solemn tone. Reincarnation destiny. Zhou Xuanji frowned, and the other souls were shocked. What do you mean? Aren't reincarnation and destiny just rules? It's just a vague concept. Do you really think they exist? Don't scare me. If every living being's fate is determined from the start, what's the point of cultivation? Fate is changeable. It's just the current situation that determines the outcome of each decision. Those people were evidently sent to scare him. After the other souls finished speaking, Tao Lord Xiantian gloomily sighed. He continued to speak, I once saw an existence who was banished by destiny. In the end, he was betrayed by all beings and was destroyed by the heavenly law. All beings banished by destiny will have all sorts of illusions appear before their fates arrive. They will warn them to be prepared to accept the judgment of destiny. His words caused the other souls to feel even more shocked. They had not revived yet and did not want to die with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, That shouldn't be the case. The heavenly law Jade acknowledged me and wanted me to become a heavenly saint. Could it be that because he refused to become a heavenly saint, the heavenly law was going to target him? Wasn't the heavenly law supreme and did not have its own rules? That's not the case. Every living creature has their own fate when they gain consciousness. You were chased away by fate from the very beginning. Originally, you could have become a heavenly saint with your talent, but you rejected it. Perhaps this is also part of fate. You seem to have thought it over carefully, but in reality, it is all part of fate. Dao Lord Xuantian's words caused Zhou Xuanji's frown to deepen. These words made one's hairs stand on end. Didn't that mean that no matter what Zhou Xuanji thought, the final decision he made would be the same as his own? He did not know his own fate and could not deliberately deviate from it. However, he did not believe that cultivators could not escape their own fate. What you said makes a lot of sense. Didn't this kid's fate change when he was young? From then on, his talent reached an unprecedented level. Could it be that he was expelled by fate from that time? Does Xian Daoya have that ability? That's right. This doesn't make sense either. Mother, your words have caused my soul to tremble. Don't you mean that it was fate that caused me to end up like this? The soul started to discuss worriedly, and Zhou Xuanji also started to think deeply. It looked like he had to leave the Heaven Fiend domain as soon as possible. He wanted to return to the Wanshan Great Thousand as soon as possible and make his preparations. After thinking about it, he slowly got up and went to summon the Shiji Six Immortals and Qiyu Boy. Emperor's Sword Court. Amidst the mountains, Zhou Shaoxian and Xiao Jinghong were sparring. The speed of their swords was extremely fast as they fought back and forth. Their swords shone brilliantly. Looking in all directions, he could see many Emperor's Sword Court disciples practicing their swords. Zhou Xuanji had only left for a year, which was very short to them. Most of the disciples were still immersed in the lingering sound of the Grand Tao. After sparring for a while, Zhou Shaoxian stopped. Xiao Jinghong sheathed his sword and said in amazement, "Shaoxian, your talent is really amazing. You might even be able to catch up to our revered teacher." He was not joking. After sparring with Zhou Shaoxian, he could already feel the pressure. If this went on, it would not be long before Zhou Shaoxian surpassed him in the way of the sword. He inwardly sighed in amazement at how powerful his revered teacher's bloodline was. Zhou Shaoxian felt quite pleased with herself. She smiled and said, "Of course, I was born extraordinary." Xiao Jinghong shook his head and did not refute her. Following this, he turned to leave and prepared to find Meng Tunleng. He wanted to continue sparring with this rival of his and find some comfort in his heart. Zhou Shaoxian gripped her sword and began to think about what she had been lacking in. Because she had been influenced by what she had seen and heard since she was young, she truly loved swords. She had already created many sword techniques. In the northern wilderness region, they were peerless sword techniques that could dominate a region. "Come here." A woman's voice came into Zhou Xiaoshuan's ears, and she instinctively looked up. She saw a woman standing on the clouds. She wore an exquisite long dress with all sorts of jewels embedded on it. Her long hair was coiled into a golden phoenix jade hairpin, revealing her peerlessly beautiful face. Seeing her, Zhou Shaoxian felt an indescribable sense of closeness and immediately flew up. The two women quickly flew above the sea of clouds, away from the ground. Zhou Shaoxian asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I've seen you before." The woman smiled as she looked at her and said, "I have something to tell you. Your father needs your help." Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian frowned. Why would her father need her help? The difference in their cultivations was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. She instinctively became wary and asked in a low voice, "Just who are you and what do you want?" The woman smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have come to you so openly. Let me tell you about your father's past." Zhou Shaoxian looked quite confused and decided to listen to what she had to say. North of the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji, the Shiji Six Immortals, and Qiyu Boy walked towards the True Spirit Palace. He took out an concealing grass with his right hand and said, "Wait for me here." After that, he consumed the concealing grass and disappeared on the spot. Qiyu Boy looked at the Shiji Six Immortals with wide eyes and asked, "What grass is that?" The Shiji Six Immortals shook their heads. If they could completely see through Zhou Xuanji, would they still follow him? Senior is so unfathomable. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to the dungeon where Qiu Hu was. In front of the dungeon, the 5 ancestors were cultivating. They opened their eyes at the same time. Someone is contacting Chiu Hu in secret. Show yourself. Get out. Their thunderous voices reverberated throughout the dungeon. Chiu Hu, who was in the dungeon, looked up and his expression changed drastically. Following his gaze, he saw Zhou Xuanji standing in front of the 5 ancestors. Zhou Xuanji held a sword of light flickering with lightning in his right hand. It was the Thunderclap sword. He had already activated the 9-soul fusion technique. Looking at Chiu Hu, he said, "It's time to bring you back." Chiu Hu gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you doing this?" The 5 ancestors got up as well. A terrifying aura exploded out, shaking the dungeon. Even the True Spirit Palace's disciples outside could sense it. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You stupid tiger, you dare to look down on me." The 5 ancestors looked grave. They could sense that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. Especially that sword, which made their hairs stand on end. The middle-aged man in the lead raised his right palm and slammed out. A golden Dao character flew out from his palm and quickly expanded. It was 30 meters wide and quickly smashed towards Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 586. Facing the powerful heaven-sealing Dao seal, Zhou Xuanji stabbed the ground in front of him. Clang, tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded, and countless bolts of lightning intertwined with the golden characters like pythons, tearing the heaven-sealing seal apart with an extremely domineering power. The entire dungeon shook violently. Dust flew everywhere, and gravel slid down. The 5 ancestors' expressions greatly fell and they looked at Zhou Xuanji in disbelief. The heaven-sealing Dao seal had been easily broken. Chiu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Release him or die." The murderous aura caused the temperature in the dungeon to plummet. The True Spirit 5 ancestors were furious. How could they let go just like that? They immediately split up, each holding an enchanted artifact and charging toward Zhou Xuanji from different directions like lightning. A violent gale blew toward Zhou Xuanji, and the flames sped along the ground. The golden arrows pierced through the sea of flames and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He tilted his body slightly and drew his sword. Sky-dominating divine sword soul. Bang! The dungeon exploded. Lightning flashed, turning the darkness into day. Zhou Xuanji passed through the prison door with a single step and came before Chiu Hu. He picked him up and left. When Chiu Hu opened his eyes again, he found himself on a grassy plain. Zhou Xuanji passed the Wonder Blood Spirit pill to him and said, "This pill was given to me by an old friend. It can help you recover from your injuries in a few breaths." Hearing this, Chiu Hu immediately put the Wonder Blood Spirit pill into his mouth. This pill was given to Zhou Xuanji by Great Emperor Wang during the war between the 2 worlds. At this time, 5 figures with terrifying auras descended, causing green waves to appear on the grassland, and the forest in the distance shook violently. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Seems like you really want to die." These words almost caused the 5 True Spirit ancestors to explode. More and more experts from the True Spirit Palace gathered. The previous explosion was so earth-shattering that everyone in the True Spirit City could hear it. Shiji 6 Immortals and Chiyu Boy quickly came behind Zhou Xuanji and faced the True Spirit Palace together. Zhou Xuanji raised the Thunderclap sword, which flashed with lightning. His face looked incredibly grave and stern under the light. He was like a god of death. "This is the Thunderclap sword. Prepare to die." Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the rumbling of heavenly thunder suddenly became louder. He activated the terrifying power of the Thunderclap sword. Rumble. Thunderclouds gathered and the sky changed color. The 5 ancestors quickly spread out, surrounding Zhou Xuanji and the others, and they immediately got into a formation. A pentagonal golden pillar of light rose up, trapping Zhou Xuanji and the others within. Chiu Hu, who had just recovered from his injuries, gritted his teeth and said, "They want to use the heaven-sealing Dao seal again. Can you crack it?" Zhou Xuanji saved him, and this gave him a glimmer of hope. This kid has become stronger again. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stabbed toward the sky. A beam of light followed the thunderclap sword and soared into the sky, breaking through the rolling thunderclouds. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, bombarding everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Boom, 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 mountains were smashed into smithereens. The grasslands and forests were scorched black and razed to the ground. Countless disciples of the true Spirit Palace were killed in both body and soul, and miserable screams could be heard continuously. The expressions of the 5 true spirit ancestors changed drastically, and they all tried to dodge the lightning. However, the lightning was too dense and one of them was instantly turned into ashes. In less than a breath's time, the 5 ancestors had been completely annihilated. One of the ancestors wanted to escape underground, but he could not dodge the terrifying lightning. In the eyes of Chiu Hu, the Shiji 6 immortals, and Chiu Boy, they felt heavenly might descend, and everything around them turned into nothingness. They were dumbfounded and felt their scalps go numb. What kind of power was this? Even Chiu Boy, who had seen the might of the thunderclap sword on the Heaven Fiend Star Island, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was too terrifying. Facing such power, who would not be afraid? Zhou Xuanji slashed out with his sword and slashed out a crack, bringing everyone into the void. The spatial crack also disappeared. They quickly escaped. In the darkness, they followed the thunderclap sword's lightning. Chiu Boy sighed in amazement. So domineering. He was completely convinced by Zhou Xuanji. He was even more powerful than his master. Chiu, who was incredibly excited, and asked, "Master, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" Zhou Xuanji gave a mysterious smile and said, "I've always been this powerful." In that battle, he had also used world internalization, and the magic energy in his body almost caused his body to explode. He had to find a place to hide and prepare to break through. Inside the Heavenly Saint Palace, Buddha Yang Ling frowned and looked at the black shadow in front of him. "Really?" he asked. The black shadow was burning like a raging flame. Its body twisted, and its face could not be seen clearly. "Yes," it replied with a hoarse voice, "it's all thanks to your heavenly law Jade that his destiny was accelerated." Buddha Yang Ling fell into deep thought. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be someone banished by destiny. He could not help but think of the last person who had such a destiny. No wonder he wanted to become an overlord saint. It's all part of heaven's will. Buddha Yang Ling sighed. His heart became heavy. So what if he was a heavenly saint? He could not defeat heaven's will. He looked at the black shadow and asked, "What do you need me to do?" The black shadow said, "Warn old ancestor Hongsher not to help Zhou Xuanji anymore, or else his position as a saint will be in danger." Buddha Yang Ling frowned and asked further, "Why don't you go yourself?" Old ancestor Hongsher had a fiery temper, and he did not want to be scolded. "This is to accumulate merit for you." The black shadow disappeared from the palace. Buddha Yang Ling heard him, and his face turned extremely unsightly. In the void, Zhou Xuanji broke through to connecting heaven level 2, and his cultivation was still growing. Chiu Hu, Shiji 6 immortals, Chiu Boy, Demon God Tianwu, and Demon God Jihuang were waiting around him. They were cultivating too. The void was silent. In the end, Zhou Xuanji did not break through to all 3 levels of connecting heaven, but he was very close to it. After the breakthrough, they continued on their journey toward Wanshan Great Thousand. Soon, they came out from the dark void and came to the vast starry sky. Chiu Hu pointed in a direction and said, "Wanshan Great Thousand is over there." The group immediately flew toward that direction. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji felt uneasy. He felt that something big was about to happen. He turned to Chiu Hu and asked, "Do you know what being banished by destiny means?" Chiu Hu was a little stunned. He replied with a frown, "A long time ago, an incredibly powerful being was banished by destiny. He was the only overlord saint since ancient times. All the heavenly saints combined could not defeat him. In the end, driven by destiny, he was dealt with by the fate of all beings and was destroyed by the heavenly law." Zhou Xuanji was stunned and asked, "What do you mean? Driven by destiny? Could it be that destiny could control all beings?" Chiu Hu said hesitantly, "I don't know the specifics. I don't remember that catastrophe clearly. It might be the doing of the heavenly law. Memory wiping. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of this. After the war between two worlds, the heavenly saints would also wipe the memories of the victors. Could it be from the heavenly law? Chapter 587. Qiu Hu's words sent Zhou Xuanji into countless fantasies. He even imagined the scene of all beings being manipulated by fate to deal with him together. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. He was not afraid of becoming enemies with all living beings, but he was afraid that the people around him would also be controlled. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence and began to think of a solution. The Shiji Six Immortals and Qiu Boy were very curious about what Qiu Hu had said and started to ask. They continued on their way towards Wanshan Great Thousand. After a long while, a powerful aura came from ahead, which brought Zhou Xuanji's thoughts back to reality. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Here it comes again." He thought that it was the phantom of fate from before that had come to advise him to accept his fate. But that was not the case. It was Gu Tianxia. He also noticed Zhou Xuanji and the others and instinctively wanted to avoid them. However, his gaze suddenly fell on Zhou Xuanji, and his expression changed as he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. "Stop!" Qiu Boy shouted. His voice was overbearing and he did not put Gu Tianxia in his eyes at all. Zhou Xuanji took a closer look and felt that this person was very familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't this Gu Tianxia? Not only did he grow a pair of eyes, but he also became younger. He said, "It's okay, I know him." He was shocked when he found out that Gu Tianxia had been resurrected and even suppressed the three prodigies of the Abyss Pearl mainland. It seemed like this guy was really talented. He looked carefully and found that this guy's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Universe Heaven realm. He broke through really quickly. Gu Tianxia flew up to Zhou Xuanji and smiled, "Long time no see." He sized up Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in his eyes. He actually couldn't see through this kid's cultivation. Incredible! No wonder the old beggar praised him so much. "Where are you going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not know that Gu Tianxia had already become his junior brother. Gu Tianxia replied, "I'm looking for a fortuitous encounter and preparing to head into the depths of the void." "You want to return to Wanshan Great Thousand? I advise you to be careful. Heavenly Lord Xiantai, who wanted to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand, has already come out of seclusion. It won't be long before he attacks the Wanshan Great Thousand again." Heavenly Master Xiantai. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that something was off. Why did Emperor Xiantai suddenly come out of seclusion at this critical juncture? Could it be that he was being manipulated by fate and was prepared to deal with him? Gu Tianxia could tell that Ning Ke was worried. He said meaningfully, "Sometimes, you can give up some things. No matter how strong a cultivator is, he can't be completely safe." After that, Gu Tianxia flew past Zhou Xuanji and quickly disappeared into the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant but did not take it to heart. The group continued forward. "Who is that kid? I feel that there's an extremely terrifying power hidden within his body." Qiu Hu asked out of curiosity, and the Shiji Six Immortals also looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Gu Tianxia, an extremely talented genius." Everyone was shocked. For Zhou Xuanji to call him extremely talented, he was definitely not simple. After returning to the Wanshan Great Thousand, Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly went to where Emperor Sword Court was. Emperor Sword Court was still safe and sound. Zhou Xuanji led out Jiang Shui and Daoya Old Man, and he gathered the higher-ups of Emperor Sword Court together. He first introduced the Shiji Six Immortals and Qiu Boy. Upon learning that the Shiji Six Immortals were all strong practitioners in the reaching heaven state, the crowd was astonished. Following this, Zhou Xuanji began to give out heaven fiend pills. Apart from Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the other 20 million disciples each received a heaven fiend pill. Everyone curiously asked where he was going. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them about what had happened during this period of time. Along the way, he would have the Shiji Six Immortals, Qiu Boy, and Qiu Hu interject. Hearing this, everyone continuously gasped. They had never thought that while they had been peacefully training, Zhou Xuanji had experienced so many things. Zhou Xuanji also told them about how he had been banished by destiny, causing everyone to fall silent. Even Qiu Hu, the Shiji Six Immortals, and Qiu Boy looked at him in shock. No wonder he had asked about this before. How could it be like this? Could it be that I did not change destiny well back then? Daoya Old Man's expression was unsightly as he said with gritted teeth. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand, her eyes filled with worry, but she did not say anything. Beixiao Wangjian scratched his head and asked, "Is there no other way to escape this destiny?" Under the heavenly law, most creatures believed in destiny. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He had not thought of any other way. In other words, we might be controlled by destiny to deal with you? Huang Lianxin asked carefully. As soon as she said that, everyone's expressions changed. They could not help but shudder at the thought of that possibility. The most horrifying thing was that after this, they might not remember this and might even forget about Zhou Xuanji. If not for Zhou Xuanji, how could they have come this far? Hearing this, Jiang Shui became even more nervous. She suddenly remembered that Zhou Xuanji had told her how to never forget him. She did not dare to imagine what would happen if she forgot Zhou Xuanji. There's no need to be too nervous. According to the Lord, there's still some time before the punishment of destiny. The stronger he is, the closer he will be to being banished by destiny. We still have time to think of a countermeasure. Qiu Hu said, comforting everyone. He thought of the old immortal and was about to ask him. Zhou Xuanji also spoke, telling everyone to calm down and continue to develop Emperor Sword Court. Everyone could only give up, but their hearts were shrouded in a layer of shadow. After the meeting was dismissed, Zhou Xuanji saw that Zhou Shaoxian had not left yet. The girl's head was lowered and looked depressed. No one knew what she was thinking about. He walked over, caressed her head, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shaoxian looked up with tearful eyes and said, "There was someone who came to find me before. She wanted me to tell you to be prepared to accept your fate. She wanted me to advise you to leave the area of the heavenly Tao and flee into the void. Only then would you be able to avoid the calamity." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked curiously, "Who is she? Why are they looking for you?" Jiang Shui walked over and asked, "How long ago?" Daoya Old Man pinched his fingers and divined. Then he coughed up blood. The Shiji Six Immortals were so shocked that they hurriedly helped him up. "I don't know who she is, just a few days ago." Zhou Shaoxian shook her head. She raised her right hand and a light mirror appeared in her palm. The woman's face was reflected in the mirror. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed into shock. Jiang Shui frowned and asked, "Do you know her?" For some reason, she felt that this woman looked very similar to Zhou Xuanji at first glance. It was as if they were made from the same mold. Could it be, she is my birth mother? Zhou Xuanji's expression was complicated. He suddenly felt that things were much deeper than he had imagined. Lady Zhao Xian didn't die? Or did his soul not reincarnate after his death? Xian. Daoya Old Man cried out in shock and ran over immediately. Looking at the light mirror in Zhou Xiaoshuan's palm, his body trembled in disbelief. Zhou Shaoxian and Jiang Shui looked at each other in shock. Could it be that Grandma isn't dead? Zhou Shaoxian asked in surprise. This meant that this woman had no ill intentions and was really here to help. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 588. First, build a teleportation gate here, and put the other gate into the Lotus World. Zhou Xuanji instructed, and Shiji Six Immortals took action immediately. Although they did not understand the situation, they understood that Zhou Xuanji was in danger and could leave at any time. Building a portal would allow them to keep in touch. Soon, only Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and Daoya Old Man were left on the mountain. Zhou Xuanji looked at Daoya Old Man, who was still in a daze, and sighed faintly. He then told Daoya Old Man about Xian Daoya. After he finished speaking, Daoya Old Man collapsed on the ground. His face was pale as though he had lost his soul. "I'm actually a clone," he said with a bitter smile. "I've been fighting against fate all my life. I didn't expect myself to be a chess piece too." A great sorrow took over his heart. It threw him into the abyss instantly. No one would feel good if they knew the truth. Zhou Shaoxian comforted him. "Grand teacher, don't think so much. At least you are still alive. Isn't that a good thing? You should not even exist. Now that Xiandaoya is so scared by father that he peed in his pants. After father kills him, you will be the original one. Daoya old man's eyes glowed. That made sense. The more it was so, the stronger he had to be. Now that Zhou Xuanji was in a desperate situation, he could not be a burden. He took a deep breath and stood up slowly. It seems like your fate is related to Xiandaoya. As long as we capture him, there will be a way to break your fate, he said. As for leaving the heavenly law's range, it was extremely dangerous. It was akin to seeking death. Even the heavenly saints did not dare to leave recklessly. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, after the portal is built, I will look for a senior. He might have a way to break it. He asked Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxin to stay behind and take care of Daoya old man. After that, he found Qiuhu and asked about Xiandaoya's whereabouts. Qiuhu did not know either, but he was willing to bring Zhou Xuanji to the great Emperor Dao court. He knew where the leader of the great Emperor Dao court was. Previously, Zhou Xuanji was not powerful enough, so he did not provoke him. But now, he had the 9 extreme legendary sword in his hand. 7 days later, Shiji's 6 immortals built the portal. At the same time, they also built another portal in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. At this point, the Divine Cliff, Emperor Sword Court, and Skyfall were all connected to the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Zhou Xuanji and Qiuhu first went to find the great Emperor Dao court. According to Qiuhu, the great Emperor Dao court was closer to them than the old deity. They advanced at full speed and arrived at the ocean where the great Emperor Dao court was in less than half a day. Qiuhu frowned and said, they have already left. Zhou Xuanji used his divine sense to scan the ocean below and found that it was unfathomably deep. There was not a single creature within. Although the entire ocean was turbulent, it was lifeless. How sly! I wonder where those fellows ran off to. He understood the great Emperor Dao court very well. This group of fellows must have some ulterior motive for leaving together. After all, the existences of the great Emperor Dao court were all extremely prideful. If there was nothing special, they were not even afraid of exposing their whereabouts. No matter how many enemies came, they had a way to kill them. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, then let's go back. The great Emperor Dao court's departure was most likely not targeted at him. It was most likely because of Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Qiuhu nodded, and the two of them turned and left. Not long after they left, the ocean began to sink at a visible rate. Strands of steam rose into the air. Looking down from above, a gigantic black face gradually appeared in the boundless ocean. That black face looked so hideous and horrifying. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji and Qiuhu came to the temple. Qiuhu cupped his fist and said, Senior, we have something to ask. Zhou Xuanji bowed and waited for the old immortal's reply. The temple's gate opened suddenly, and the old immortal and the old beggar walked out side by side. Seeing the old beggar, Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, Why are you here? He sounded a little resentful. He almost thought that the old beggar had forgotten about this disciple of his. The old beggar was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and laughed, to ask this guy for help. Zhou Xuanji asked, Is it for Su Qing? The old beggar nodded and did not continue. The old immortal looked at Zhou Xuanji with a solemn expression and sighed, I did not expect you to be someone banished by destiny. This is not good. Even the Overlord Saint cannot defeat the heavenly might and destiny. This situation is almost certain death for you. Qiuhu said with a frown, Didn't you say that I can escape from the heavenly law's range? The old immortal shook his head and replied, He even offended someone who surpassed the heavenly saints. He's waiting for him at the boundary of the heavenly law. Qiuhu fell silent and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange gaze. He really wanted to ask, How did you offend so many enemies? Zhou Xuanji fell into silence as well. He was not too flustered. He had experienced such a situation of certain death before. But this time, the situation was bigger. Think about it carefully. Since you were born, who schemed against you? Other than Xiandaoya, that guy is not worth mentioning. He's not powerful enough to change destiny, the old beggar said. He sounded carefree, but deep in his eyes, there was concern. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Other than my destiny being changed since I was young, I have encountered countless enemies." He suddenly thought of something. His transmigration identity. Ever since he was born, he had memories of his previous life. Most importantly, he had never heard of Earth in the Great Thousand World. Could it be that Earth did not come from the heavenly law? The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. There are only two paths before you. Either you stop cultivating, or you work hard to become more powerful and fight against destiny, the old immortal said as he stroked his long beard. The old immortal said as he stroked his long beard and stared at Zhou Xuanji. He looked unprecedentedly serious. The old beggar threw him a stare and cursed, "Fight against destiny? You can think of that. He will be consigned to eternal damnation." The old immortal asked back, "Then what do you have in mind?" The old beggar fell silent. He really could not think of a way. He even came to ask how to save Su Qing. At this moment he felt sorrow welling up in his heart. In the end he could not protect all of his disciples. Mo Jiuqing, Su Qing, and Zhou Xuanji were the same. "Didn't you tell me to find you after I reached Universe Heaven Level 18? Now, I'm connecting Heaven Level 2, Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xuanji asked. Between waiting for death and fighting with his life on the line, he did not hesitate. The old immortal nodded and said, "Summon all of your demon god bodies. I will help you refine your body and help you step onto the path of pursuing the Overlord Saint." Overlord Saint? The old beggar opened his eyes wide. He suddenly thought of the Overlord Saint in the past. That guy's ending was extremely pitiful. But when he was about to speak, he could not. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's calm and determined expression, he was a little dazed. "Are you really ready?" he asked with a complicated tone. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 589. Zhou Xuanji looked at the old beggar and shrugged as he said, "I've been hearing this so much lately that my ears have grown calluses. Whether I'm prepared or not, I'll have to face it. I'm always prepared for any battle." The old beggar was moved by his eyes and said with a smile, "That's right. As my disciple, you can't be a coward." Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not reply. "Come on, you just kept pouring cold water on me." Qiu Hu could not help but complain, his tone filled with disdain. He couldn't stand the sight of the old beggar. In his eyes, the old immortal was more like Zhou Xuanji's teacher. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji took out demon god Tianwu, demon god Nanming, demon ancestor, and demon god Jihuang. The bodies of the four demon gods exuded a domineering aura. Their faces were ferocious and they exuded a boundless, baleful aura. The old beggar's expression changed. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to have already obtained 4 demon god clones. "Looks like you have a lot of secrets on you. To be able to refine 4 demon gods into doppelgangers, such a method is very rare." The old immortal said intently, while the old beggar was also sizing up Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that this kid had another master? This was the first time Qiu Hu had seen him take out 4 demon god bodies at once. The old immortal waved his right hand and a huge black cauldron appeared in front of him, causing Qiu Hu and the old beggar to retreat in shock. "Bring your avatar into the cauldron. It will be very painful. Of course, I believe you can endure it." The old immortal chuckled. His serious expression disappeared and he became kind again. Zhou Xuanji nodded and brought the 4 demon god clones into the cauldron. Qiu Hu sat down on the ground. The old beggar looked at the old deity and said, "We have already agreed on what happened before. Don't forget." With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. The old immortal stopped him and asked, "You don't care about Zhou Xuanji? He's also your disciple and he's told me a lot about the interactions between the two of you. I can tell that he respects you a lot." Hearing this, the old beggar trembled and his body stiffened. He sighed and said, "I don't have a clone, so I'm really powerless. Moreover, you're here. You're equivalent to his master." With that he left without hesitation. He had so many disciples, but during critical moments, he could only take care of one. Looking at him leave, Qiu Hu curled his lips and harumphed, "Didn't he just make master your disciple?" He could not understand why the old beggar would abandon Zhou Xuanji. Could there be other disciples more important than Zhou Xuanji? The old immortal shook his head and smiled. He is indeed a good master. He is more suitable than me. The old beggar could communicate with his disciple with his true feelings, but he couldn't. In his eyes, everyone was equal, including Zhou Xuanji. He only felt that Zhou Xuanji had the potential to go to the Kunlun origin court. Qiu Hu glanced at the old immortal and muttered, "You don't mean it." Why did the old immortal not treat him as well as Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji and the 4 demon gods came to a place with many volcanoes. Thunderclouds covered the sky and torrential rain poured down. However, it was unable to extinguish the raging flames in the surroundings. The rain fell into the streams of lava and gave rise to bursts of charred smoke. Zhou Xuanji and the demon gods' bodies were hit by the rain, and he muttered, "This is the world within the cauldron?" He subconsciously looked at the intersecting magma rivers beside him. Could it be that he was going to use them to temper his body? At this moment his expression changed. The rain became scalding hot. Even his powerful body turned red from the impact. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been melted instantly. He did not use his celestial energy to protect his body but accepted the rain calmly. Since it was body tempering, how could he resist? The 4 demon gods' bodies did not move and accepted the rain quietly. Zhou Xuanji, fighting against destiny and the heavenly law is a path of no return for you. You will suffer unimaginable pain, and you might even face eternal loneliness. Remember, the more pain you can endure, the more power you will gain. The old immortal's voice resounded across the heavens and earth. It was majestic and indifferent, like the might of the heavens. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but engraved the old immortal's words in his heart. His black hair was drenched by the scalding rain. He sat down with his legs crossed and channeled the world Buddha art. The old immortal began to chant the great Tao's voice. The rain grew hotter. In a short while, Zhou Xuanji was covered in blood, and the 4 demon gods' bodies began to tear. Even with the great Tao's voice by his ears, Zhou Xuanji was still tortured by the extreme pain. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Outside the black cauldron, the old immortal sat on the door sill and sighed faintly. He had once planned a perfect path for Zhou Xuanji's development. It was a pity that he did not divine Zhou Xuanji's fate. "Senior, what are the chances of him defeating destiny?" Qiu Hu asked from the side. The old immortal was silent for a while before replying, "If it were anyone else, there would be no chance. But if it's him, the chances are minuscule." Qiu Hu was stunned and asked in astonishment, "Why?" Minuscule sounded hopeless, but it represented a glimmer of hope. "Because I believe in him." The old immortal smiled as he reminisced. He began to recall the time he spent with Zhou Xuanji. In the vast starry sky, old ancestor Hongshe and heavenly lord Xiantai stood opposite each other. Their faces were cold. "The enemy is just outside, and you still want to fight among yourselves?" Old ancestor Hongshe asked with a deep voice. His tone was filled with rage. Heavenly Lord Xiantai replied indifferently, "I'm not satisfied until I destroy Wanshan Great Thousand. If you want to stop me, then I will remove your heavenly saint title. With one less heavenly saint, we will be stronger." Just when he finished speaking, a black hole appeared behind him, and a black silhouette stepped out slowly. That person looked exactly like Heavenly Lord Xiantai, but his body was pitch black like a shadow. Old ancestor Hongshe's expression changed drastically. "You are using that power," he cried out in shock. "Are you crazy?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai laughed maniacally. "Hongshe, can't you see it clearly? The heavenly law is about to be destroyed. 9 is the limit. Destiny has begun interfering, and everything will return to the cycle of reincarnation. The battle between the heavenly saints is our only chance of survival." After that, the entire starry sky turned into extreme darkness. Countless stars disappeared. Heavenly Venerable Xiantai split into countless clones that surrounded old ancestor Hongshe. The black silhouette grew taller quickly and looked down at old ancestor Hongshe. Old ancestor Hongshe took a deep breath. A gigantic red lion head formed above his head and roared furiously in the dark void. A golden beam of light shot out from the darkness at an extremely fast speed. Old ancestor Hongshi glanced over and was pleasantly surprised. The next second, his expression changed suddenly. He quickly dodged the golden beam's attack. Yang Ling, what are you trying to do? Old ancestor Hongshi roared furiously. His voice was trembling. Buddha Yang Ling came over on his lotus throne, radiating with boundless radiance. He stared at old ancestor Hongshi expressionlessly and said, Hongshi, you are too willful and reckless. You will die sooner or later. I am here to take your soul and reincarnate you in the next cycle. Old ancestor Hongshi almost exploded in anger. This guy dared to betray him. Chapter 590. In the face of Patriarch Hongshi's anger, Buddha Yang Ling shook his head. He quickly flew up. In the blink of an eye, he reached the same height as the Black Shadow. He looked down at old ancestor Hongshi and said, Hongshi, you are the heavenly saint who is the least like a heavenly saint. You do not meet the standards of the heavenly Tao's rules. I have advised you many times to not interfere with the matters of the masses, but you did not listen. Back then, nurturing saint contenders went against the heavenly Tao. Today, the celestial and I will join hands to exterminate you. If there is a next life, don't try to prove your Tao. You are only fit to be immortal. After saying that, he raised his right hand and grabbed at ancestor Hongshi. Ancestor Hongshi was infuriated. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. That was the case. Then let's go all out and have a great battle. In the world of the Black Cauldron, Zhou Xuanji and the demon gods were still being battered by the scorching rain. At a glance, they looked like skeletons covered in flesh and blood, looking incredibly eerie. The old immortal's voice of the great Tao continued. Zhou Xuanji was already used to the pain. It could even be said that he was numb to it. His mind fell into an unprecedented state of tranquility. At this moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly came. Wind blades that were visible to the naked eye attacked his body, scraping away his flesh and causing him to frown slightly. Boundless spiritual energy gathered around him, along with all sorts of fragrant smells. After entering his body, his pain lessened slightly, and his flesh began to heal at a visible rate. He, who was originally numb, felt the pain again. What is worse than death? Right now he was. But he still persisted. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die like this. What about the heavenly Tao? What about fate? Since they dared to let him die, then he would pierce through everything. He communicated with the sword spirit in his mind. Sword spirit, is this situation really unsolvable for me? The supreme legendary sword system was said to be formed by serendipity from the world's beginning. Perhaps it was because of it that Zhou Xuanji was banished by destiny. Swordmaster, are you afraid? The sword spirit asked. His tone was as emotionless as ever. Zhou Xuanji replied, I'm not afraid, but everything around me tells me that I will die for sure. I need confirmation. Although the old immortal was very calm, he could clearly tell that the old immortal also felt that he had a slim chance of survival. As for the old beggar, he might have already given up on him. He didn't blame the old beggar because he hadn't repaid him yet. For the old beggar, he also had the most important person. If it were Zhou Xuanji, if he could only choose one person to protect, he would choose Jiang Shui without hesitation. In the mortal world, no matter how high one's cultivation was, the word love was engraved in one's bones and heart. You are the Sword Emperor. No matter what danger you face, you will destroy it with one sword. If one sword is not enough, you will destroy it with 10,000 swords. If 10,000 swords are still not enough, you will use 1,000,000 swords. This is your original belief. Have you forgotten? The sword spirit replied. Its words made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes suddenly. The wind blade pierced towards his eyes. His purple eyes shone with a strange light. The wind blades melted as soon as they got close to his eyes. That's right. I don't need to care about what others think. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His tone became extremely determined. So what if it was fate? In the blink of an eye. 5 years passed. The Wanshan Great Thousand had already survived the apocalypse. All living beings were reproducing and the various sects were also developing at their own pace. On this day, golden lotuses and countless red hairs suddenly rained down from the sky, covering the entire Wanshan Great Thousand. It was the same for all the mortal realms connected to Wanshan Great Thousand. The golden lotuses descended, and Hongshur fell. Out of the 8 heavenly law saints, another one was eliminated. In the forest, Si Mingyan and Xian Daoya looked up. What's going on? Another heavenly saint has fallen? Xian Daoya asked in astonishment. He had experienced the fall of a heavenly saint before, and it was the same vision. Si Mingyan's expression changed slightly, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He immediately understood who had fallen. Old ancestor Hongshur. How can it be? He's so powerful. How can he fall? Si Mingyan's chest heaved up and down. His eyes turned red instantly as though they were filled with blood. Old ancestor Hongshur would always protect the geniuses that he valued. It was the same for him and Zhou Xuanji. Seeing his reaction, Xian Daoya immediately understood. Old ancestor Hongshur has fallen. Could it be? Xian Daoya immediately thought of many possibilities, and his expression changed drastically. The heavenly saints were fighting among themselves. Now there were only 7 heavenly saints left. At this moment, footsteps came from behind them. Xian Daoya turned around and cried out in shock with his eyes wide open, "It's you!" The person who came was a man wearing a black robe and a hood. He had a handsome face and strands of white hair. His eyes were deep, and there were 2 intersecting crescent moons between his brows. "Xian Daoya, long time no see," he said with a smile. He turned to look at Si Mingyan and said with a smile, "Hey, do you want to take revenge for old ancestor Hongshur? Do you want to become the next heavenly saint?" Xian Daoya's expression changed. He was a little nervous. Si Mingyan turned to look at the black-robed man and asked, "Who are you?" He instinctively scanned the other party with his divine sense but realized that he could not see through him. "My surname is Ren. As for my name, I have many. I like people to call me Ren Niming," the black-robed man said with a smile. His eyes sparkled and he gave off a shrewd feeling. In the Black Cauldron's world, a stream of violet qi descended from the sky and entered Zhou Xuanji's body. He opened his eyes and said in shock, "This is heavenly law violet qi. Why would another stream of heavenly law violet qi descend? This is old ancestor Hongshur's saint position. He gifted this heavenly law violet qi to you to give you a chance of survival." The old immortal's voice came. His tone was incredibly calm. "What about him?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Sage Daojing had only handed over the heavenly law violet qi after leaving Wanshan Great Thousand. Could it be that old ancestor Hongshur was going to follow in Sage Daojing's footsteps? "He's already fallen." Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted, as if he had heard wrongly. "Fallen? How could it be? Even if he encountered Heavenly Lord Xiantai, they should be evenly matched. Between heavenly saints, it was impossible for them to kill each other in a one-on-one battle. Unless old ancestor Hongshur was attacked by many heavenly saints. I don't know why he fell, but a catastrophe is coming, and even the heavenly saints have fallen. It seems that the danger you are facing is beyond your imagination," the old immortal continued. In other words, Zhou Xuanji would have to face all of the heavenly saints. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. He did not have a good impression of old ancestor Hongshur, but this guy gave him the heavenly law violet qi before he fell, which made him feel bad. He took a deep breath and asked, "Is my body powerful enough?" 5 years passed. His body was constantly being reconstructed. The boiling rain, wind blades, magma, and billions of lightning bolts transformed his body. He did not know how powerful he was, but he could feel that he was reborn. "Wait a little longer. You can contact your people and prepare to escape," the old immortal replied. These words made Zhou Xuanji's expression change slightly. He immediately closed his eyes and focused on the world in the lotus. Chapter 591. Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff moved very quickly. Especially after hearing that the heavenly saint wanted to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand, they were all afraid that they would fall behind. In the Black Cauldron's world, Zhou Xuanji used his consciousness to communicate with the world in the lotus while enduring the pain of body tempering. He could look down at the entire world in the lotus. The tens of millions of people had already begun to disperse and find their own places to cultivate. He had planted many natural treasures in the world in the lotus, and the spiritual qi was abundant. It was not inferior to the Wanshan Great Thousand. After confirming that the situation was stable, Zhou Xuanji continued to focus on tempering his body. While he was suffering, the Wanshan Great Thousand faced a catastrophe. He couldn't care less and didn't want to think about it anymore. Heavenly Venerable Xiantai floated above the sea of clouds as countless meteorites flew past him, smashing towards Wanshan Great Thousand. His face was expressionless and his eyes were indifferent. Behind him stood a black shadow whose facial features and figure were exactly the same as his. The black shadow asked, "What? Can't bear it?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai did not reply, but his eyes betrayed him. The enmity between him and Venerable Daojing should really be paid by the Wanshan Great Thousand? For some unknown reason, after old ancestor Hongshi's death, his heart began to soften, and he was no longer as ruthless as before. Sage Daojing and old ancestor Hongshi's heavenly law violet qi is on that person called Zhou Xuanji. Spread this news and make Wanshan Great Thousand fight among themselves. We can even spread this news to other Great Thousand worlds and make other heavenly saints and saint contenders fight over it. The black shadow continued. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Xiantai nodded slightly. He did not hate Zhou Xuanji too much, but this would save Wanshan Great Thousand from being exterminated. Everyone listen up. Zhou Xuanji has 2 heavenly law violet qi. If you obtain one, you can become a saint. Heavenly Lord Xuantia's voice resounded throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand. At the same time, the descending meteorites disappeared. As long as I become a saint, I can stand above all living beings and no longer be controlled by the catastrophe. His voice was very calm, causing the hearts of all living beings in the calamity to tremble. Sainthood. The next moment, the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was in an uproar. The Wanshan Great Thousand had been through so many hardships recently, and all the living beings were holding their breaths. They wanted to rise. They were no longer willing to wait for death and despair. Now, the Wanshan Great Thousand was in a frenzy to find Zhou Xuanji. Emperor Sword Court and Divine Cliff were the first to be targeted. Very soon, everyone discovered that Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff had disappeared. Where did Emperor Sword Court go? Zhou Xuanji must have escaped. Damn it. He even said that he was going to use his sword to save the world. Utter bullshit. They must have left Wanshan Great Thousand. What do I do? My chance to become a sage is gone. For a time, the Center God province became the target of public criticism. Zhou Xuanji did not know about this, and even if he knew, he would not care. In front of the temple, Heavenly Lord Xuantia's sudden appearance startled Qiu Hu so much that he stood up. The old immortal was still sitting on the doorsill, calm and collected. He was not at all moved by Heavenly Lord Xuantia's arrival. You want to protect him? Heavenly Lord Xiantai asked expressionlessly. It was obvious that he knew the old immortal. The old immortal replied calmly, No, I'm just fulfilling my promise to him. He will come out soon. Heavenly Lord Xiantai narrowed his eyes and said, What exactly are you planning? The old immortal and the old beggar were still seniors to these heavenly saints. Even if he hadn't become a sage, Heavenly Lord Xiantai wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. It's not that I'm planning anything, but you are being schemed against. The old immortal smiled faintly. His words were like a knife that pierced Heavenly Lord Xuantia's heart. Heavenly Lord Xuantia's expression changed drastically. When old ancestor Hongshi died, he sensed that something was amiss. He felt that everything was too strange. But there was a reason for it. It was because Sage Daojing provoked him that he was enraged. But why was he so vengeful? He even took revenge on the people of Wanshan Great Thousand. This was the demeanor of a heavenly saint. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist. Please enlighten me. Qiu Hu swallowed his saliva. A heavenly saint bowed to the old immortal. Domineering. Too domineering. The old immortal shook his head and said, Actually, you know what's going on. Who else can control a heavenly saint? Boom! A bolt of lightning descended. But when it neared the temple, it was blocked by a formless energy and dissipated in the air. Heavenly Lord Xiantai took a deep breath and immediately understood what he meant. Thank you. Heavenly Lord Xiantai left after saying this. In the blink of an eye, he left Wanshan Great Thousand. He could already feel fear. In the Black Cauldron's world, Zhou Xuanji was still undergoing the tempering of his body. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 356 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Connecting Heaven, Sky Destroyer, Celestial Shaking, Hell God Sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind. He did not open his eyes but continued to cultivate. In 5 years he had obtained 12 legendary swords. The highest grade was Connecting Heaven, and the lowest was Gold. Although they were not very helpful to his power, it was good to have a few more. Boom! He broke through to Connecting Heaven level 3. The tempering of his body did not help his cultivation much, but he was already close to breaking through. In 5 years I will let you out. The next 5 years will be truly painful. The old immortal's voice sounded in his ears. He did not even open his eyes. Pain was nothing to him. As long as he could become more powerful. Boom! At this moment, the ground shook violently. A horrifying pressure descended from the sky, and he looked up in shock. He saw a fiery glow in the sky. Billowing flames billowed out, shaking everyone's heart. At a glance, there was no end to the sea of flames. This is... Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. He thought of a possibility, and his scalp turned numb. Boom! The boundless sea of flames descended suddenly, as though the sky had collapsed. The heavens and the earth merged together, covering Zhou Xuanji and the demon gods. The cauldron turned into a sea of flames that burned everything. Outside the cauldron, Qiu Hu looked at the black cauldron with cold sweat on his forehead. Is he really okay? He asked with gritted teeth. The black cauldron was visibly burned red, and the surrounding space was distorted from the heat. The old immortal said calmly, "This is nirvana. If it were you, you would die, but not him." Qiu Hu did not feel humiliated but worried for Zhou Xuanji. Gradually, thunderclouds gathered in the sky above the Taoist temple and surged ceaselessly. It was as though the end of the world was coming. The old immortal looked up and laughed softly. Seems like someone can no longer sit still. Qiu Hu looked up as well. He could sense an extremely powerful aura levitating above the Wanshan Great Thousand's 33 heavens. It was looking down at the world and observing the world. He frowned and asked, "What's his cultivation stage?" The old immortal replied, "Saint Contender. He's more powerful than you." Chapter 592. Above the 33rd heaven, a figure covered in raging flames stood proudly. His gaze was lowered as he looked left and right, as if he was searching for something. His face was also covered in flames. His crimson armor gave off a violent aura, making him look like a god of fire. What's going on? Why can't I sense the aura of the heavenly law violet chi? He mumbled to himself with a frown. He immediately swooped down and was prepared to check on Wanshan Great Thousand personally. Not long after he descended, another 3 people with horrifying auras descended. Zhou Xuanji is here. He dares to possess 2 heavenly law violet chi. That brat must be tired of living. Move faster, or someone else will get to him before us. The 3 silhouettes flew into the sea of clouds and disappeared. After a period of time, many powerful cultivators came to Wanshan Great Thousand. The heavenly law violet chi was too attractive. Who did not want to become a saint? Especially for those who stood at the pinnacle below the heavenly saints. The heavenly law violet chi was their biggest goal. An operation to capture Zhou Xuanji began in all heavens. In front of the temple, the old immortal got up slowly and said, "This is not a good place to stay." After that, he waved his sleeves and teleported Qiu Hu, the black cauldron, and the temple away. Qiu Hu opened his eyes again and found himself in the dark void. The old immortal and his temple were just beside him. The black cauldron, which was scorched red, was spinning in the void like a pendulum. The old immortal continued to meditate before the black cauldron and waited quietly. Qiu Hu wanted to say something but stopped himself. He wanted to help, but he realized that he did not even know how to say it. Don't be impatient. Calm your heart. This is his tribulation, not yours. The old immortal said with a calm tone. Chiyo, who could only try his best to calm himself down. In the Lotus world. On a cliff, Daoya old man sat facing the south. His hands were crossed over his legs. Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian stood behind him and waited curiously. Mother, do you think Grand Teacher can do it? Zhou Shaoxian mumbled with a doubtful look. Daoya old man said that he wanted to change Zhou Xuanji's fate. He had been sitting here for a year, but he still could not change it. Jiang Shui said softly, this is a token of his goodwill. Both mother and daughter addressed Daoya old man as Grandmaster, which was an order from him. At this moment, Daoya old man suddenly opened his eyes and sighed, I overestimated myself. The current Zhou Xuanji was not someone he could change. Zhou Shaoxian comforted him, it's okay. Haven't you always overestimated yourself? Daoya old man's mouth twitched as he felt his liver ache. Jiang Shui glared at Zhou Shaoxian and smiled at Daoya old man, Grandmaster, you should start cultivating now. You don't have to be afraid of the heavenly tribulation. After all, we are no longer in the northern wilderness region. Cultivate? Daoya old man fell into a trance. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and sighed, I wonder how father is doing and how the outside world is doing. Every time she thought of how her father was still suffering, she felt terrible. Jiang Shui became worried when she heard this. She didn't notice that Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes were glowing with a purple light. Zhou Shaoxian suddenly heard a voice. She frowned slightly but remained calm. In the blink of an eye. Another 5 years passed. In the dark void. The old immortal opened his eyes, which were filled with vigor. He smiled and said, it's finally done. Chiyo, who heard him and opened his eyes as well. The charred black cauldron shook violently, and a horrifying aura emanated from it. Boom! The black cauldron exploded suddenly, and a silhouette leaped out. His body was burning with flames, and his eyes were glowing with a purple light. Battle Path Flame Soul. It was Zhou Xuanji. The 4 demon god bodies had already fused with his body, which boosted his aura to the extreme. At this moment, he was like a peerless devil that charged out from the abyss. He quickly retracted the flames on the surface of his body and put on a white shirt. His black hair danced wildly, and one could vaguely see streaks of fire. Chiyo, who opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock, Master, how powerful are you now? He felt that Zhou Xuanji had completely transformed. Just his aura alone was enough to make him shudder. Zhou Xuanji looked calm. His figure and face did not look any different from before, but his eyes were emanating a dangerous aura. I'm not sure, but I feel that my physical strength is enough to destroy everything. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. The old immortal frowned slightly and said, the difference between becoming a saint and a demon is just a thought. Zhou Xuanji bowed to him and said, Senior, can I go out now? The old immortal narrowed his eyes and nodded lightly. Zhou Xuanji immediately disappeared. Chiyo, who was stunned, and asked, what is he trying to do? The old immortal replied, what will happen if you suffer endless pain in the cauldron? Chiyo, who opened his eyes wide and shuddered in fear. He hurriedly bowed and left as well. The old immortal shook his head and sighed, what a great destiny. On a mountain peak in Wanshan Great Thousand, Zhou Xuanji appeared out of nowhere and stood by the cliff, facing the wind. He was expressionless, and numerous legendary swords appeared around him. Chiyo, who appeared beside him and asked with gritted teeth, Master, what are you trying to do? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, just wait and see. The 4 demon god bodies flew out from his body and stood around him. He exploded with his horrifying aura, shaking the heavens and earth. Hey Zhou Xuanji, I'm here. Whoever wants the heavenly law violet chi, come forth. Zhou Xuanji cried out. His voice resounded across the entire Wanshan Great Thousand. With the thunderclap sword in his right hand and the history asunder sword in his left, he maintained his explosive aura. Master, are you crazy? Chiyo, who said anxiously. Your enemies are not just the living beings of Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, so what? Boom. The mountain under his feet trembled continuously as though it would crumble at any moment. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, since destiny wants to banish me, No matter who the enemy is, be it the heavenly saints or living beings, come and die. When he was tempering his body in the cauldron, he had already thought it through. He did not need to care about the so-called justice. If living beings wanted to destroy him, then he would destroy them. If the heavens wanted to destroy him, then he would destroy the heavens. So what if it was destiny? He would face it head-on. All worlds, if you dare to harbor any malicious thoughts, die by my sword. His voice was filled with bone-chilling murderous intent, which sent chills down Qiuhu's spine. Not only did Zhou Xuanji's body change, but even his mentality changed drastically. At this time, two peerlessly powerful auras flew over from the front. Without even looking, Zhou Xuanji slashed with the thunderclap sword. Billions of heavenly lightning weaved into a lightning net that connected the heavens and earth. It swept out and destroyed everything in its path. Before the two powerful cultivators could react, they were killed by the heavenly lightning. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. They would never be able to reincarnate. A massive amount of magic energy entered Zhou Xuanji's body, causing his white robe to flutter violently. His purple eyes were extremely cold, like the eyes of the abyss behind the light. They contained boundless murderous intent. Chapter 593. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's back, Qiuhu knew that he could not dissuade him. Forget it. Let's go crazy with him. Qiuhu gritted his teeth and sat down on the ground to cultivate. He wanted to see what Zhou Xuanji could do to this world. Zhou Xuanji began suppressing the magic energy in his body. He did not use the 9-soul fusion technique, but his body had already transformed, which was enough to suppress the violent magic energy that surged into his body. Since he was going to fight against destiny, he must try his best to become more powerful. Enemies were just perfect for him. Demon God Tianwu, Demon Ancestor, Demon God Nanming, and Demon God Jihuang stood around him like 4 iron towers. Each of them faced one direction and looked domineering. A while later, as the dust settled, countless silhouettes appeared. They were all demons and monsters with ferocious faces. They were scattered in every corner of the world and surrounded Zhou Xuanji and the others. Zhou Xuanji, hand over 1 heavenly law violet qi, and we will let you go. A cold voice came. The demon emperor, who was wearing an emperor's robe, descended from the sky. 36 demon lords followed behind him, including Snake Lord Qingshi. All of them were above connecting heaven level 2. Together with the countless demon soldiers and demon generals, it was enough to scare anyone out of their wits. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. His purple pupils locked onto the demon emperor and said softly, "Do you want to die?" Hearing him, the demon emperor's face darkened immediately. He did not attack Zhou Xuanji directly because he had worked with him before. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to ignore their friendship. Don't waste your breath on him. Snatch it. Holding 2 heavenly law violet qi alone. Aren't you afraid of bursting to death? This guy is too greedy. He almost brought destruction to the Wanshan Great Thousand. Kill him. Attack together. This guy is very powerful. The 36 demon lords spoke together. All of them held onto their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. The demon emperor raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Zhou Xuanji. If so, Zhou Xuanji, he said coldly, don't blame us for not showing mercy. Boom! A horrifying bolt of purple lightning tore apart the thunderclouds and struck toward Zhou Xuanji. The lightning was imbued with destructive power. Zhou Xuanji quickly raised the thunderclap sword, and the 9 extreme legendary sword gave off a berserk suction force, directly absorbing the purple lightning. The demon Thearcha's eyes widened, the 36 demon lords were also shocked, and the demon soldiers and demon generals in the distance were in an uproar. Impossible! That's the god-punishing thunder technique created by His Majesty the Demon God. Where did that sword come from? What a great sword emperor! No wonder he is so arrogant. Why do I have an ominous feeling? The demon army was a little flustered. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and said, "A divine ability that descends from the sky, I have it too." He shook his right arm and used heavenly sword descent. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning erupted from the thunderclap sword and rose into the sky, condensing into many heavenly swords that fell down crazily. He had fused the primordial chaos sword Shadow with the heavenly sword Descent. Coupled with the terrifying power of the thunderclap sword, it was definitely a nightmarish killing power. The expressions of the Beast the Arch and the 36 Beast Lords changed drastically as they gathered their magic power to create a light barrier to block the Heaven Sword. Boom, boom, boom. The Beast Lords were destroyed in both body and soul by the Heaven Sword. It was a pitiful sight, and the demon soldiers and generals could not resist at all. The Beast Thearcha's magic barrier was also penetrated, but he reacted quickly and dodged quickly. After dodging one sword, there was still another. No, I must escape. The Beast the Arch quickly made a decision to abandon the demon army and escape. Swish, an air-piercing sound came from behind him. Before the Beast the Arch could turn around, his chest was pierced by the thunderclap sword, and heavenly lightning surrounded his body. Void instant kill. How is this possible? The Beast Thearcha's expression changed drastically. He could not believe his fate. What kind of divine ability was this? Wasn't it too fast? Following this, his magic energy was drained by the thunderclap sword, and his body turned into dust. His soul was locked in place by the thunderclap sword, and he could not break free at all. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji and cursed, "Zhou Xuanji, are you really going to kill me?" Zhou Xuanji's gaze was cold, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. "You want to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you?" He raised his left hand and pointed his middle finger at the Beast the Arch. The Beast the Arch did not understand this gesture, and his soul dissipated. The 36 Beast Lords died as well. The demon soldiers and generals either died or escaped. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all because there was no need to. The heavenly sword Descent blasted the heavens and earth into chaos again. Dust billowed and the light dimmed. It was like the beginning of the world, before the sun rose. Zhou Xuanji sat down and prepared to break through. Hundreds of legendary swords levitated above his head and circled around recklessly as though they were alive. Qiu Hu's face was filled with shock. Too powerful. Exterminating an entire race with one slash. Even someone as powerful as the Beast the Arch could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. Not only that, but the 4 demon god clones had yet to act. Just how powerful is he? Qiu Hu thought to himself in a daze. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was not really crazy. When one was powerful to a certain extent, one could look down on everything. Far away, many cultivators were watching. When they saw what happened to the demons, they all retreated in fear. News of the Beast the Arch and the 36 Beast Lords' deaths spread like wildfire across the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji began to break through with the massive magic energy gathered by the demons. Connecting Heaven Level 4. His cultivation did not stop growing and continued to grow wildly. His body had already transformed and could withstand the unbridled growth of magic energy. Boom! A fiery fist that was tens of thousands of zhang in size struck from the front, as if the sun was crashing into them. Almost in an instant, massive fiery fists came from 7 other directions, including the top of his head. The 8 massive fiery fists pressed forward, which frightened Qiu Hu so much that he got up immediately. The thunderclap sword trembled violently and exploded with countless bolts of heavenly lightning, which turned into a massive lightning net that engulfed the 8 fiery fists. The lightning net stirred the clouds in the sky, and the cities far away were all shocked. What's this? Lightning that covers the sky. Is the Sword Emperor fighting? Sword Emperor? Goddammit, it's the Lightning Emperor. It's all heavenly lightning. It's 10,000 times more terrifying than the heavenly lightning I faced during my tribulation. The Sword Emperor is really enraged. Everyone was shocked. Just looking at the writhing lightning net in the sky made their scalps numb. A fiery silhouette pierced through the lightning net and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with unstoppable force. Pumph! No wonder you are so arrogant. You have a saint's body and a heavenly saint's enchanted artifact. A voice filled with murderous intent resounded across the heavens and earth, revealing Zhou Xuanji's power to the world. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked over. In the dark sky, dust billowed like 10,000 dragons. A massive fireball appeared on the horizon like the approaching sun. It was majestic and majestic. He got up immediately. Even though the magic energy in his body was boiling and was not suitable for battle, he was not afraid. In the billowing flames, a godlike figure could be vaguely seen. "My name is Divine Lord Blazing Sunday. It will be your greatest honor to die in my hands." The other party spoke again, and the massive fireball exploded. Countless fiery lines spread rapidly to both sides, trying to surround the mountain where Zhou Xuanji was. "I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 594. Blazing Sun Immortal? Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully. He had heard such words countless times. The people who talked to him like that were all dead. Xiao, who clicked his tongue in wonder, "Blazing Sun Divine Lord, you are courting death. Do you understand?" As the first tiger since the birth of the Heavenly Tao, he naturally knew the top powerhouses under the Heavenly Tao. Blazing Sun Monarch was one of the first living beings in the world. Inside the vast sea of fire, Celestial Lord Blazing Sun did not respond. The billowing sea of flames engulfed the heavens and the earth, surrounding Zhou Xuanji and the others, making them feel as if they were in a sea of flames. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused, and countless illusory swords appeared out of nowhere. The tips of the swords pointed outwards and surrounded the mountain he was on. Great Chaos Sword Shadow. 10 billion sword projections appeared out of thin air, each less than half a meter away from the other. Before Sir God Blazing Sun could make a move, the primordial sword shadow moved first. Billions of sword shadows moved at the same time, so loud that even the deaf could hear, causing the surrounding space to shatter. The sea of flames was devoured by the void, and darkness spread from all directions. Zhou Xuanji raised the thunderclap sword and used ranged sword propelling. Whoosh! Celestial Lord Blazing Sun, who was hiding in the sea of fire, dodged subconsciously, but his body was still pierced by the thunderclap sword. This speed. When the flames dissipated, Blazing Sun Divine Lord looked horrified. He didn't panic and immediately used his divine ability. His body turned into flames and quickly exploded. He condensed his body again and came behind Zhou Xuanji. Dozens of red wings appeared on his back and pierced towards Zhou Xuanji like sharp blades. The 4 demon gods beside Zhou Xuanji simultaneously punched out. The fist wind gathered together and shattered the red wings. Boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through again and reached connecting heaven level 5. The demon race had so much magic power fused with his body. Even if a lot of it was consumed during the fusion process, it was still enough for him to continue breaking through. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at Divine Lord Blazing Sunday. His purple eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Blazing Sun Immortal, right? Although I don't know your background, it's no longer important." After saying that, he used Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Hundreds of divine swords shone with white light and spun at high speed. He walked toward Blazing Sun Immortal step by step, holding his sword with both hands. With a single sentence, he had changed from a defender to an aggressor. Divine Lord Blazing Sun was unhappy with his tone. With a furious roar, he transformed into a phoenix and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with an unstoppable force. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully laughed and directly unleashed Sword Dao rules. With a flash of the sword light, the phoenix was torn apart. It was as if the sun had exploded, and the impact was visible to the naked eye, causing waves to appear in the void. Celestial Lord Blazing Sun was sent flying while vomiting blood. Zhou Xuanji came up to him in one step, and the two of them were less than a meter apart. Their eyes met. Immortal Blazing Sun saw a pair of eyes full of anger. "This fellow isn't conceited. He's angry." Emperor Blazing Sun was shocked and felt incredible. He finally understood Zhou Xuanji's intentions. This kid wanted to take revenge on the common people. Before he could even speak, the Sword Dao rules erupted once again, destroying his body and soul. A mighty figure of a generation had fallen here. In the vast thousand worlds, Blazing Sun Immortal had the same status as the Sun God. He was formed from a sun, and his cultivation was exceedingly high. From ancient times until now, he had rarely been defeated. Facing Zhou Xuanji this time, He was not a threat at all. Zhou Xuanji did not care about what Divine Lord Blazing Sun was thinking before he died. He turned and flew in a certain direction. Qiu Hu and the demon god clones hurriedly followed. This area had turned into a void and was isolated by Wanshan Great Thousand's power of heaven and earth. He did not intend to hide but continued to accept challenges openly. Qiu Hu flew to his side and sighed in amazement. "You're too powerful. I feel that you are the heavenly law's great tribulation, purposely purging the common people." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him with a faint smile. Qiu Hu thought that he did not understand and explained, "Each time a great tribulation comes, countless living beings die tragically. It seems to be because of the sins of some beings, but it's not. It's an inevitable rule of the heavenly law. Fate blinds people, giving birth to thoughts of revenge or abnormal ambitions." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "Who do you think I want to take revenge on? I didn't attack first." Qiu Hu heard him and felt that it made sense. But no matter how he looked at it, the current situation was a scene of a great tribulation. And Zhou Xuanji was the main character of the great tribulation. For the rest of their journey, they were attacked continuously. Zhou Xuanji crushed everything with his absolute power. Although his cultivation was growing, he did not break through. He was stuck at connecting heaven level 5. He was still waiting for Heavenly Lord Xuantie's arrival. But it was a pity that Heavenly Lord Xiantai had already left Wanshan Great Thousand. This day, they landed beside a surging river. The two sat down cross-legged while the 4 demon gods stood behind them. Qiu Hu could not stop laughing. He was still talking about a pitiful person who died under Zhou Xuanji's sword. "So funny?" Zhou Xuanji asked casually. He could not understand what this guy was laughing about. Qiu Hu burst out laughing. "Didn't you see how he died?" "Ha!" He laughed louder and louder, as though his laughing acupoint was sealed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked in another direction. He saw 3 people walking toward him side by side. They were Ren Niming, Xian Daoya, and Si Mengyan. Xian Daoya was sweating nervously. Facing Zhou Xuanji's peripheral vision, he quickly dodged. Qiu Hu also noticed the 3 of them coming. "It's you." Qiu Hu's expression changed drastically. He got up immediately and locked his gaze on Ren Niming, as though he wanted to devour him. Ren Niming had a smile on his face, giving off a very sinister and evil feeling. "Qiu Hu, long time no see. This time, I'm going to give you a serendipity," Ren Niming said with a smile. Ren Niming smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fist stopped in front of him, less than 3 centimeters away from the bridge of his nose. The gust from the fist blew his hair backward. His expression did not change but continued to look at Qiu Hu with a smile. "I don't care what you are planning. Get lost." Qiu Hu said word by word. His voice was like thunder, and his fury soared to the sky. "Who is he?" Zhou Xuanji's voice came. Qiu Hu took a deep breath and stared at Ren Niming. "He's Ren Niming," he said with gritted teeth. "He's extremely cunning. He's always scheming to steal fate." Ren Niming avoided his fist and brushed past him as he walked towards Zhou Xuanji. "Sword Emperor, I admire you the most. Do you want to fight Heavenly Lord Xiantai together?" "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the Heavenly Law Violet Qi." Ren Niming asked Zhou Xuanji with a smile. He knew his place and stopped 15 meters away from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and realized that this guy was so profound that he could not see through his cultivation. "What do you want?" Zhou Xuanji asked indifferently. He wanted to deal with Heavenly Lord Xiantai and did not need anyone's help. Ren Niming smiled and said, "I just want to see if you can defeat destiny and change the Heavenly Law's rules." He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a trace of fanaticism in his eyes, as though he was looking at a rare treasure. He continued to speak. "I know why you were banished by destiny. So, do you want to work together?" Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 595. I have a way to make you tell me directly. Why should I work with you? Zhou Xuanji looked askance at Ren Niming and said with a smile. His tone was relaxed and did not contain any murderous intent. Ren Niming was not nervous. He shook his head and said with a smile, "You have your principles. I have no ill intentions toward you, so you will not attack me. Or else, what's the difference between you and those pitiful worms who died in the Great Tribulation? Principles could be laughable sometimes. It could even be said to be pathetic. But principles could keep one's heart firm and one's Tao more stable. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and said, "People who think they're smart die easily." He did not like it when people played tricks with him. It was as though he was a chess piece that could be manipulated. It was fine if it was a heavenly saint. At least he was powerful enough. Could this Ren Niming be a heavenly saint too? Zhou Xuanji walked toward him. His aura exploded and froze the river. Xian Daoya trembled in fear. Si Mingyan sized up Zhou Xuanji with interest. No wonder the old ancestors said that he's the most talented. Si Mingyan sighed in his heart. Zhou Xuanji gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This meant that Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him. How long had it been? This was terrifying. Any powerful cultivator in the same era as Zhou Xuanji would be a tragedy. So many geniuses had died in Zhou Xuanji's hands. Who would mention them now? If you kill me now, how will you face destiny? You don't even know where destiny is and who is the executor of destiny. I can erase this memory before you attack, Ren Niming said with a smile. Ren Niming said with a smile. He was not angered by Zhou Xuanji, nor was he afraid. Zhou Xuanji smiled and stopped walking. "Tell me, what do you want?" "I'm not very patient," he said. He wanted to see if he could defeat destiny. Could it be any more fake? Did he think that he was the heavenly law that came down to watch a show? Ren Niming stopped smiling and said seriously, "My name has already told you the answer. If you are willing to work with me, then follow me to the netherworld now." Zhou Xuanji understood the look in his eyes. It seemed that this guy had been played by destiny before. After some thought, he nodded in agreement. He looked at Xian Daoya and said, "This guy is already your subordinate?" Ren Niming smiled and said, "Don't worry. He can answer whatever you want to ask. Of course, you'd better not kill him. He's still very useful." Xian Daoya sensed Zhou Xuanji's gaze and gave an awkward but polite smile. Xiao Hu coldly snorted and said, "Lord, be careful. This fellow loves to scheme against others." Ren Niming glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Xiao Hu, what did I plot against you? Back then, I helped you obtain so many treasures and even helped you join the great Emperor Dao court, but what have you ever repaid me for? I just left suddenly and didn't let you find me. Is that a scheme? Have you ever truly looked for me? Do you know if I ran away from you or if I ran into trouble? Have you ever sincerely helped me?" Xiao Hu was rendered speechless by his question. Thinking about it, Xiao Hu's ears turned red. "Let's go to the netherworld. On the way there, tell me why you want to go there," Zhou Xuanji said, interrupting their conversation. This helped Xiao Hu walk out of his embarrassment. Ren Niming nodded and waved his right hand. A space crack appeared in front of him, and he stepped into it first. Zhou Xuanji stored all the demon god bodies into the Tianxia map and followed closely behind with Xiao Hu. Xian Daoya and Si Mingyan followed at the back. They began passing through the yin-yang boundary. "Your birth mother must have looked for you. Your banishment must have something to do with her. Let's go and find her first. The one who started the trouble should be the one who started it," Ren Niming said casually as he looked down. "Why do you know so much about me?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Ren Niming looked at him and said with a smile, "Since you were born, I have been observing you. You have been hunted since you were young. If not for me, you would not have had it so easy. Think about it, how many times have you been ambushed by Great Zhou's pursuers in Great Zhou?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately understood. "You are the one who altered the Northern Wilderness people's bloodline? Why did you do that?" Ever since the Northern Wilderness people altered the bloodline, there were fewer and fewer great emperors in the world. Even the number of ascenders decreased. To deal with the demonic emperor, of course. If not for what I did, you would have been controlled by the demonic emperor, including your family. If that was the case, the demonic emperor did not even need to do it himself. With just a thought, he could make you all walk up to him and be at his mercy. Ren Niming shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I don't like this guy. He was a pitiful worm, weak and petty. If not for him giving up his heart and submitting to fate, how could he have become who he is today?" His tone was filled with disdain when he mentioned the demonic emperor. I purposely left behind a rumor to let people know that the person who altered the northern wilderness bloodline was surnamed Ren. This was to warn the demonic emperor. This was also the reason why the demonic emperor did not dare to enter the northern wilderness again. At this point, Ren Niming burst out in laughter, feeling very carefree. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about him. This person could play the demonic emperor in the palm of his hand. Could he be a saint? Or could he be like the old immortal and the old beggar, who came from a higher realm? Ren Niming looked at Xian Daoya and said with a smile, "This guy is trying to imitate me, which is why there is Daoya old man. But it's a pity that he is not capable enough to control the situation. The biggest difference between me and him is that I will not interfere with you. I give you space to grow while he wants to use you too early." Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. "Too early? You mean you want to use me too?" Ren Niming shook his head again and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. "You came from outside the heavenly law. Back then I saw that light clearly. It was I who guided you to be born in the northern wilderness region, hoping that you could live a better life and avoid the suffering of the world. But it's a pity that people's hearts are unpredictable. The women in the mortal realm are really cruel. After that, you were thrown into the river, and it was me who moved you to your wife. Your wife's background is not simple. I seized a great serendipity for you in advance, and one day, this serendipity will save your life." Zhou Xuanji frowned and became wary of Ren Niming. This guy had done so many things for him. From the looks of it, wasn't he Ren Niming's chess piece? And that light should be the supreme legendary sword system. Qiu Hu, Si Mingyan, and Xian Daoya were silent. They were not surprised because Ren Niming could do it. Qiu Hu and Xian Daoya were supported by him. Back then, the demonic emperor wanted to do it too, but Ren Niming looked down on him. "Don't think too much. I don't want you to repay me. I know that as long as you don't die, you will go to a wider world sooner or later. The heavenly law is not your goal. Back then, I helped you because I wanted you to help me defeat destiny. But I did not expect destiny to find you first. This is really interesting," Ren Niming laughed sinisterly. His eyes were filled with extreme murderous intent. Qiu Hu could not help but ask, "What did destiny do to you?" Chapter 596. Xian Daoya and Si Mingyan also looked at Ren Niming curiously. Si Mingyan didn't know much about Ren Niming and only felt that he was unfathomable. However, from the conversation just now, this fellow was far more than that. Ren Niming took a deep breath and said, "Destiny controls all living beings and everything. The way of heaven is the same. One is in the dark, and the other is in the light. Don't you think that the two rules have the same goal?" Everyone frowned. This sentence was extremely terrifying. Fate is the heavenly Tao? The supreme, emotionless heavenly Tao had always wanted to control and manipulate all living beings. It nurtured all living beings and decided the life and ending of every living being. The heavenly Tao will subconsciously eliminate existences that pose a threat to itself, but it is unable to eliminate destiny. It even allows destiny to grow. This is the reason why great tribulations occur regularly. It's not that the heavenly Tao is protecting itself, but destiny is weakening the heavenly Tao. As for you, the heavenly laws approve of you and are even willing to let you become a heavenly saint. However, you make destiny feel threatened, so destiny wants to control all life to eliminate you. Destiny is not as honorable as the heavenly laws. It will continuously change the will of all life until it kills you. Speaking of this, Ren Niming sighed. Zhou Xuanji and the others listened in silence. Xian Daoya and Qiu Hu were dumbfounded. All along, they had thought that the heavenly Tao and destiny coexisted. The heavenly Tao was like the main rule, and fate was just a product of karma. I was originally fate, but it's a pity that I wanted to surpass the heavenly Tao and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. My consciousness was lucky enough to be reincarnated. I originally wanted to regain control of fate, but I didn't expect fate to reject me. From now on, I'm no longer fate, just a mortal wandering the heavens." Ren Niming said something shocking again, and this time, even Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This kind of rule that was above all living beings could produce a consciousness? Their blood ran cold. Didn't that mean that the heavenly Tao could also have a consciousness? At the same time, they also understood why Ren Niming hated fate so much. This was equivalent to a cultivator being forced to leave his body. When he tried to return to his body, he discovered that his body had given birth to another consciousness that rejected him. What would he think? This feeling was like being possessed. It was even scarier than possession. Possession was at least an enemy, and this kind of situation was similar to schizophrenia. Just as everyone was deep in thought, they entered the netherworld. Ren Niming smiled and said, "You'd better not spread what we just said. Otherwise, all of us will be in trouble." Xian Daoya and Qiu Hu nodded in agreement. They looked at Ren Niming with awe. The person in front of him was an existence of laws that competed against the heavenly Tao. With Niming leading the way, everyone quickly disappeared into the dark horizon. Lady Zhao Xian, dressed in black, sat by the yellow springs. She gazed at the yellow springs, lost in thought. It was like Chang'e in the Moon Palace, looking at the mortal world. After a while, 5 figures landed behind her. It was Zhou Xuanji, Qiu Hu, Ren Niming, Xian Daoya, and Si Mengyan. Looking at Lady Zhao Xian's back, Zhou Xuanji's gaze was complicated. He could not forget the look in Lady Zhao Xian's eyes when she threw him into the river. They were filled with reluctance, pain, and deep love. Hundreds of years later, they met again in the netherworld, but the mother and son were estranged by fate. Zhou Xuanji had many questions he wanted to ask, but they were all stuck at the tip of his tongue. He didn't know what to ask. Lady Zhao Xian sensed something and looked back in confusion. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and the others, she was given a big fright and hurriedly got up. She placed her right hand in front of her chest and asked warily, "Who are you?" In her eyes, the aura of a living person was like a sun, giving off light. Zhou Xuanji frowned. She didn't recognize him? Qiu Hu said grumpily, "Your son is right in front of you, and you don't recognize him?" They all knew that Lady Zhao Xian had sent a message to Zhou Xuanji's daughter, which meant that she had been secretly observing Zhou Xuanji. Lady Zhao Xian looked at Zhou Xuanji and said in shock, "You're Xuanji." Her eyes widened and she hurriedly walked over to Zhou Xuanji and grabbed his arm as she cried out, "Aya, how did you die so quickly? And you're so big? Could it be that the time between the yin and yang realms is really different?" Her words caused everyone to feel quite confused. Ren Niming frowned and looked around. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Mother, do you really not remember? You even went to find my daughter." Lady Zhao Xian cried out in delight, "You have a daughter? Is she pretty? Is your wife pretty? How many women do you have? Are they true to you? Are there any conflicts between the first and second branches? Does the youngest wife often act coquettishly towards you?" Zhou Xuanji felt speechless and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Lady Zhao Xian was exactly the same as in his memories. Apart from that disaster when she was alive, she had always been this carefree and careless in the palace. It was because of this that Emperor Yan of Zhou liked her so much. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji understood. Lady Zhao Xian had always been here, and her memories were most likely only a few years old or even less. She had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would have already grown up. In that case, who was the person who had gone to find Zhou Xiaoxian? As he replied to Lady Zhao Xian, he thought to himself. After hearing about Jiang Shui, Lady Zhao Xian was so moved that her eyes became red. Knowing that there was a girl like her taking care of Zhou Xuanji, she felt much more pleased. When she heard about Xian Xianghua, she had been very worried, but after hearing that Xian Xianghua was willing to risk everything for him, she had smiled. Too few. Find a few more women. Find some ordinary ones as long as they're pretty. They can satisfy you and won't threaten you, Lady Zhao Xian said. Lady Zhao Xian warned, not noticing the strange gazes of the others. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Mother, we can talk about these things in the future. I'm in trouble now. Someone is pretending to be you and plotting against me." Hearing this, Lady Zhao Xian's eyes widened and she cried out in shock, "Who?" At that moment, Ren Niming walked over and said, "This is a trap. Prepare to fight." His expression was a bit cold. It had always been him plotting against others, and he hated it the most when others plotted against him. A trap? Everyone was greatly shocked, and even Lady Zhao Xian was given a big fright. "Ren Niming, you're as sharp as ever." A voice suddenly sounded out, causing them to look left and right, but they could not find the owner of the voice. The yellow springs started to roil as a majestic figure slowly rose up. It was a Buddha statue that looked like it was made of black iron. It sat on a lotus throne and was 300 meters tall. He floated in the air and opened his eyes, looking incredibly shocked. Ninth Nether Buddha. Chiyo said as he gritted his teeth, looking incredibly wary. Ninth Nether Buddha. The master of the netherworld. His status was equivalent to the heavenly saint. As long as the netherworld was not destroyed, he would not die. Of course, his strength was still inferior to the heavenly saint. Did you arrange all of this? Ren Niming asked, his gaze cold. Ninth Nether Buddha first looked at Zhou Xuanji before looking at him and saying, "That's not important. This boy threatens the order of the heavenly law and must be eliminated. If you want to help him, this seat will let you reincarnate again." Hearing this, Lady Zhao Xian became terrified and hurriedly knelt down as she cried out, "Buddha, don't kill my son. What crimes did he commit? I can atone for him." Chapter 597. Ninth Nether Buddha looked at Lady Zhao Xian and said, "His sins are not something you can repay. You are already dead, and your fate with him has come to an end. When he falls, you can also reincarnate and no longer be implicated by him." A bell suddenly rang, resounding throughout the netherworld. The rolling black clouds in the sky parted, and rays of golden light shone down. Ren Niming took a step forward and asked, "Ninth Nether Buddha, since you've already defeated us, can you tell us what's going on?" Ninth Nether Buddha looked at him and said, "That Zhao Xian you speak of is a chess piece that I sent to let Zhou Xuanji know that Zhao Xian is still alive and lure you out. With how you do things, you will definitely use this opportunity to win over Zhou Xuanji and bring him to the netherworld." Ren Niming narrowed his eyes and his face darkened. The others looked at the rays of golden light above them. They all sensed danger. Lady Zhao Xian knew that it was because of her that Zhou Xuanji had come down, and she felt incredibly guilty. She sat on the ground, looking as if she had lost her soul. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to comfort her. He looked up at Ninth Nether Buddha and asked, "Were you ordered by destiny?" He was very curious as to why the Ninth Nether Buddha was targeting him. "Fate is just a rule. Your existence has allowed me to see what might happen in the future." Ninth Nether Buddha replied calmly. He raised his left palm and prepared to attack. The surroundings of the netherworld suddenly changed. It was replaced by a dark void. The Ninth Nether Buddha knew that there would be a huge battle, so he used a barrier to isolate himself from the Yin realm. This way, he could prevent the Yin realm from being destroyed. Ren Niming looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Looks like it's not as deep as we thought. Destroy him. Even though he will not die as long as the netherworld is not destroyed, every time he dies, his strength will decrease." A strange smile appeared on his face. Ninth Nether Buddha narrowed his eyes, and under his gaze, Zhou Xuanji took out hundreds of swords and unleashed sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep, stepping into the sky. Lady Zhao Xian looked at Zhou Xuanji in a daze and instinctively raised her hand to stop him. However, sensing Zhou Xuanji's powerful aura, she could not bring herself to say anything. "He's already this strong." Lady Zhao Xian's eyes blurred as she thought to herself. She sank into confusion once more. How much time has passed in the mortal realm? The Ninth Nether Buddha asked, "Where did you come from?" It was impossible to divine Zhou Xuanji's roots. There were no records of it in the netherworld either. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. In just a few hundred years, he had become so powerful that he could terrify all the worlds in the universe. Zhou Xuanji smiled and immediately activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. 10 billion sword shadows appeared out of thin air, densely packed and occupying the entire void. The sword tips were all pointed at the Ninth Nether Buddha. This, Lady Zhao Xian's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time she had seen such a divine ability. She suddenly understood why the Ninth Nether Buddha wanted to take action personally. Shio, shio, shio. Swoosh, 10 billion sword shadows charged toward the Ninth Nether Buddha in unison, shaking the void. It was like countless shooting stars had transformed into a vast ocean that swept out. Amitba! Ninth Nether Buddhist ancestor chanted, and golden Buddhist runes appeared around him. They spun rapidly, forming a huge golden barrier that blocked the attacks of the primordial chaos sword shadows. The sound of an explosion suddenly rang out, and a bright light shone in the void. Ninth Nether Buddha slightly frowned. He found that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. What powerful magic power! That sword! His gaze locked onto the thunderclap sword. It was definitely a Sky Sage-level Dharma treasure. Could it be that a heavenly saint was supporting Zhou Xuanji? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged over on a river of swords. Ninth Nether Buddha's forehead suddenly split open and a blood-red eye appeared. Countless ghosts flew out, roaring as they rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. Resentment soared to the sky. 10,000 ghosts howl. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. Heavenly lightning protected his body, destroying the ghosts one after another. He was unstoppable. He quickly arrived in front of Ninth Nether Buddhist ancestor. His eyes were cold as he attacked with Sword Dao rules. Bang! The Ninth Nether Buddha was directly shattered by the Sword Dao rules, and the surrounding golden Buddhist runes dissipated. Even ordinary heavenly saints might not be able to take the 9 extreme divine sword and Sword Dao rules head-on, let alone the Ninth Nether Buddha, who was only a false sage. This scene moved Lady Zhao Xian, Xian Daoya, and Si Mengyan. So powerful! In front of Zhou Xuanji, Ninth Nether Buddha couldn't even block a single sword strike? Magic energy surged into Zhou Xuanji's body, and the smile on his face became savage. So what if he was the lord of the underworld? He still couldn't block his sword. Ren Niming smiled and muttered, "Not bad, looks like there's a lot of hope." What he cared about was Zhou Xuanji's rate of growth. In another 100 years, what kind of strength would Zhou Xuanji have? At that moment, a nether wind swept over from the void, quickly condensing a body. Ninth Nether Buddha once again appeared. This time, his expression was incredibly unsightly. He furiously looked at Zhou Xuanji and said in a low voice, "Just who is standing behind you?" His physical body had actually been destroyed by an existence of reaching heaven state level 5. A crack had appeared on his rock-solid mental state. "I'll give you a chance to kneel and admit your wrongs, or else I'll kill you again and again. Let's see who can last longer," Zhou Xuanji said calmly as he looked at him. Since Ninth Nether Buddha wanted to destroy him, he would not give him any face. Ninth Nether Buddha was so angry that he laughed and said coldly, "Do you really think you're invincible?" As he spoke, the space behind him twisted into a vortex and a pair of terrifying red eyes appeared. In front of it, Ninth Nether Buddha was as small as an ant. Xiao Hu and the others all looked up, looking at the red eyes that were rapidly growing larger. "What is that?" Si Mengyan muttered to himself, a look of terror in his eyes. Seeing this pair of eyes, their hairs stood on end. Even Zhou Xuanji felt this way. That's the eyes of reincarnation. Be careful, if you're devoured by it, you'll forever be lost outside of reincarnation. You won't be able to die or be destroyed, but you won't be able to see any hope. Ren Niming's voice sounded out, causing Zhou Xuanji to feel even more wary. Ninth Nether Buddha stared at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "I'll give you another chance. If you surrender and I cripple your magic energy, I can give you a chance to live. After your sins are eliminated, you'll have hope of reincarnation." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji laughed. Before, he had said that he was going to kill him, and now he was going to give him a chance to live. Zhou Xuanji activated the Battle Path Flame Soul and his aura exploded out as he once again slashed out. Sword Dao rules. Sword light flashed out and Ninth Nether Buddha's expression fell as he was once again destroyed. The sword chi slammed into the eyes of reincarnation, but it was absorbed by them and disappeared. "Let's retreat for now," Ren Niming called out. The eyes of reincarnation were simply too dangerous, and they had to stay far away from them. Zhou Xuanji did not act rashly and quickly returned to Lady Zhao Xuan's side and left with her. The group tore open space and disappeared without a trace. Just as they left, Ninth Nether Buddha reformed his body. His expression was incredibly dark, and he found it difficult to suppress his fury. The eyes of reincarnation behind him disappeared, fusing with the darkness. Chapter 598. Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the netherworld. They did not directly leave because Lady Zhao Xian was only a soul. If she left the netherworld, her soul would scatter. Her soul is not simple. It seems to be entangled by some kind of power. Even if it attaches itself to the magical equipment, it cannot leave the netherworld. Ren Niming touched his chin and muttered. He was now very curious about Lady Zhao Xian. He had a feeling that the ninth Nether Buddha was hiding something. Lady Zhao Xuan's face was pale, and she tightly gripped Zhou Xuanji's wrist as she said, "Son, don't worry about me. You can go." Although Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, the eyes of reincarnation were too terrifying. Together with Ren Niming's description, she did not want to be a burden to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Since you're here, then think of a way to leave together. Don't you want to see your granddaughter?" Lady Zhao Xian hesitated. She indeed wanted to leave, but she did not want to drag Zhou Xuanji down because of her. Zhou Xuanji looked at Ren Niming and said, "What are you waiting for?" He would not revere Ren Niming just because of his identity. The two of them were in a cooperative relationship. So far, other than helping to find Lady Zhao Xian, Ren Niming had not provided any other substantial help. Ren Niming frowned and said, "If that's the case, then let's investigate the secrets of the underworld." Qiu Hu asked curiously, "What secret? Could it be that fate is controlling the netherworld?" Xian Daoya closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Ren Niming looked down at him and said, "How can you predict fate and reincarnation?" Si Mengyan asked, "Does the ninth Nether Buddha have the support of a heavenly saint?" With the power he displayed, he is no match for Zhou Xuanji at all, but he is still angry. This means that he is fearless, which is illogical. Ren Niming nodded and said, "Seems like we can only go to that place." The look in his eyes deepened. "Where to?" Qiu Hu asked curiously. With Zhou Xuanji around, he was not afraid of danger at all. He even felt that Zhou Xuanji already had the power to rival heavenly saints. "Follow me." Ren Niming turned and flew in one direction, and the others could only follow him. On the way, Lady Zhao Xian asked Zhou Xuanji about his experiences growing up. He didn't hide anything and started telling the story from the moment the mother and son separated. Hearing that the empress had died in Zhou Xuanji's hands, Lady Zhao Xian felt delighted and even laughed out loud. However, when she heard that Zhou Xuanji had killed Zhou Yalong when Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended, causing Emperor Yan of Zhou to lose face, her expression became complicated. She could blame many people, but she could not blame Emperor Yan of Zhou. When Emperor Yan of Zhou was in the imperial palace, she had been greatly pampered. For her, Emperor Yan of Zhou could even tolerate Zhou Xuanji killing the empress. She sighed faintly. Zhou Xuanji pretended not to hear and continued. Xian Daoya, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan were also listening. They also wanted to know how Zhou Xuanji had grown. After that, Zhou Xuanji began to sweep across the northern wilderness region and challenge the heavenly hall. He had escaped death time and time again, saved the world time and time again, and came to the Wanshan Great Thousand. Hearing this, they sighed with emotion. It had not been easy for Zhou Xuanji to come this far. It could even be said that he had always been bullied. Now, fate was actually banishing him. How laughable. 6 hours later, they came to the top of a cliff. Ahead of them was a thick fog, and the light was dim. There was not a single ghost within a radius of 100 miles. "What is this place?" Si Mengyan asked curiously. He had been to the netherworld before, but it was too big, and he had not been to many places. Ren Niming replied, "This is the source of the Yellow Springs. New souls are born here, and they follow the river to the 6 paths of reincarnation to be reincarnated. Not everyone had a past life, and some souls were just born. After all, souls would dissipate. If souls only decreased and did not increase, the world would have been deserted long ago." "What are we doing here?" Qiu Hu asked. At the same time, he walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down, but he could not see the bottom. Ren Niming looked around and said, "Any soul can be cleansed here, but we must be careful. Perhaps the 9th Nether Buddha is already nearby." Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the 4 demon gods flew out in different directions, each guarding an area. "What's the price of cleansing a soul?" Lady Zhao Xian asked hesitantly. She felt that everything had its pros and cons. Ren Niming shrugged and said, just like reincarnation. Forget your past life, and be a new person in the next life. Lady Zhaoxian heard him and immediately frowned. It had been so difficult for her to see her son, and she was going to reincarnate just like that? Zhou Xuanji did not say anything. He did not want to influence Lady Zhaoxuan's decision. There seems to be some movement from the yellow springs below. Qiu Hu suddenly called out, causing Xian Daoya and Si Mengyan to go over to take a look. Ren Niming walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down as he muttered, "Destiny is starting to play tricks." Hearing this, everyone felt a bad premonition. Destiny was incredibly mysterious, and before, they did not believe in it. However, after hearing from Ren Niming that destiny had its own consciousness, how could they not be afraid? Boom! The yellow springs suddenly exploded as a massive object rose up from the cliff, stirring up dense fog. Everyone looked over and saw a stone pillar rising up. It was over 300 meters wide, and there were all sorts of runes engraved on it. There were also many talismans stuck on it, and they fluttered in the wind, giving off rustling sounds. What is this? Qiu Hu looked up at the stone pillar and asked in shock. Ren Niming's expression was complicated as he said, "Yellow Springs Pillar, it's a trap." He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and continued to say, "The Yellow Springs Pillar is the Netherworld's greatest serendipity, and it only appears once in millions of years. Do you think it appeared because of you?" Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. Destiny was baiting him. Yellow Springs Pillar. It said that if you climb up the Yellow Springs Pillar, you can obtain reincarnation power and transcend life and death. Unless the enemy is a heavenly saint, you will never die. What's important is that you can revive anyone you want on the Yellow Springs Pillar, Xian Daoya said gloomily, a trace of fear in his eyes. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. This was too goddamned horrifying. Whatever they wanted, it would appear. What's more, it was a serendipity that only appeared once in millions of years. Wasn't this clearly trying to con them? What's more, the temptation was simply too great. Zhou Xuanji looked at Lady Zhaoxian and said, "Are you ready?" Lady Zhaoxian felt quite startled and asked hesitantly, "It's not a trap?" "No matter how big a trap it is, for you, I'll go. Moreover, there are traps everywhere we go, we have no other choice," Zhou Xuanji replied. Zhou Xuanji replied. After speaking, he grabbed Lady Zhaoxuan's wrist and pulled her up, flying up the Yellow Springs Pillar. Ren Niming and Qiu Hu followed closely behind. Si Mengyan pushed Xian Daoya and followed. Are you crazy?" Xian Daoya almost broke down. These were a bunch of madmen. Although he cursed, he still obediently followed, afraid that he would lose them. Chapter 599. The Yellow Springs Pillar was very tall, and Zhou Xuanji and the others flew up incredibly quickly. But they soon realized that the Yellow Springs Pillar seemed to have no end. "Don't waver. If you stop, you might be consigned to eternal damnation." Ren Niming's voice sounded in everyone's ears, scaring Xian Daoya. The others were very determined. Now that things had come to this, they had no way out. Zhou Xuanji wanted to revive Lady Zhaoxian. Qiu Hu swore to follow Zhou Xuanji with his life. Si Mengyan wanted to avenge old ancestor Hongshi. Ren Niming wanted to become fate again. Only Xian Daoya was lacking in confidence. "I just left the great Emperor Dao court and fell into another trap." Xian Daoya's liver hurt, and his heart was full of regret. After flying for an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji suddenly broke through a formless barrier. Following this, their surroundings changed, and they came to a starry sky. There was a stone stage in front of them, and there was a rainbow light around it. Lady Zhaoxian was extremely nervous. She carefully looked around, afraid that Ninth Nether Buddha would launch another surprise attack. Soon, they all landed on the stone platform. "Be careful," Ren Niming reminded. Everyone scattered at the edge of the stone platform, being cautious. This stone platform was not big, only about 5 feet in radius. There was nothing on the stone platform, it was empty. The 7-colored light around the stone platform was still swirling freely like a phantom. "Where is the reincarnation power?" Qiu Hu asked. He could not see anything, nor could he use his divine sense to capture anything. Ren Niming also walked on the edge of the stone platform and did not answer. Crack. The sound of a mechanism activating rang out, and a stone pillar with a diameter of 0.5 meter rose from the center of the stone platform. The surface of the stone pillar began to peel off, and soon, a stone statue was revealed. This stone statue was very strange. It looked like a monkey. Zhou Xuanji frowned immediately. Why did he feel that this stone monkey looked so much like the primordial ancestor statue? He instantly thought of many possibilities. He subconsciously reached out to touch his eyes. Don't tell me that time was also. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine, and his entire body gave off a dangerous aura. Ren Niming noticed his expression and said, "Don't think too much about it. It's fate when seemingly impossible things are connected." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and nodded slightly. The stone monkey suddenly opened its eyes and said, "Do you guys want to accept the test of reincarnation?" As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. "For you?" Xian Daoya asked nervously. The others were also ready to fight. The stone monkey didn't reply. It just stared with a pair of empty eyes. Ren Niming looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Do you dare to go up?" Zhou Xuanji immediately walked up to the stone monkey. He looked at it and asked, "If I accept the reincarnation power, can I revive people?" The others were also secretly nervous. "Sure, but you need to pay a price." The stone monkey replied, its voice cold and emotionless. Hearing this, Lady Zhaoxian hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "What price?" Her hands were clenched so tightly that her palms were sweating. The stone monkey said, "In order to revive you, countless living beings in the 10,000 worlds will have to be sacrificed." Lady Zhaoxian widened her beautiful eyes and scolded, "Are you joking? Are you really a god?" The expressions of the others became strange. Qiu, who spat on the stone monkey's face and cursed, "You dog, so you were waiting for us here." If Zhou Xuanji agreed, countless creatures would die because of him, and they would definitely take revenge on him. "I see." Xian Daoya's expression was complicated as he gloomily sighed. Lady Zhao Xian hurriedly grabbed Zhou Xuanji's hand and said with a trembling voice, "Xuanji, you can't agree." On the way, she had already understood Zhou Xuanji's situation. This was definitely Destiny's scheme. Ren Niming sighed, "You're even more ruthless than me." He suddenly felt quite fearful towards Destiny. Now, Destiny did not fear the heavenly law and did whatever it wanted. Si Mengyan looked at Zhou Xuanji and reminded him, "If you agree, the heavenly saints will have a legitimate reason to get rid of you. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to defeat all of the heavenly saints working together." Zhou Xuanji frowned and remained silent. Qiu, who asked Ren Niming, "Is there no other way?" Ren Niming sighed and said, "That is to enter the Yellow Spring source. I now understand that her soul was bound by Destiny's power. Even if we give up on this opportunity, we will encounter the same situation in the future." This was how terrifying Destiny was. It could change everything without anyone knowing. When Destiny toyed with you, it would often be something that you did not expect. Could it be Destiny? Xian Daoya asked suspiciously. If the stone monkey was Destiny, would it be an opportunity to act now? The stone monkey replied, "I am the will of reincarnation. Destiny is ethereal. You have cultivated to this day. Do you still not understand?" Qiu Hu and Xian Daoya rolled their eyes at it. "Idiot. It would be devoured by Destiny sooner or later." Ren Niming looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "The choice is right in front of you, and you will have to face it sooner or later. I must tell you that even if you don't choose now, the world will deal with you in the future. They will act against you for various reasons that they hate you. In front of Destiny, there is no justice or reason." Zhou Xuanji understood this, but he did not know how many living beings would die. He was fighting for his life, but what about those innocent living beings? What he was most afraid of was that if he really did this, Destiny would force him to choose between Lady Zhao Xian, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Xiaoxian. When that time came, who would he give up on? If he gave up on Lady Zhao Xian, what would his decision be? If he gave up on Jiang Shui, why would he fight? The two of them could just die together. Zhou Xuanji, do you really want to harm the world for someone who has already died? Ninth Nether Buddha's voice suddenly sounded out as he appeared in the starry sky to the east of the stone stage. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and the thunderclap sword shot out, blasting apart Ninth Nether Buddha. His expression was cold and his black hair was somewhat messy. His heart had never been in such chaos before. "Son, thank you for your good intentions." Lady Zhao Xian sighed and slowly retreated. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "I won't allow your soul to dissipate. You've already abandoned me once. Do you want to do it again? Don't use death as an excuse. If it was me, even if I died, I would think of a way to return to the world of the living to protect my daughter." Lady Zhao Xian felt as if she had been struck by lightning and stood there, her eyes becoming red. She did not feel wronged and was instead filled with regret. She hated herself for staring at the yellow springs in a daze all these years. She hated herself for being useless. Back then, if she had diligently cultivated with Daoya Old Man, she would not have allowed Zhou Xuanji to grow up alone. Zhou Xuanji walked over to the stone monkey and took out the Great Brilliant Sky and Histrious Undersword. He used the Great Brilliant Sky to gather all of the fate in the Lotus world, and at the same time, he sent immortal energy into the Histrious Undersword. A sword that can cut through the river of history. I wonder if you can cut through destiny. Chapter 600. Bang! The sword chi flashed past the stone monkey and rushed into the depths of the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji maintained his posture of swinging his sword and looked at the stone monkey quietly. Lady Zhao Xian, Qiu Hu, Xian Daoya, Si Mengyan, and Ren Niming all looked at the stone monkey. Although they did not understand why Zhou Xuanji had attacked, they believed that Zhou Xuanji was not doing it out of impulse. The stone monkey didn't shatter. Instead, it trembled intensely. Ah! The stone monkey suddenly let out a strange scream. A black shadow flew out from the stone monkey's body and rapidly exploded. Zhou Xuanji put down his two swords and asked, "What's the price for reviving her?" The stone monkey replied in a daze, "Consuming 10,000 years of lifespan." Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji smiled. As expected of the sword that cut through the river of history. He severed the stone monkey's past, removing the influence that fate had on the stone monkey. The stone monkey naturally returned to normal. Sure. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords and waited for the stone monkey to take effect. The stone monkey opened its mouth and a beam of light shot out, shining on Lady Zhaoxuan's body. Immediately after, Lady Zhaoxuan's vitality was restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her appearance did not seem to have changed, but she was no longer a soul, but a physical body. Lady Zhaoxian looked at her in surprise. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She looked back at Zhou Xuanji apologetically. Apart from giving birth to Zhou Xuanji, she did not fulfill any of the responsibilities that a mother should have. Zhou Xuanji smiled at her and said, "Come, let's meet your granddaughter." Lady Zhao Xian was taken aback for a moment before she hurried over. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sent her into the world of the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. He then brought her to Daoya Old Man, who would arrange for them to meet. Where did this sword come from? Xian Daoya looked at Zhou Xuanji fearfully and asked with a trembling voice. Even fate could be severed? Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan also looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Only Ren Niming had a smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "From me." He looked at the stone monkey and asked, "How do I inherit the reincarnation force?" After getting rid of the influence of fate, it was time for him to look for opportunities for himself. He wanted to become stronger. Strong enough to defeat fate. The stone monkey opened its mouth and spat out a piece of white jade. It flew to Zhou Xuanji and said, "Swallow it, and you will have the power of reincarnation." Qiu Hu felt disgusted. Ren Niming stepped forward, crushed the white jade, and said with a smile, "All right, it's about time to go back." The goal of this trip was to revive Lady Zhaoxian. Since he had already done it, he could not allow Zhou Xuanji to fall into his trap again. Qiu Hu and the others came over and let out sighs of relief. "Go back? Where do you want to go?" The stone monkey suddenly let out a shrill cry, causing everyone to retreat. The stone monkey trembled intensely, and a strange blood chi circled around its body. Fate can't be reversed. Otherworldly beings must be eliminated, the stone monkey screamed at the top of its lungs. It was extremely terrifying, causing Chiu Hu to have goosebumps. Leave quickly, Ren Niming said in a deep voice. After that, he took the lead to fly off the stone platform. The others followed closely behind, flying down the Yellow Springs pillar. Soon, they arrived at the netherworld. Xian Daoya heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, "It was too dangerous. Can we not be so rash?" The moment he faced fate, he felt as though his soul was about to leave his body. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was glad in his heart that he still had the history asunder sword. "Oh no! Everyone be careful!" Ren Niming cried out suddenly. Zhou Xuanji looked back instinctively and saw a gigantic shadow descending from the sky. Before he could get a clear look at the black shadow, he was knocked unconscious by the impact. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji gradually regained consciousness. He felt that he was submerged in seawater. He opened his eyes slowly, and a pale face appeared before him. The face had a pair of bloodshot eyes, which was extremely horrifying. He instinctively slashed with his hand like a saber. The ghost escaped quickly and disappeared into the seawater. "Where am I?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked around blankly. He immediately flew up. Boom! He flew out of the sea, and what entered his eyes was a dark world and a thick fog. The netherworld. So it was the Yellow Springs below. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji tried his best to recall what happened and could only feel a splitting headache. He saw a cliff ahead, which was faintly discernible in the fog. He flew toward that direction. A few breaths later, he stopped suddenly and was shocked. There were two silhouettes on the cliff. One of them was Xian Daoya. He was lifted up high by a sinister shadow and could not make a sound. He could only kick with all his might. Zhou Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword straight away and used ranged sword propelling. Swoosh! The thunderclap sword arrived before the shadow as though it teleported. It pierced through the shadow and disappeared into the horizon. The shadow did not explode but opened its mouth and swallowed Xian Daoya. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. In the dark netherworld, the Yellow Springs surged. The two looked at each other from a distance. Their eyes met, and Zhou Xuanji saw the murderous intent in his eyes. An extremely intense murderous intent. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice. The thunderclap sword returned to his hand. The shadow hunched his back like a beast and said coldly, "Zhou Xuanji, you should not exist. Your existence is the greatest stain. You must die." He ferociously leapt up and rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. A pair of sky-covering black wings appeared on his back, and they were countless kilometers long. Zhou Xuanji used Sword Dao rules and slashed out. Boom! The two terrifying powers collided, destroying everything. The Yellow Springs caved in from the pressure, and massive waves surged out from the edges. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying back by the shadow. He used the thunderclap sword to block the shadow's sharp claws. Looking at it from a close distance, he suddenly felt that the shadow's face was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He immediately exploded out with his aura and forced the shadow back. He took out all of his swords and used Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. How did this thing appear? Sovereign Xian cried out in terror, sounding as if the sky was going to collapse. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, "Who is he?" Dao Lord Xiantian replied, "Overlord Saint." He was also the earliest sage. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. He had thought that the other party was formed by destiny and had never thought that it would be the Overlord Saint. Wait, the Overlord Saint was also expelled by destiny. Could it be? The Shadow Overlord Saint charged over with a roar. He flapped his wings, and countless black raindrops swept toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately dodged. He could sense that the black raindrops were extremely dangerous and could not be blocked head-on. He quickly flew toward the horizon and communicated with the souls in his heart. The shadow he encountered when he came down from the Yellow Springs was the Overlord Saint? Then why did this guy not kill him before? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's eyes burned with passion. An unimaginable itch made him blink continuously. He could sense a majestic power about to burst out from his eyes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 601. Zhou Xuanji endured the discomfort in his eyes and flew at full speed. Every time an overlord sage caught up to him, he would use Sword Dao Law to send him flying. Why can't we kill this guy? Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. Facing an overlord saint, he felt helpless. Even the strongest Sword Dao rules and the Thunderclap sword were unable to completely kill an overlord sage. Even if they pierced through the black shadow, it would recover in an extremely short amount of time. He is far from his peak condition. It seems that he suffered some kind of torture and ended up like this. Dao Lord Xiantian sighed. Back then, the Overlord Saint was so mighty, looking down on all the worlds. Zhou Xuanji was not in the mood to sympathize with the Overlord Saint. He was only thinking about how to destroy this fellow. He wondered how Qiu Hu and the others were. Could they have been eaten by the Overlord Saint like Xian Daoya? At this moment, a figure of light suddenly descended from the dark sky ahead. The silhouette flew over quickly, passing by Zhou Xuanji and charging toward the Overlord Saint. Boom! The two fists collided, and the ground below collapsed. The yellow springs surged, and hurricanes howled in all directions. Zhou Xuanji stopped and looked back with a deep frown. Who was that? The light figure and the Overlord Saint began to fight fiercely. One was light, and the other was dark. Their punches and kicks were extremely fast, and all kinds of divine abilities were unleashed. The scene was extremely spectacular. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that the silhouette was somewhat familiar. Soon his expression changed. It was actually him. This light figure suddenly turned out to be Yang Di. Back then in the northern wilderness region, Yang Di left with the heavenly law stone in order to pursue power. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Zhou Xuanji quickly understood. Sunlight Emperor represented the way of heaven while Overlord Saint represented destiny. This was a battle between two rules. Is he still him? Zhou Xuanji felt quite curious. The current Yang Di was incredibly powerful and domineering, and he had regained the prestige of being #1 in the northern wilderness. Even in the face of the Overlord Saint, Sunlight Emperor had the upper hand. A figure appeared beside Zhou Xuanji. It was Ren Niming. He looked at the great battle in front of him and said in bewilderment, "The incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Strange, why would he appear here? Is this the netherworld?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked, "What do you mean? Isn't it the heavenly Tao's doing?" Ren Niming shook his head and said, "The underworld is under the control of reincarnation. The heavenly way has no consciousness and will not forcefully interfere with reincarnation. I'm afraid this guy came here on his own will." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Was Sunlight Emperor here to save him? He felt a little strange. Thinking about it carefully, he realized that he didn't have a deep friendship with Sunlight Emperor. "Let's leave first." Zhou Xuanji had no objections. He could tell that Sunlight Emperor was stalling for time. After he left, the Overlord Saint would most likely disappear. The two of them quickly left. They did not immediately leave the underworld. Instead, they went to find Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan. As for Xian Daoya, Ren Niming smiled and said, "Don't worry about him. He's just a soul, and he has many tricks up his sleeves. It won't be easy to kill him." Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly and asked, "What's going on? Is the Overlord Sage an arrangement of fate?" Ren Niming said, "That should be the case. The Overlord Sage's mind is no longer clear. Fate might have changed his will, making him hate you. In the future, there will probably be even more experts who will chase after you in a frenzy, because quite a few living beings have been devoured by fate." Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. It seemed that destiny had gone crazy. She was desperate to take revenge on him. Damn it. Inside the Lotus World, Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Lady Zhao Xian, and Daoya Old Man gathered in a pavilion. Daoya Old Man was so excited that his face turned red. He drank a pot of wine and said excitedly, "Xian, you're finally back. How have you been in the netherworld all these years?" Jiang Shui looked very uneasy. After all, this was Zhou Xuanji's mother. Zhou Shaoxian was not nervous. Instead, she was very curious. Lady Zhao Xian shook her head and smiled. "I felt that only 2 or 3 years had passed down there. It was very magical. She looked at Jiang Shui and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I'm very grateful to you. If you didn't take Xuanji in when he was young, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the chance to meet again." Jiang Shui's face blushed when she heard that. She quickly shook her head and said, "That was all a coincidence. Even without me, he would still be able to survive. On the contrary, it was because of his protection that I was able to survive until today." PFFF. Zhou Shaoxin covered her mouth and giggled, which made Jiang Shui glare at her. Daoya old man laughed along. Lady Zhaoxian began to ask Zhou Shaoxian and Jiang Shui about all sorts of trivial matters, and the three women quickly became familiar with each other. After a while, Zhou Shaoxian asked curiously, "Grandma, how did you find me last time?" Lady Zhaoxian sighed and said, "That wasn't me." She told them about Ninth Nether Buddha's scheme, and the three of them opened their eyes wide. The Netherworld Lord had schemed against Zhou Xuanji like this. "How's Xuanji doing now?" Jiang Shui asked anxiously. Daoya old man wanted to divine Zhou Xuanji's condition but was afraid of being devoured. Lady Zhaoxian shook her head and sighed, "I can't help him. I'm ashamed to be a mother." Just when Zhou Shaoxian was about to speak, she suddenly felt an itch in her eyes. She rubbed them with her hands. The more she rubbed, the more itchy it became. The Netherworld. Zhou Xuanji and Ren Niming found Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan. Both of them were heavily injured. "That guy is the Overlord Saint? He almost killed me," Qiu Hu cursed. Qiu Hu cursed. He was in a bad mood. After all, they were ambushed and not defeated in a direct battle. Of course, if they were to fight head-on, he would not be a match for the Overlord Saint. Si Mengyan looked at Ren Niming and asked, "What do we do next?" Ren Niming had said that he would lead them to kill Heavenly Venerate Xiantai. However, up until now, they had not done anything against Heavenly Venerate Xiantai. "I'll return to the Yang realm and hunt down Heavenly Lord Xiantai." Ren Niming's eyes flickered, and he said in a sonorous voice. Qiu Hu was stunned. Hunting heavenly saints? Was he crazy? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "You think I can kill saints now?" Ren Niming smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have another way." Having said that, the crowd did not pursue the matter any further and prepared to leave with him. Boom! A beam of light descended from the sky and landed between them. Its powerful aura forced Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan to retreat. It was Sunlight Emperor. His face and posture were the same as before, but his body shone with golden light, like the sun. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Zhou Xuanji, who is targeting you? Why did you save me?" Zhou Xuanji asked instead. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't clarify this point. "Back then, in the Northern Wilderness region, you saved the Northern Wilderness region many times. I was useless and I let the people of the world down. I also owe you my life. Now that I'm helping you, it's to return the favor," Sunlight Emperor replied. His expression was cold, and he was even more silent than before. He gave off the aura of the heavenly law being merciless. Ren Niming looked at him and said profoundly, "You won't have a good ending in your current state. Your will be devoured sooner or later, and you will become a puppet of the heavenly law. It will be the same as dying." Sunlight Emperor was not frightened and remained calm as he said, "That's why I'm helping him. If I'm any later, it will be difficult to return the favor." Chapter 602. What are your plans for the future? Zhou Xuanji asked Sunlight Emperor. No matter what his relationship with Sunlight Emperor was like before, he now felt that Sunlight Emperor was quite pleasing to the eye. Back then, Sunlight Emperor had many chances to kill him, but he failed. It couldn't be said that he underestimated his opponent, it could only be said that he was very arrogant. However, when faced with an undefeatable enemy, he would be a little timid. Sunlight Emperor replied, "You don't have to sympathize with me. I didn't die. I just turned into the way of heaven." He had a proud look on his face. The heavenly Tao was the highest existence. At that time, he would become a truly invincible existence. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Qiu Hu could not help but say, "You don't even have a consciousness. What's the point of becoming the heavenly Tao?" Sunlight Emperor asked back, "What are you spending your whole life for?" Qiu Hu was stunned. He had never thought about this. The reason why he cultivated was because he wanted to be free. Everyone has their own ambitions. There's nothing much to say. Si Mingyan shook his head. He did not despise or agree with Sunlight Emperor's decision. After saying that, Sunlight Emperor leaped up and flew above the clouds. Zhou Xuanji and the others entered the void and jumped into the Wanshan Great Thousand. They landed in a wood. Ren Niming said, "You guys wait here first. I'll go make a plan. Don't leave and wait for me to come back." With that he left. Chiu, who sat on the ground and leaned against a tree. He sighed and said, "I can finally rest." Si Mingyan walked to the side and sat down to rest. Zhou Xuanji took out Demon God Tianwu and Demon God Nanming and said, "I'm going back to my magic treasure world to have a look." Then, he entered the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. As soon as he disappeared, the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus appeared. Chiu Hu and Si Mingyan looked curiously at the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and praised it in their hearts. Zhou Xuanji quickly found Jiang Shui and the others. At this moment, they were in the house, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind Jiang Shui and saw Zhou Xiaoxian lying on the bed. Her face was covered in cold sweat. He asked, "What's going on?" The moment he spoke, Jiang Shui, Lady Zhao Xian, and Huang Lianxin jumped in fright. He quickly walked to the bedside and examined Zhou Xiaoxian. She said her eyes were itchy, and then she suddenly fainted. Jiang Shui said nervously, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. "Itchy eyes?" His eyes had been itchy before, but he did not know when it had disappeared. Why did Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes itch? His eyes had mutated after giving birth to Zhou Xiaoxian. If there was a chain reaction, it should be Xian Xianghua. He used his divine sense to examine Zhou Xiaoxian. He discovered that Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes contained a terrifying power. It was completely different from his eyes. "What's that?" Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. He did not know why, but he felt a little uneasy. Because he felt that this power was somewhat familiar. "I seem to have seen it somewhere before." He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to heal Zhou Xiaoxian. After a while, Zhou Xiaoxian woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Zhou Xuanji. Her gaze was hazy as she muttered, "Father? I had a nightmare. I'm so scared." Zhou Xuanji wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and asked gently, "What nightmare?" "Since it's a nightmare, it must be fake." Seeing Zhou Xiaoxian like this, he suddenly felt sorry for her. It had been a long time since he felt so sorry for her. This girl was always laughing and joking, just like a boy. He rarely cared about what she was thinking. Unknowingly, he realized that he no longer understood her. "I dreamed that you died. Mother and grandteacher also died. There were corpses everywhere, and only I was left." Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes turned red as she spoke. She thought of a terrifying possibility, and the more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. The old immortal had said that she had a mysterious power. Adding on the fact that Zhou Xuanji was being targeted by destiny, she could not help but overthink. Jiang Shui and the other two girls' expressions changed. They had also thought of that possibility. Zhou Xuanji looked calm and said with a smile, "Silly girl, your father is so powerful. How could he die? Don't overthink. Even if you want to kill me, you can't do it." Seeing that there was no change in his expression, Zhou Xiaoxuan's uneasy heart calmed down. "My eyes also contain some power, but this power might attract enemies outside of the heavenly law. They are even more terrifying than destiny. But I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of?" Zhou Xuanji hooked Zhou Xiaoxuan's nose and smiled. Zhou Xiaoxian looked at his violet eyes and smiled. Indeed. No matter how she looked at it, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were more dangerous than hers. Zhou Xuanji got up and said to Jiang Shui, "For the time being, be careful, even in the Lotus world. I still have to deal with Heavenly Lord Xiantai. If there's any problem with Xiaoxian, just call me. I can sense it." Jiang Shui nodded. She took a step forward and asked with concern, "Are you really okay? If not, you can bring us out of the Heavenly Law's range. Even if death is unknown, we can die together. There's no need to kill each other." Destiny was ethereal. Who knew how it would control them? Jiang Shui did not want to hurt Zhou Xuanji one day. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently, "Don't worry, it's not to that extent yet." In the demonic world, on a tall mountain that reached the clouds, Xian Xianghua, who was dressed in a black robe, sat on a throne. Her face was veiled, and her posture was frivolous and domineering. Following her gaze, there were countless evil spirits crawling on the ground. They were densely packed together, stretching to the ends of the earth in all directions. The demon lord is unparalleled. As high as the heavens. The demon lord is unparalleled. As high as the heavens. The demon lord is unparalleled. As high as the heavens. Countless demons cried out in unison, and their voices shook the sea of clouds. Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. She had finally reached the pinnacle of power. She began to laugh out loud. Her laughter intertwined with the demon's cries, making the entire demon realm even more horrifying. A long while later, the demons dispersed. Xian Xianghua sat on the throne alone and contemplated as she looked at the demon realm. Suddenly, a silhouette descended from the sky and landed in front of her. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. He had sharp eyebrows, hawk-like eyes, broad shoulders, and an indifferent expression. "I am Yu Xuanzong, a heavenly saint. I will give you an opportunity to become a heavenly saint. Are you willing to do it?" The black-robed man spoke with an irrefutable tone. "Heavenly saint." Xian Xianghua frowned slightly and got up. "What opportunity?" she asked softly. It was her first time meeting a heavenly saint. Although she was arrogant, she knew that she was no match for a heavenly saint. Wanshan Great Thousand Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji has 2 heavenly law violet qi. As the new lord of the demon realm, are you willing to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Yu Xuanzong said slowly. He stared into Xian Xianghua's eyes as though he wanted to see through her thoughts. Xian Xianghua asked with squinted eyes, "Zhou Xuanji? I've heard of him. He's so powerful. If I deal with him, won't I be seeking death?" Yu Xuanzong flicked his sleeves and turned around. With his back facing Xian Xianghua, he said, "I have already found many saint contenders. When the time comes, you guys can work together to deal with Zhou Xuanji. Kill Zhou Xuanji first, then fight for the heavenly law violet qi fairly. Before that, I will think of a way to trap Zhou Xuanji." Chapter 603. Since you are a heavenly saint, you must be more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Why don't you do it yourself? Xian Xianghua asked, pretending to be hesitant. Yu Xuanzong coldly harumphed and said, "Heavenly saints naturally cannot participate in mortal matters, and I should not have interfered in the fight for the heavenly law violet qi. However, Zhou Xuanji is different. He does not belong to the heavenly law, and his background is mysterious. If he becomes a saint, he might destroy the order of the heavenly law. You are not only fighting for opportunities for yourselves but also saving the heavenly law and all beings. Not everyone is qualified to participate. Only the rulers of the realms can participate." He sounded a little impatient. As a heavenly saint, he looked down on all living beings. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was troublesome, he wouldn't have come looking for Xian Xianghua. He had seen the scene of Xian Xianghua commanding the group of devils. In his eyes, this woman was just lucky. She had devoured the demonic realm heart and seized the opportunity when the demonic ancestor was missing. If it was before, it would have been impossible for this woman to see him. Xian Xianghua was still a little hesitant and asked, "You know us saint contenders very well. Are you sure we can kill Zhou Xuanji?" She was a little puzzled. Shouldn't the heavenly saint be omniscient? Yu Xuanzong did not know about her relationship with Zhou Xuanji. Yu Xuanzong said coldly, "Do I need to understand you? If you die, then it means that your fates are fated to end here. Wait for my command." With that, Yu Xuanzong disappeared on the spot. He wasn't the real body, just a wisp of consciousness. The same thing happened in other realms. The Wanshan Great Thousand, the demon world, and the demon world were not under his control. Coupled with the recent chaos of fate, Yu Xuanzong was unable to divine the demon world and the Wanshan Great Thousand. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua would have such a close relationship. He had read up on Zhou Xuanji. He had become the most powerful being in the Wanshan Great Thousand at the age of 300. Such a being should have been cultivating hard. How could the new demon realm lord be his old lover? Although the heavenly saints were powerful, they could not predict everything. If Reverend Dao Jing was here, it would be fine. He could communicate with Reverend Dao Jing. Every heavenly saint had a strong sense of dominance over their own territory and did not allow other heavenly saints to interfere. It was not just Grandmaster Yuxuan. The other heavenly saints did not know about the relationship between Xian Xianghua and Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji, what are you up to this time? Xian Xianghua looked at the dark sky and thought to herself. She was very curious about how powerful Zhou Xuanji was to force the heavenly saint to act. After Zhou Xuanji returned to Wanshan Great Thousand, Ren Niming had not returned yet. He sat on the grass and began to chat with Si Mengyan. He had wanted to ask about the relationship between Si Mengyan and Patriarch Hongshi. Si Mengyan did not hide anything and told Zhou Xuanji about the nurturing opportunities that old ancestor Hongshi had set for Zhou Xuanji. Old ancestor Hongshi's attention to him was no less than how venerable Dao Jing doted on him. After Zhou Xuanji heard about it, he felt quite amazed. It turned out that the heavenly saint, who was in a hurry, thought so highly of him. Unfortunately, old ancestor Hongshi had perished before they could even sit down and have a chat. What a pity! You want to avenge old ancestor Hongshi, but are you sure that it was Heavenly Lord Xiantai who killed him? They fought before, so it should be hard to tell who's stronger. Zhou Xuanji asked. He remembered that the old immortal said that the heavenly saints were almost immortal because they had the support of the heavenly law. Even if they were both heavenly saints, it would be very difficult for them to kill each other. Under normal circumstances, at least 2 heavenly saints had to work together to kill a saint. Si Mengyan shook his head and said, I can be sure of at least one. Anyway, it was almost certain that Heavenly Lord Xiantai was the murderer. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was filled with murderous intent toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai too. This guy wanted to kill him, so he had to take revenge. After that, the two chatted for a while more before continuing to cultivate. Ren Niming came back some time later. Zhou Xuanji began traveling between the 2 worlds. He spent most of his time teaching his disciples in the Lotus world. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 362 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained 9 extreme, 3 clear Tai Chi sword fusion technique. Zhou Xuanji, who was accompanying Zhou Shaoxian on the mountain, was interrupted by the sword spirit's voice. He squinted his eyes. Finally, another 9 extreme legendary sword came. Soon, the legendary sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, 3 clear Tai Chi sword grade, 9 extreme description. The heavenly law has 3 Qi, which are Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing. When the 3 Qi combine and fuse into Tai Chi, it can suppress a saint. To use this sword, one needs to be at least connecting heaven level 10. One needs to be at connecting heaven level 10 again. With the Saint Slayer sword, when he reaches connecting heaven level 10, he will be invincible among the heavenly saints. He was in a good mood and began to inherit the sword fusion technique. The sword fusion technique was the standard divine ability that the supreme legendary sword system provided to him. As the name suggested, he could fuse the legendary swords into his body, and he could control the ability to fuse the legendary swords. How many legendary swords he could fuse depended on how much his body could withstand. If he could withstand too many powerful legendary swords, his body would explode and he would die. Great divine ability. Zhou Xuanji was very happy. This meant that the more legendary swords he had, the more powerful he would be. How could he not be happy? Father, what are you laughing at? Zhou Shaoxian asked as she trained. Ever since her eyes started to itch, her cultivation speed increased tremendously. Her understanding of the sword's way changed too. Sometimes, Zhou Xuanji even suspected that she had obtained a supreme legendary sword system. Of course, her comprehension was only limited to this. She could not conjure many swords out of nowhere. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "It's none of your business. Focus on your training." Zhou Shaoxian curled her lip and continued her training. After learning the sword fusion technique, Zhou Xuanji became more confident in his battle against Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Half a year later, Ren Niming finally returned. After Zhou Xuanji heard about it through his clone, he immediately returned to Wanshan Great Thousand. I have already contacted a heavenly saint. We will work together to deal with Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Ren Niming said with a smile, which made Qiu open his eyes wide. Just how big was this guy's wrist? He can even contact a heavenly saint. Which heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji asked. Ren Niming replied, Barbarian God Huang Luo. He wanted to take the path of an overlord saint. After seeing the outcome of an overlord saint, he changed to the path of a heavenly saint. He is ranked top 3 among the heavenly saints. But in a one-on-one battle, he cannot kill Heavenly Lord Xiantai alone. You will be the one to do it. Your thunderclap sword contains the heavenly law's lightning punishment, which is extremely destructive to heavenly saints. However, a battle between heavenly saints is extremely dangerous. Before that, we must make your cultivation as powerful as possible. Barbarian God Huang Luo. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time hearing this name. He asked hesitantly, Will Barbarian God Huang Luo deal with me? After all, he had 2 heavenly law violet qi. As for handing over the heavenly law violet qi, it was impossible. These 2 heavenly law violet qi were entrusted to him by the heavenly saint. There was no reason for him to hand them over unless he was willing. Ren Niming smiled evilly and said, If he wants to deal with us, we will think of a way to deal with him. Chapter 604. Where are we going now? Qiu asked, his tone filled with anticipation. If Zhou Xuanji could kill a saint, it would be more and more likely for him to become a saint. If he could defeat destiny one day, Zhou Xuanji would be the most powerful existence under the heavenly law. At that time, he would also rise to the heavens along with them. Just thinking about it made him excited. Ren Niming smiled mysteriously and said, The void. After saying that, he took the lead and soared into the sky, and the others followed closely behind. During the flight, Si Mingyan curiously asked Ren Niming about his relationship with Barbarian God Huang Luo. Ren Niming didn't hide anything. A long time ago, when there were no heavenly saints, he had once saved Barbarian God Huang Luo and taught him to become stronger. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was actually the teacher of Barbarian God Huang Luo, the teacher of Heavenly Saint. But this matter would damage Barbarian God Huang Luo's reputation, so he did not announce it, and Barbarian God Huang Luo did not mention it either. TKK, the Heavenly Saint is really stingy. Qiu shook his head and sighed. He never had much respect for the Heavenly Saints. After all, he was of the same generation as the Heavenly Saints and was even the senior of some of them. Zhou Xuanji asked, Who is the strongest among the Heavenly Saints? So far, he only knew about the 6 sages. They were Reverend Daojing, Old Ancestor Hongshi, Heavenly Lord Xiantai, Buddha Yongling, and Barbarian God Huang Luo. As for the 4 saints, they had yet to appear in his line of sight. It should be Xing Tiandao. You should know his arrogance just by hearing his name. Ren Niming said without hesitation. Si Mingyan's eyelids twitched as he asked, Isn't this name taboo? Ren Niming said meaningfully, He did at first, but he overcame it. This sentence contained a lot of deep meaning. Could it be that the Sheng Tian Dao was so powerful that the heavenly Dao couldn't restrain it? I hope he doesn't make an enemy out of us. Otherwise Qiu said with a smile. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with an expression that said, I'll leave it to you. Zhou Xuanji pretended not to see it, and the group quickly flew past the 33rd heaven. Looks like I have to find a chance to release the souls of the powerful beings. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He had long since agreed to this, and if something happened to him one day, wouldn't he implicate the souls of these powerhouses? He took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the souls of the great beings. The current situation was that Wanshan Great Thousand was not suitable for reincarnation. This trip to the starry sky could give them a chance. Other than Venerable Xian and Venerable Xiantian, all the other souls were willing to reincarnate. They also understood Zhou Xuanji's situation, and now was not the time to be emotional. Xian Zun was too ashamed to be resurrected. Dao Lord Xiantian felt that following Zhou Xuanji was the greatest serendipity. 3 days later, they arrived at a floating island in the starry sky. The island looked very ordinary, and it did not have dense spiritual qi. Chiu Hu asked curiously, what fortuitous encounter can make him stronger? Ren Niming smiled. Without saying anything, he took the lead and walked into the island. The island was not big, only a few miles in length and width. There were piles of rocks on the island, and not a single plant could be seen. Ren Niming walked to the center of the island and moved a huge rock away, revealing a pitch-black cave entrance. This cave is an independent world, and it contains the Overlord Saint's sacred elixir. Ren Niming said with a smile. He was the first to jump in. The Overlord Saint's Saint Elixir? Zhou Xuanji and the others felt quite curious and jumped in. Passing through the darkness, they came to a fairyland-like world of mountains and rivers. Ren Niming flew to a waterfall and took out a black elixir that was even bigger than him. Chiu Hu and Si Mingyan were shocked. Are you sure you want him to eat it? Si Mingyan swallowed his saliva and asked carefully. He could sense that the sacred elixir contained extremely domineering energy. Even from a distance, it gave them goosebumps. Ren Niming brought the elixir to Zhou Xuanji and the others and smiled. So only he can eat it. You guys don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he cursed in his heart. What the? Are you trying to stuff me to death? Even though his body had transformed, he still felt that it was too much. Ren Niming said with a smile, don't worry. This elixir is not meant to be eaten. Place your hand on it and activate your world Buddha art. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, you know a lot. He did not mention the world Buddha art to Ren Niming. Back then, when Gu Tianxia created this energy technique, I gave him some suggestions too. Once you activate this energy technique, I can sense it. Ren Niming chuckled, concealing his fame and achievements. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Why did he feel that Ren Niming, the old beggar, and the old immortal shared the same persona? It was as though history was created by the three of them. After Ren Niming put down the sacred elixir, Zhou Xuanji placed his hand on it and activated world internalization to absorb the violent energy within the sacred elixir. As he absorbed, he asked, wasn't the Overlord Saint banished by destiny? How did you find the sacred elixir? Ren Niming shrugged and smiled. I was destiny before, so I can find the source of destiny. Chiu Hu came over and asked, since that's the case, take us there and destroy fate. Ren Niming glanced at him and shook his head condescendingly, as though he was looking at a fool. Chiu Hu was infuriated but did not know what to say. When you get there, destiny can easily kill you. Don't forget, destiny already has its own consciousness. Ren Niming looked at Zhou Xuanji and said intently. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. As long as they were powerful enough, Ren Niming could lead the way and destroy destiny. Before that, they could only work hard to become more powerful. Okay, you guys wait here. I'll go out and gather more information. Ren Niming left quickly. Chiu Hu and Si Mingyan found a place and began cultivating. Occasionally, they would converse with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji continued to challenge his limits to absorb the energy within the sacred elixir as soon as possible. But the energy within the sacred elixir was too massive, as though it was inexhaustible. He began to enjoy the feeling of becoming more powerful. A year later, he broke through to connecting heaven level 7 and his cultivation soared. Ren Niming finally returned. With a mocking smile, he said, we have one more enemy. Grandmaster Yuxuan is interested in your heavenly law violet qi. He's really courting death. Chiu Hu and Si Mingyan walked over immediately and asked what happened. It turned out that Grandmaster Yuxuan had gathered dozens of realm lords from independent realms to attack Zhou Xuanji. You seem to look down on Grandmaster Yuxuan. Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. How powerful was Ren Niming? This guy was destiny too. He might be very powerful already. Grandmaster Yuxuan has always been at a disadvantage among the heavenly saints. He's blindly arrogant and easily envious. We might be able to make use of him, Ren Niming said with a smile. Evidently, he had already come up with a plan to deal with Grandmaster Yuxuan. Their target was still Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Si Mingyan asked, will Grandmaster Yuxuan ally with Heavenly Lord Xiantai? With another heavenly saint as their enemy, the pressure on them would naturally increase. Ren Niming shook his head and said, he's already bewitched by destiny. He will become a third force. Chapter 605. A third party? Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan looked at each other and felt that this was interesting. This was good as well. With one more **tea stirring stick, the pressure on them would also be reduced. Zhou Xuanji did not take Grandmaster Yu Xuanzong seriously. He did not even know who his opponent was, and he had no idea how this fellow had become a saint. "Hey, are you not going to help us become stronger?" Qiu Hu shouted at Ren Niming. His next opponent would be a heavenly saint, and he did not want to be cannon fodder. Si Mengyan also looked at Ren Niming with a burning gaze. Until today, they were completely convinced by Ren Niming. This guy really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He could almost be said to be omnipotent. Ren Niming thought for a moment and said, "Then follow me." Following this, he left with Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him and continued to focus on absorbing the Overlord Saint's Saint Pellet. While Ren Niming and the other two were gone, he released Emperor Hanlin, Saber Monarch Dong Hai, Emperor Zhang Hai, Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian, and Emperor Zhao, allowing them to leave on their own. "I will never forget this favor. Stinking brat, wait for us to become stronger and come back to help you. Don't die. Take care. Remember, be careful in everything you do. Don't be reckless." The souls of the 5 almighty beings each gave a warning before quickly leaving. Looking at their departing souls, Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed in amazement. Time passed so quickly. Back then, he still had to rely on the 9 souls, but now he had let them go. They will regret it. I have a premonition that after this tribulation, you will completely transform. At that time, it will be difficult for them to return. Dao Lord Xuantian's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He shook his head with a smile and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll drag you down with me?" Dao Master Xian Tian snorted. "If you wanted to die, you would have died long ago." His words were filled with trust for Zhou Xuanji. "Death is not scary," Venerable Xian said. The two of them had similar names, and they stayed at the same time. Zhou Xuanji suspected that they were brothers, or perhaps they were the same person, just a split soul. After that, Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the Saint Pellet while paying attention to the world in the lotus. Years passed by. The sword spirit would remind him of the time on time. Every year he would send him a godly sword. Occasionally he would also send him sword techniques and magical treasures. 10 years later, he had reached the 9 levels of connecting heaven and was beginning to break through to the 10 levels of connecting heaven. The further he went, the more energy he needed to break through each level. In these 10 years, Ren Niming had returned once and said that Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan were still cultivating before leaving. On this day, he descended on a 7-colored ray of light, his face full of smiles. He flew behind Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "The outside world is in complete chaos. You did not appear for a long time, and Heavenly Lord Xiantai and Barbarian God Huang Luo have already started fighting. More than 100 million creatures from both factions are fighting, and the Wanshan Great Thousand has become a relatively safer place." Zhou Xuanji asked, "Did the Imperial Mystery Sect take any action?" Ren Niming nodded and explained the situation of the Great Thousand World to him. Yu Xuanzong wanted to find Zhou Xuanji, but the Wanshan Great Thousand had been taken over by Heavenly Lord Xiantai. As such, he had no choice but to fight with Heavenly Lord Xiantai. However, Zhou Xuanji had not truly appeared yet, so Yu Xuanzong only provoked Heavenly Lord Xiantai and did not start a full-scale battle. What was worth mentioning was that the Yu Xian sect had gathered the realm masters of dozens of independent worlds, surrounding the Wanshan Great Thousand. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was fighting barbarian god Huang Luo while guarding against Yu Xianzong at the same time. It was extremely difficult. Unknowingly, the heavenly saints had started to fight amongst themselves. Ren Niming said, "The current situation is very beneficial to us. The heavenly law's rules have already begun to operate, and destiny cannot be controlled as we wish. As such, we do not need to be anxious and can steadily become stronger." Zhou Xuanji nodded. This was indeed good news. "That's right, your revered teacher is not a creature under the heavenly law, right? Recently, he has been nurturing Gu Tianxia and has been active in various battlefields. At the same time, He is also searching for the heavenly law violet qi to revive Su Qing, Ren Niming said. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Gu Tianxia? He did not know whether to laugh or feel bad. Both of them had helped him, but when he was in danger, the old beggar had not been by his side. The next time they met, there would most likely be a gap between them. He shook his head and did not think too much about it. He could not hate the old beggar because of this. Let me remind you, do not give the heavenly law violet qi to him. Su Qing is not simple, and if he obtains the heavenly law violet qi and becomes a saint, he will definitely bring disaster to you, Ren Niming said seriously. Ren Niming said solemnly. When he mentioned Su Qing, his gaze was a little strange. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What's wrong with Su Qing?" Ren Niming shook his head and did not speak further. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji did not bother to ask further. After you finish absorbing the saint pellet, we will depart. We will help you grow stronger in battle until you can challenge destiny. After saying this, Ren Niming left hurriedly. Zhou Xuanji began to look forward to the battles in the future. He could already sense that he had become much more powerful. When he reached connecting heaven level 10, with 3-9 extreme legendary swords, he would be able to slay gods and Buddhas. 5 years later, Zhou Xuanji reached 378 years old and finally broke through to connecting heaven level 10. His celestial energy grew tremendously, and the saint pellet in front of him was only the size of a fist. Just when he broke through, he felt that his body was like magma from the earth's core. His celestial energy was boiling. More accurately, his magic energy was no longer celestial energy. It was saint energy. The power of an overlord saint. Too powerful. You are not even 400 years old yet. Dao Lord Xintian cried out in shock in Zhou Xuanji's mind. In order not to be lonely, he put the ancient god sword aside. Sovereign Xian sighed in amazement. It's hard to imagine how far you will go. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not reply. After he finished absorbing the remaining saint pellet, he would be able to leave this world. He waited patiently with a calm heart. 5 days later, he absorbed the saint pellet completely. Because Ren Niming had not returned yet, he could only wait here. He asked the demon god to guard outside while he entered the lotus world. Half a year later, he came out with Zhou Shaoxian. I'm finally out. Zhou Shaoxian cried out excitedly. This girl wanted to come out every day. The lotus world was huge, but she felt that it was more interesting outside. Zhou Xuanji sat on a rock by the river and asked, "How are your eyes recently?" He realized that Zhou Xiaoshuan's pupils had turned completely purple, just like him. It's all right. I don't feel any discomfort usually. Zhou Shaoxian nodded. Then she moved closer to Zhou Xuanji and giggled, "Father, can I go and watch when you challenge the heavenly saints?" Her cultivation had grown tremendously and was about to break through to heavenly law true God, so she felt that she was very powerful. Zhou Xuanji threw her a stare and said, "No." Zhou Shaoxian curled her lip. Just when she was about to speak, the ground shook violently. The father and daughter turned around and saw a black shadow tearing through the space and stepping in like a demon god walking out from the abyss. It was the shadow of the Overlord Saint. Chapter 606. Who is he? Zhou Shaoxian asked anxiously. She quickly took out her sword. The Overlord Saint's aura was extremely powerful. It was her first time feeling such a powerful aura. Facing the Overlord Saint, she suddenly felt that she was too arrogant. Her father's enemy was so powerful, and she still wanted to join in the fun. Overlord Saint, the last one banished by destiny, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. The thunderclap sword appeared in his right hand, and demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming fused into his body. He took a step forward and shielded Zhou Shaoxian behind him. You still want to watch the fun? He asked with a faint smile. He no longer took the Overlord Saint seriously. If the opponent was a heavenly saint, he would definitely put Zhou Shaoxian into the 24-rank deep Black Lotus. Zhou Shaoxian bit her lip lightly and said, "Father, should we run?" She looked at the Overlord Saint in the horizon and realized that the Overlord Saint did not come. It was as though he was waiting for something. No need. Your father is no longer the same as before, Zhou Xuanji replied. He was also curious why the Overlord Saint did not move. Could there be other enemies? He remembered that Ren Niming said that many powerful cultivators were devoured by destiny. They might have become destiny's puppets to deal with him in the future. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the thunderclap sword and activated ranged sword propelling. Boom! The Overlord Saint was pierced by the thunderclap sword. Heavenly lightning weaved on his body and tore him apart. Zhou Xuanji, who was at connecting heaven level 10, was much more powerful than before. Moreover, he had the power of the Overlord Saint. His power had undergone a qualitative transformation. A full-powered slash was enough to destroy the Overlord Saint's soul. Zhou Shaoxian opened her eyes wide and cried out in excitement. "Father, you're too powerful." She jumped on the spot and almost threw the sword at Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, a figure walked out from the spatial crack that the Overlord Saint had torn open. This person wore silver armor and a muscular body. He wore a golden helmet with a dragon head and gave off a powerful aura. 18 silver spears floated behind him in the shape of a fan. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. "Who is he?" Zhou Shaoxian asked carefully. This person was not simple. She felt that he was more dangerous than the Overlord Saint. "I'm not sure," Zhou Xuanji said softly. After that, he put Zhou Shaoxian into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. He took out several hundred divine swords and flew up as well. He used Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep and walked toward the silver-armored man. Even though he didn't know who the other party was, the other party's killing intent was clear. Since that was the case, there was no need to ask about his origins. Just kill them. I am the dragon race's war god, Ao Ligang. Zhou Xuanji, hand over the 2 heavenly law violet chi, and I can spare your life, said the silver-armored man. The 18 silver spears on his back suddenly grew taller, reaching a length of 100 zhang. Spear chi soared into the sky, and silver dragons coiled around the spears. Their auras shook the small world so much that it began to collapse. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. Such nonsense again. As he moved forward, he asked, "Do you serve the dragons or fate?" Hearing this, Ao Ligang harumphed coldly and said proudly, "I am the ancestor of the dragon race. I control the power of destiny. Even a heavenly saint cannot do anything to me. I am fighting for myself." Control the power of destiny? It was ridiculous. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique straightaway and fused all the legendary swords into his body. Only the Thunderclap sword was left in his hand. As for the Saint Slayer sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword, he did not dare to take them out. If he fused the 2 9 extreme swords into his body, it would be too much for him to bear. In an instant, he felt a violent power surging out of his body. It was as though the power would explode with a casual swing of his hand. It was an indescribable feeling. Ao Ligang sensed his aura, and his pupils contracted. Such a powerful aura, it shouldn't be, he frowned deeply. He used the power of destiny to locate Zhou Xuanji and tested Zhou Xuanji's power. Although Zhou Xuanji was not bad, he could not be compared to him at all. Zhou Xuanji suddenly used the 10,000 ultimate steps and streaked across the sky like a stream of white light. Ao Ligang backed off immediately, and the 18 silver spears behind him pierced forward. The wind and thunder rumbled. Boom! The sword flashed, and the 18 silver spears were blasted away. Piasik! The thunderclap sword pierced into Ao Liagang's chest. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Disbelief was written all over his face. Such speed! Why is it like this? Ao Ligang could not believe his eyes. He was only half a step away from becoming a heavenly saint, and he was pierced by a connecting heaven level 10 cultivator. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He jerked his right hand, and the thunderclap sword shot out billions of lightning bolts, which blasted Ao Liagang's body apart instantly. A dragon's soul appeared on the blade, and he roared with all his might. Roar! The dragon roar pierced through the space and resounded across countless worlds. Even the world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus could hear it. The dragon ancestor had fallen, and all worlds trembled. Zhou Xuanji used world internalization to absorb Ao Liagang's magic energy. Ao Ligang was strong-willed and chose to explode his soul straight away. Boom! The powerful radiance from the explosion engulfed Zhou Xuanji's body instantly, and the small world shattered instantly. The floating island outside shattered as well. The horrifying shockwave swept in all directions, destroying numerous asteroids and stars. The Demon Realm. In a palace, Xian Xianghua was entertaining the lords of various worlds. The dragon roar exploded suddenly, and everyone got up in shock. What's going on? This dragon roar? It seems to be Ao Ligang? It can't be. He was someone who almost became a heavenly saint. Who killed the dragon ancestor? The realm lords discussed in fear. They were very familiar with Ao Ligang. How could someone who was almost invincible be killed? Xian Xianghua frowned. As the new realm lord, she did not know about Ao Ligang. She asked, "Is it only the heavenly saint who can kill Ao Ligang?" The realm lords were silent for a while before nodding. Thinking of the heavenly saint, all the realm lords felt a headache. They gathered this time because they wanted to work together. The heavenly saints were already fighting among themselves, and they did not want to be cannon fodder. This would be an unprecedented catastrophe, because one heavenly saint had already fallen, and another had left the void. Everyone, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. We must come up with a plan and work together. Otherwise, everyone below the heavenly saint will be ants, and no one will survive. Xian Xianghua knocked on the armrest and said casually. The realm lords turned their attention back to her. The one who died was Ao Ligang. Who would die next? A realm lord reminded, Grandmaster Yuxuan wants us to deal with Zhou Xuanji. We can't refuse. They dared to gather here because Grandmaster Yuxuan was busy fighting with Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Zhou Xuanji had not appeared for a long time, so Grandmaster Yuxuan ignored them. Of course, we must deal with Zhou Xuanji. But we can propose another plan. Xian Xianghua said with a smile, but she was mocking them in her heart. You want to kill my little Langjun? Let's see if I don't kill you. Chapter 607. Zhou Xuanji appeared in the starry sky, his black clothes not damaged at all. Ao Liagang's self-destruction was nothing in his eyes. Disregarding magic power, his physical body could withstand it. He cracked his neck and looked at the vast starry sky. He was considering whether or not he should directly look for Empyrean Xiantai. Previously, when he faced his fate, his heart was heavy. Now, he felt a sense of relief, as if the clouds had parted and he could see the sun. Slaying a saint. He wanted to kill the saint now. He wanted to step on Heavenly Lord Xuantia's corpse, continue to grow stronger, and finally challenge fate. Ren Niming and the other two hadn't returned yet, so he was hesitating whether he should wait or not. He thought about it and decided to go alone. With Ren Niming's ability, he would definitely be able to find him. With that thought, he flew in a certain direction. He didn't know where Heavenly Lord Xiantai was, so he headed to the Abyss Pearl mainland first. The main body of the Abyss Pearl mainland was the Divine Moon, and he planned to liberate the Divine Moon. Back then, the Abyss Pearl mainland had helped him fight the war between the two worlds. Now that he had the ability, he naturally had to help them. At the same time, he would go and take a look at the Great Thousand Worlds under Old Ancestor Hongsher's control to see if they had encountered any battles between heavenly saints. Not long after he left, Ren Niming arrived. He's dead, Ren Niming frowned and muttered to himself. He understood Ao Liagang's strength very well. If it was anyone else who absorbed the sacred elixir, they might be able to defeat Ao Ligang, but it would be too difficult to kill him. It was almost impossible. Zhou Xuanji, what other secrets do you have? Where did your swords come from? Ren Niming mumbled to himself. He did not think too much and began tracking Zhou Xuanji's aura. After killing Ao Ligang, Zhou Xuanji was attacked one after another. The cultivations of these experts were all above connecting heaven level 10. Some were like overlord saints, who had no intelligence. Some were like Ao Ligang, who claimed to have grasped the power of destiny. Zhou Xuanji killed them one by one. At the same time, he lost his way and did not know where the Abyss Pearl mainland was. Strange, these fellows think they control the power of fate, but why don't they know each other? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he flew. As for keeping a low profile, he felt that it was impossible. Because each of those guys was crazier than the last. It seemed like there were some unknown secrets behind this. Half a month later, he suddenly stopped and followed his gaze, only to see 3 figures rushing towards him. They were the old beggar, Gu Tianxia, and Su Qing. Su Qing was still in a deranged state. His body was covered with talismans and was trembling slightly, as if he was trying to restrain his emotions. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, the old beggar was stunned. He did not dodge and quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" He thought that Zhou Xuanji was cultivating at the old immortal's place. Gu Tianxia sized up Zhou Xuanji and was astonished in his heart. He could sense that Zhou Xuanji had transformed. What did this kid experience? What a terrifying aura. Su Qing suddenly became irritable, growling nonstop. "I want to look for Heavenly Lord Xiantai." Zhou Xuanji replied. He looked at Gu Tianxia and continued, "Can you teach me the mental energy technique above level 3 of the World Buddha art? Find Heavenly Lord Xiantai?" The old beggar was stunned and felt a little absurd. How long had it been? Zhou Xuanji already had the power to rival heavenly saints? The first 3 levels of the World Buddha art are the quintessence. The 4th and 5th levels that I created are useless. I have already abolished them. If you learn them, you might be putting the cart before the horse. Gu Tianxia said as he shook his head. He was not a petty person. Until now, he had never asked Zhou Xuanji for the Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji nodded and was about to leave when the old beggar suddenly stopped him. "Do you have 2 Heaven's Path Violet Chi? How about letting me have one?" The old beggar rubbed his hands and said with a pleading tone. Facing Zhou Xuanji, he was too embarrassed to display his dignity as a revered teacher. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "Reviving Su Qing and letting him become a saint might bring harm to the world. Are you sure?" The old beggar gritted his teeth and said, "When he becomes a saint, I will take him away and never return to the boundless world." Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not know how to reject. "Roar!" Su Qing roared agitatedly, his voice getting louder and louder like a ferocious demon. Gu Tianxia looked at Su Qing strangely. "What's wrong with this guy?" The old beggar did not care about Su Qing and begged Zhou Xuanji, "My good disciple, I will only beg you this once. Give me one, just one." "Roar!" Su Qing roared crazily. His voice was like thunder, and the talismans on his body fluttered nonstop. The old beggar hurriedly turned around and suppressed his violence. Su Yang. Su Qing stared at Zhou Xuanji with bloodshot eyes and roared hoarsely. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Su Yang? Could it be Su Yang was Su Qing's brother? He was dumbfounded. Was this really true? The old beggar looked back at Zhou Xuanji and said with an awkward smile, "He's crazy. You should know that he's obsessed with his little brother." He could not help but sigh at the mention of Su Yang. Su Yang had died countless years ago, and this was something that he did not want to talk about the most. He did not mention it to Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Shaoxin either. Zhou Xuanji said with a strange expression, "Su Yang is in my enchanted artifact. He is my grand disciple in this life." Su Yang was Xiao Jinghong's only disciple. Back then, Daoya Old Man said that he was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator. Until now, he had not awakened. The old beggar heard him and opened his eyes wide. His body trembled as he swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, "Is what you said true?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and brought Su Yang out from the world in the lotus. When Su Yang appeared and saw the starry sky around him, his body trembled in fear. Just when he was about to cry out, he saw Zhou Xuanji beside him and heaved a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said bitterly, "Grand teacher, why are you looking for me? Why so suddenly?" Fortunately, he did not do anything shameful before, or else it would have been awkward. "It's really you," the old beggar said with a trembling voice. He moved closer to Su Yang instinctively, and Su Yang hid behind Zhou Xuanji out of fear. At this moment, Su Qing suddenly went crazy and began tearing at the talisman on his body. The old beggar quickly tried to suppress him, but no matter how much magic energy he channeled, Su Qing could not regain his composure. Gu Tianxia tried to help, but it was still useless. Su Yang was frightened by the furious Su Qing, especially his bloodshot eyes, which almost made him pee in his pants. Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of Su Qing out of nowhere. He stretched out his right hand and tapped Su Qing's forehead with his index finger. The power of the Overlord Saint froze Su Qing's body immediately. The old beggar looked at him in shock. How powerful was this brat now? Zhou Xuanji asked. You are so powerful. Did you not divine that Su Yang was under my control? The old beggar could not help but look at Su Yang. His gaze was complicated, filled with surprise and regret. Su Yang was frightened by his gaze. Who was this old man? The two brothers were sealed by the heavenly law. I could not divine them at all, the old beggar sighed. He helped the birth of the heavenly law, but the heavenly law took away the person he cared about the most. How ironic. Chapter 608. After the old beggar met Su Yang, he was very excited and kept talking to Su Yang. Su Yang also found out about his previous life. He did not feel complicated. He was not angry or unwilling, but rather excited. As expected, my background is indeed powerful. Su Yang gripped his fists, feeling excited as if he was the main character. Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly, Look at your elder brother's outcome. Do you want to end up like him? Su Yang turned to look at Su Qing, and when he met Su Qing's bloodshot eyes, he immediately shuddered. The old beggar said excitedly, It's okay. As long as you have 2 heavenly law violet qi, you can break free from the heavenly law's seal. Zhou Xuanji heard him and narrowed his eyes. Just as expected, the old beggar looked at him and said, Aren't you walking the path of the Overlord Saint? Can you give me your 2 heavenly law violet qi? Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Even Gu Tianxia shook his head. How could he do that? There was only so much heavenly law violet qi. Why should he give it to his disciple? It would be fine if he gave it to the old beggar, but the old beggar was asking for it on behalf of his other 2 disciples. He was being unreasonable. Su Yang understood and said with a frown, Okay, so you were waiting for me here. Grand Teacher, ignore him. You risked your life to protect these 2 heavenly law violet qi. So what if you're his disciple? He didn't even consider you. Hearing this, the old beggar became anxious. Stinking brat, what are you talking about? I'm fighting for you too. He said impatiently. Su Yang glanced at him disdainfully and said, How do I know you don't have any other intentions towards me? Moreover, only by following Grand Teacher can I be at ease. Even without the heavenly law violet qi, I believe that by following him, I will still become a heavenly saint. After all, Grand Teacher said that his final goal is not to become a heavenly saint. The old beggar was completely speechless. He looked at Zhou Xuanji bitterly, using his gaze to ask him what kind of magic potion did you give him? Zhou Xuanji said calmly, I can't give you the heavenly law violet qi. If you want it, I can help you take it. After I destroy Heavenly Lord Xiantai, that heavenly law violet qi will belong to you. As for Su Yang, he's my grand disciple and will follow me in the future. Su Yang nodded furiously and said, Hee, I am Emperor Sword Court's eldest senior brother. I cannot leave. He looked around. This was his first time in space and he was very curious. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sent him into the Lotus World. All right, do you want to follow me to look for Heavenly Lord Xiantai? Zhou Xuanji asked, and the old beggar nodded with gritted teeth, his eyes still filled with resentment. Gu Tianxia hesitated for a while before nodding. He also wanted to know how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. The 4 of them immediately flew toward the Abyss Pearl mainland. The old beggar knew the direction of the Abyss Pearl mainland, which saved Zhou Xuanji a lot of trouble. On the way, they were very curious about how Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had increased so quickly. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about Ren Niming and the Overlord Saint Pellet. As for the truth that Ren Niming was destiny, he did not mention it. Ren Niming? That kid is really still alive. The old beggar's eyes flickered as he sighed. Shortly after, he told them about his relationship with Ren Niming. Ren Niming was one of the first batch of living beings after the heavenly law was established. He knew the old immortal and the old beggar, but he refused to take them as his teacher and did things his own way. Over the years, They had their own plans and often clashed. Until today, the old beggar could no longer see through Ren Niming. Be careful of him. Don't think that he's helping you now. He might have other motives, the old beggar reminded. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile. Gu Tianxia asked, "What's your goal? Heavenly Saint? Or Kunlun Origin Court?" Tsk Disket. He even knew about Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the old beggar, and the old beggar felt a little awkward. Zhou Xuanji learned about these things from the old immortal. Kunlun Origin Court. Heavenly Saint is not my final destination. I'm not walking the path of a heavenly saint, Zhou Xuanji replied. He had to go to Kunlun Origin Court to take a look. Why was he banished by destiny, and where did he come from? Where did the primordial chaos life force that the supreme legendary sword system represented come from? If he could not solve these questions, he would pursue them for the rest of his life. Gu Tianxia nodded. He thought for a while and said, "If you want to leave in the future, can you bring me along? I will join Emperor Sword Court and serve you." With this, the old beggar opened his eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised too. "Why are you going to Kunlun Origin Court? It's very dangerous. Kunlun Origin Court rejects foreign objects. Be careful or they will kill you," the old beggar said in a frenzy. Why were his disciples so troublesome? Gu Tianxia smiled and said, "I always feel that this brat will be amazing in the future, even beyond your expectations. Following him will be exciting." He had witnessed Zhou Xuanji's growth in the Tianxia map. Every time Zhou Xuanji activated the Tianxia map, he could see everything that happened to Zhou Xuanji. Only those who witnessed Zhou Xuanji's growth knew how terrifying his potential was. This was also the reason why Su Yang was so loyal to him. The old beggar fell silent and fell into deep thought. Half a month later, they finally came to the Abyss Pearl mainland. Zhou Xuanji looked down at the Abyss Pearl mainland. He took out the 9-moon execution sword and activated the Divine Moon's power to establish a spiritual connection with the Abyss Pearl mainland. The old beggar and Gu Tianxia did not disturb him. Their eyes were fixed on the 9-moon execution sword. Soon, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness established a connection with the Abyss Pearl mainland. He asked the Abyss Pearl mainland if it wanted to leave this world of suffering. He could help the Divine Moon reincarnate. Although the Divine Moon was a star, it had developed intelligence and was considered a living being. It could reincarnate as long as it had a soul. The Abyss Pearl mainland replied that it did not want to reincarnate. Tsk Disket. I didn't expect the Abyss Pearl mainland to be transformed from a divine moon. Hongshi is really good, the old beggar praised. The Divine Moon was a miraculous existence under the heavenly law. It contained more power than the sun. Zhou Xuanji ignored him, and Gu Tianxia did not reply. After a short conversation, the Abyss Pearl mainland made its choice. It hoped that Zhou Xuanji would accept it. The living beings on the mainland would follow it and form an independent world. The Abyss Pearl mainland glowed with a powerful radiance. At first glance, it seemed to have returned to its divine moon state. The universe heaven cultivators flew out of the Abyss Pearl mainland in fear. Soon, the Abyss Pearl mainland shrunk into a jade bead and flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji caught it easily. The bead was only the size of a fist, and the Abyss Pearl mainland was hidden within it. He scanned the bead with his divine sense and saw all the living beings on the continent. A ball of flame flew toward the 4 of them. As the flame dissipated, Feng Yuxiu appeared. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and asked, "Why did you take away the Abyss Pearl mainland?" She was old ancestor Hongshi's disciple. She knew why old ancestor Hongshi died. Zhou Xuanji waved the jade bead in his hand and said, "This is the Abyss Pearl mainland's will." Chapter 609. The Abyss Pearl mainland's own will? Feng Yuxiu felt a bit dazed, and she could not help but think back to when Zhou Xuanji had slaughtered everyone in the Abyss Pearl mainland. At that time, the Abyss Pearl mainland was helping him. "What's your plan?" Zhou Xuanji changed the subject and asked. He had already found out about the relationship between Feng Yuxiu and old ancestor Hongshi from Si Mengyan. Currently, Feng Yuxiu had no one to rely on. Feng Yuxiu shook her head and said, "I'll leave it up to fate. You've taken the Abyss Pearl mainland, so I can only wander about and see if there's a suitable place to establish an abode." The old beggar showed a curious look and looked back and forth between the two of them. Gu Tianxia looked in another direction as if he was looking at something indecent. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "You can continue to cultivate in the Abyss Pearl mainland, I will not disturb you." Feng Yuxiu frowned and hesitated. "You can also join my Emperor Sword Court. My disciples and grand-disciples are all in one of my treasures, forming their own world. The spiritual qi there is not inferior to that of the Great Thousand World." Zhou Xuanji threw out an olive branch. Feng Yuxiu was a top-tier existence in Universe Heaven and had great talent. Her achievements would be even greater in the future, and it would not be a loss to bring her into the court. Adding on Qiu Hu, Shiji Six Immortals, Qiu Boy, and Gu Jianzun, Emperor Sword Court already had the strength of an Overlord-class force. Feng Yuxiu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji said a few words and sent her into the Lotus World. He asked Daoya Old Man to receive her and arrange a place for her to stay. He especially sent a telepathic message to all the elders of Emperor Sword Court, telling them about Feng Yuxiu's cultivation and background so that no one would anger her. After doing all of this, Zhou Xuanji and the others continued to search for Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was probably near the Wanshan Great Thousand, and the Jinggan Great Thousand they were in was not far from the Wanshan Great Thousand. Unlike Wanshan Great Thousand, Jinggan Great Thousand had already split into dozens of continents. The specific reason for this was probably related to the fall of old ancestor Hongshi. "We are looking for Empyrean Xiantai. He should be able to sense it, but he hasn't appeared yet. Either he can't free himself, or he's planning something," the old beggar said in a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change and said, "No matter what he's planning, it's meaningless." The old beggar and Gu Tianxia looked at him deeply. Absolute confidence often came from powerful strength. They also believed that Zhou Xuanji had faced the heavenly saints before and was not blindly arrogant. Among the countless stars, Heavenly Lord Xiantai sat on an asteroid. Many figures floated in the starry sky around him. They were all meditating and cultivating. Heavenly Lord Xiantai opened his eyes and said faintly, "Zhou Xuanji is coming soon. The serendipity is before you. It all depends on your own abilities." As soon as he said that, everyone opened their eyes and powerful auras burst forth. Among them, the weakest cultivation strength was at Universe Heaven Level 7. Apart from listening to Heavenly Master Xuantia's lecture, the most important thing for them to gather here was the Heavenly Dao Purple Essence. Heavenly Lord Xiantai had predicted that Zhou Xuanji would come looking for him, so he had gathered them here. No one was worried that Zhou Xuanji had already become a saint. Anyone who became a saint would definitely cause a Heavenly Dao anomaly, just like when old ancestor Hongshi died. Zhou Xuanji is finally coming. He has 2 strands of Heavenly Law Violet Qi in his hands, yet he still dares to cause trouble for the Heavenly Saints. This kid is truly crazy. Perhaps he doesn't know the way to become a saint? No matter what, I won't dare to cause trouble for the Heavenly Saint. Isn't this helping us? The powerful cultivators discussed among themselves. They were all looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's arrival. A black shadow appeared behind Heavenly Lord Xiantai. At first glance, it looked like his shadow, and it did not move at all. Barbarian God Huangluo is coming here too. It seems like Rin Niming has already convinced him, the black shadow said softly. The black figure said softly. When Heavenly Lord Xiantai heard this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Send this news to Grandmaster Yuxuan," he instructed. The black shadow disappeared immediately. At the same time, deep in the starry sky, numerous legendary swords flew over rapidly and formed a river of swords. Zhou Xuanji stood on the river of swords, while the old beggar, Gu Tianxia, and Su Qing followed far behind. "Aren't we going to support him?" Gu Tianxia asked with a frown. He could already sense many powerful auras and the Heavenly Saint's boundless saintly might. The old beggar gritted his teeth and said, "If we go up recklessly, we will only add more trouble to him." His eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Unknowingly, Zhou Xuanji had become so powerful that he had become a burden. If the 2 brothers are fine, I can focus on nurturing them. Will you be more powerful than you are now? The old beggar looked worried as he thought to himself. He could sense that his relationship with Zhou Xuanji had become estranged. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and saw Heavenly Lord Xiantai. With the thunderclap sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword in his hands, his black robe fluttered in the wind. With 2 9 extreme legendary swords in his hands, he had no reason to be afraid. Heavenly Lord Xiantai, you destroyed my Wanshan Great Thousand and slaughtered countless living beings. Aren't you looking for me? Today, we shall settle the score and fight to the death. He cried out coldly. His voice shook the starry sky and alerted all living beings. Swish! The living beings around Heavenly Lord Xiantai all turned around. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, they quickly took out their enchanted artifacts and stood up, charging toward him. There were only 2 Heavenly Law Violet Qi. Whoever was faster would get it. Seeing them charging at him with great momentum, Zhou Xuanji was not afraid. His lips curled up into a mocking smile. 81 sword souls condensed behind him. As he grew more powerful, his understanding of the way of the sword grew tremendously. Especially after realizing the sword Dao rules, his way of the sword had surpassed all sword cultivators in the world. All of you go to hell. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, and 81 sword souls slashed out simultaneously. Sword light flashed, and those experts subconsciously used their divine abilities to block it. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the experts were killed by the sword souls, their souls dispersing. The river of swords beneath Zhou Xuanji's feet sped up, and a steady stream of magic energy entered his body through world internalization. Since you're courting death, let me help you. As Zhou Xuanji spoke, the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha condensed behind him. It gave off resplendent golden light and was millions of meters tall, and 1,000 swords slashed out simultaneously. Buddha said, "A flower is a world." The Buddha of the sword, 1 sword to create a world, 1,000 swords to destroy 10,000 worlds. A deafening boom resounded. It was like the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe. Countless stars shattered, and the screams of the experts were drowned out by the explosion. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique amidst the explosion, leaving only the thunderclap sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword in his hands. Stepping on the corpses, he charged toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai amidst the blinding explosion. At this moment, he was an overlord saint. Pressing forward courageously, even a saint would find it difficult to stop. On the meteorite, Heavenly Lord Xiantai was expressionless, but his heart was filled with shock. Why was this brat so powerful? It didn't make sense. How long had it been? He immediately waved his palm, and a black halo with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared before the meteorite. With a loud boom, black spheres of light flew out from the black halo like a black hole toward Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 610. Facing the countless black orbs of light, Zhou Xuanji's expression was cold. He slashed with his sword extremely quickly, as though he did not even draw his sword. Sword Dao rules. Such bang, all the black light balls were destroyed, but there was still an endless stream of them. Zhou Xuanji leaped up quickly and raised the thunderclap sword. Billions of lightning bolts weaved into a gigantic sword of light and slashed toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai raised his right hand, his index finger and middle finger together. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed upwards. He actually managed to block the lightning sword through the air. Zhou Xuanji, you are quite powerful, but do you know how powerful a heavenly saint is? Heavenly Lord Xiantai shouted coldly. The voice of a heavenly sage shook one's soul. The powerful cultivators who had not died all dodged and looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror and despair. How could he be so strong? That sword just now, we've been tricked. Damn it. How could this be? Stay away from him. What realm is he in? I feel like even saint contenders aren't as strong as him. The powerhouses discussed animatedly. They hated Heavenly Venerable Xiantai to the core. Facing the heavenly saint, they did not dare to curse. They could only bury it in their hearts or vent their anger on Zhou Xuanji verbally. Zhou Xuanji activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused the bodies of the 4 demon gods into his body. His aura surged again. He tore through space and arrived behind Heavenly Lord Xiantai in a single step. He waved the 3 clear Taiji sword with his left hand and slashed at Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai revealed a look of disdain. Those who were not sages could not even break his sage might. A layer of white light radiated from his body, isolating Zhou Xuanji. Ping! The 3 clear Taiji sword broke through the layer of white light as though it was breaking glass. The blade of the sword then slashed towards Heavenly Lord Xuantia's neck. Heavenly Lord Xiantai disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji slashed at thin air. He appeared 100 kilometers away and looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. How is this possible? That sword just now. Could it be a sword forged by a heavenly saint? The birth of a heavenly sage magical treasure will definitely be earth-shattering. Cold sweat dripped down Heavenly Venerate Xuantia's forehead. At this moment, he really felt a sense of crisis. Zhou Xuanji could actually injure him. This brat must be eliminated. If this kid was given more time to grow, what would happen? Heavenly Lord Xuantia's eyes turned fierce and fierce as he took out a black iron whip from his sleeve. With a shake of his right hand, the iron whip quickly grew to hundreds of thousands of feet long, burning with a dark blue flame. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and said, "Stinking brat, you dare to offend the might of a heavenly saint. Today, I will show you what it means to be a heavenly saint." He lashed out with his whip, stirring up violent winds and exploding stars in the distance. Zhou Xuanji instinctively raised his 2 swords to block in front of him, and with a loud clang, he was sent flying backward. In that instant, he felt as if his arms were about to shatter. Fresh blood gushed out of his throat incessantly. This level of power, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were bloodshot in disbelief. This was the first time he truly fought against a heavenly saint. He did not expect the heavenly saints to be so powerful. Then how terrifying would a true overlord saint be? He gritted his teeth and forcefully steadied himself. The divine power of the 9 extreme divine swords poured into his body, causing the surface of his body to glow faintly. His violent aura instantly disappeared. He took a deep breath and leaped up with both swords in his hands. World-suppressing. He drew a perfect arc in the vast starry sky. The thunderclap sword was below him while the 3 clear Tai Chi sword was above him. The 2 divine powers flowed through Zhou Xuanji's body and fused together. The sword, it's like a heavenly saint. Heavenly Lord Xiantai frowned tightly. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji's silhouette grew larger and larger. He lashed out with his black whip, destroying everything in its path. Zhou Xuanji turned into a stream of white light and clashed with the black whip. The 3 clear Tai Chi swords' blade clashed with the whip. He gritted his teeth and dashed out along the whip. Countless sparks flew. He came up to Heavenly Lord Xiantai swiftly, and heavenly lightning exploded. Boom! A horrifying explosion shook the universe. Spiritual chi surged violently, sweeping up a world-destroying gale. It was majestic and imposing. Far away, the old beggar and Gu Tianxia immediately channeled their magic energy to resist the gale. So powerful, Gu Tianxia opened his eyes wide. He swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice. Even though he was so far away, he still felt that his soul was about to dissipate. The old beggar was stunned. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but he felt that it was unbelievable to see Zhou Xuanji fight against a heavenly saint. Even in the Kunlun origin court, it was hard to find such a genius. In the powerful radiance, Zhou Xuanji danced with both swords and slashed wildly without any pattern. He suppressed Heavenly Lord Xiantai with absolute speed and power. Heavenly Lord Xiantai raised his right palm and blocked Zhou Xuanji's attack. Their eyes met, and he saw the rage and murderous intent in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. He was a little dazed. This brat wanted to kill him? Killing a saint? What a joke! This was the biggest joke in the world. He was enraged immediately. As a heavenly saint, it had been a long time since he sensed the mortal's murderous intent toward him. Even the powerful cultivators of the Great Thousand World trembled in fear when facing him. They could not harbor any malicious intent but only endless fear. This brat wanted to kill him. Zhou Xuanji, I will turn your bones into ashes and consign you to eternal damnation. Heavenly Lord Xiantai roared. A violent black flame burst out and sent Zhou Xuanji flying away. His black clothes were burned into ashes in an instant. His skin cracked from the heat, and blood oozed out. Fortunately, he was no longer the same as before. His body's self-healing ability was extremely powerful. He healed quickly and did not turn into bones. He quickly activated the Battle Path Flame Soul. A fiery battle armor materialized on his body, and he turned into a fire god. Brat, can you do it? Sovereign Xian cried out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. But his tone was filled with excitement. This kid really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Zhou Xuanji licked the blood at the corner of his lips and said coldly, "The real battle begins now." He immediately used the sword fusion technique and absorbed the 3 clear Tai Chi sword into his body. 9 extreme power. His entire body turned into a white radiance, just like the divine moon state. His aura had reached the same level as Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Impossible! Saint Stage. Heavenly Lord Xiantai cried out in disbelief with his eyes wide open. His face turned hideous immediately. He immediately swung his black whip and lashed it at Zhou Xuanji. Boom! 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 The black whip bounced off Zhou Xuanji's body like a loud bell. A tempest rained down, and the stars exploded. Countless stars could not withstand the saint's might and exploded. It was like a world-shaking firework that covered the entire universe. Zhou Xuanji held the thunderclap sword with one hand and walked toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. It was his first time fusing the 9 extreme legendary sword into his body. This feeling, omnipotent, the unprecedented power almost made him lose himself. He wanted to vent his anger and destroy everything. He suddenly understood the mentality of the heavenly saints. Before such power, all the schemes of mortals were useless. Today I am the saint, and I will slay destiny in the future. Zhou Xuanji's voice came into Heavenly Lord Xuantia's ears. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was furious because he felt that this brat was provoking him. Chapter 611. Heavenly Lord Xiantai took a deep breath, and his skin rapidly turned black like black iron. His entire person seemed to have turned into darkness. With the black whip in hand, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, he and Zhou Xuanji only had eyes for each other. They just wanted to kill each other. Heavenly Lord Xiantai, I didn't expect you to be in such a situation. A wild and domineering laughter resounded through the entire starry sky, and a giant figure that was 1,000,000 feet tall slowly walked out of the darkness. He was bare-chested and wore golden arm guards on his arms. His muscles were well-developed, and his lines were like mountain ranges. 2 green dragons coiled around his body, giving him a fiendish appearance. Barbarian god Huang Luo. His face was wild, and his eyes were golden. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a group of black dragons. Upon seeing him, Heavenly Venerate Xuantia's face darkened. Damn it! How did this guy get here so fast? He cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he was very calm. Zhou Xuanji had already displayed the power of the Saint Realm. If he worked together with barbarian god Huang Luo, it would not bode well for him. Zhou Xuanji saw Ren Niming standing on barbarian god Huang Luo's shoulder with an evil smile. This guy is really timely. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He could not help but smile. Barbarian god Huang Luo walked over step by step and said with a hideous smile, "Dark Steel. You killed Hongshi. You are a heavenly saint. You should give up your position." There was an agreement between the heavenly sages that they could not attack each other. After all, there was a limit to the number of heavenly saints. As long as they were united, they could be heavenly saints forever and rule over everything under the heavenly law. Heavenly Lord Xiantai and Buddha Yangling worked together to kill old ancestor Hongshi, which was a taboo between heavenly saints. The only existence that heaven saints were afraid of was heaven saints. Oof, you make it sound so easy. Berserker god Huang Luo, I might not know what you want to do, but your goal might not be as simple as punishing me. Heavenly Lord Xiantai snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Barbarian god Huang Luo came close and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he praised, "Sword Emperor, you are not bad." He did not directly call Zhou Xuanji by his name and instead called him the Sword Emperor, giving Zhou Xuanji enough face. However, his gaze made Zhou Xuanji very uncomfortable. This fellow was very aggressive, even more dangerous than Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Ren Niming flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and said telepathically, "Leave the rest to them. Find an opportunity to seize his saint energy." Zhou Xuanji replied, "Will barbarian god Huang Luo allow it?" Ren Niming replied, "Is it that important whether he allows it or not? Trust me, none of the heavenly saints are good people. They all think for themselves. The reason why he helped you is because with one less heavenly saint, the other heavenly saints will be stronger. The power that the heavenly Tao gives to heavenly saints is fixed. Do you understand? Right now, the 7 heavenly saints are splitting this power equally." Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. This meant that every heavenly saint was fighting in the dark. While they were communicating via voice transmission, barbarian god Huang Luo and heavenly lord Xiantai were still arguing. At this moment, waves of aura came from another direction. In that direction, there was a huge crack in the space and many figures flew out. The weakest of them were connecting heaven level 2. Behind them, there was an imposing figure. It was Yu Xianzong. Within the crowd, Xian Xianghua immediately saw Zhou Xuanji. Her eyes were filled with splendor, and she was pleasantly surprised. This kid is getting more and more powerful. Back then, in her eyes, Zhou Xuanji was just a little kid. Now, even when he stood beside the heavenly saints, his aura did not pale in comparison. She felt proud in her heart. "My foresight is so powerful. I fell in love with him when he was still weak. Who else could have such foresight as me?" At the same time, she felt fortunate. The man who moved her heart eventually made her admire him and rely on him. "Yo, Yu Xuanzong, you are here too." Barbarian god Huang Luo laughed mockingly. The 2 azure dragons on his shoulders roared as well. Yu Xuanzong snorted with a dark expression. "Today, the 3 of us will decide who is stronger here. Whoever wins can have Zhou Xuanji." Barbarian god Huang Luo and heavenly lord Xiantai heard him and laughed. Did this guy think that Zhou Xuanji was a sheep waiting to be slaughtered? Yu Xuanzong looked at Zhou Xuanji and then at Ren Niming. His pupils contracted as he thought to himself, "Why is this guy here? Could he be Zhou Xuanji's backer? So that's why. No wonder." Yu Xuanzong felt that he had guessed the truth, so he said, "Zhou Xuanji, give me one of your heavenly law violet qi. Just one, and I will protect you. How about it?" Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "Unless you help me kill heavenly lord Xiantai." The heavenly saint was indeed a heavenly saint. He was not as stupid as Ren Niming said. Barbarian god Huang Luo laughed loudly and said, "Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight." The 2 azure dragons on his body rushed out, one towards heavenly lord Xiantai and the other towards Yu Xuanzong. The saint war erupted. Zhou Xuanji also noticed Xian Xianghua's figure, but he did not immediately acknowledge her. Their gazes met, and he understood what she was thinking. He cancelled the sword fusion technique and the 9-soul fusion technique, allowing his body to rest for a while. Using these 2 divine abilities at the same time took a great toll on his body. The realm lords quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the battle. So powerful, this is a heavenly saint? The might of a saint is indeed very powerful. Even if we work together, we are not a match for a heavenly saint. This is sending us to our deaths. After they finish fighting, we might still have a chance. The realm lords discussed among themselves, while Xian Xianghua's gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji. Far away, the old beggar and Gu Tianxia were watching the battle too. The battle between the heavenly saints forced them further away. Even though they could no longer see the heavenly saints, the shock waves from the battle were enough to make them shudder. "Ren Niming, what are you planning?" The old beggar mumbled to himself with an unsightly expression. With his understanding of Ren Niming, this guy definitely wanted to destroy the heavenly saints and use Zhou Xuanji as his blade. "Will the other heavenly saints get involved?" Gu Tianxia asked. The old beggar heard him and frowned. He suddenly felt that Gu Tianxia's guess might be true. If the heavenly saints had a chance to kick a person when he was down, they would not show mercy. "Big trouble," the old beggar sighed. He looked ahead and prayed for Zhou Xuanji in his heart. "Tianxia, A voice came from behind, and Gu Tianxia felt like he was struck by lightning. He looked back, trembling. The old beggar turned around as well. 7 men wearing the same black robes flew toward them. Their black robes had pictures of different ferocious beasts. They looked hideous and horrifying, as though they would come alive at any moment. The valiant man on the left looked at Gu Tianxia with a complicated expression. Gu Tianxia was extremely excited. "You are still alive?" He cried out with a trembling voice. "Emperor Xia." Gu Tianxia's sworn brother, the ancestor of the humans in the northern wilderness region. Emperor Xia took a deep breath and flew up to him. "I have always been alive to revive you," he said, "but I did not expect the heavenly saint to be one step ahead of me. This is a good thing." Chapter 6:12. Seeing Emperor Xia and Gu Tianxia chatting excitedly, the old beggar said in amazement, "So you're brothers as well? Little boy Xia, do you remember that bastard Mo Jiuqing?" Emperor Xia nodded and sighed. "Back then, I wanted to go find him, but the great Emperor Dao Court had other plans, so I couldn't show myself." Great Emperor Dao Court. The old beggar and Gu Tianxia looked at the other 6 people. These 6 people were all connecting heaven level 10 existences and gave off powerful auras that were extremely dangerous. "Long time no see. I didn't think you'd still be alive." "He, teacher of heavenly saints, we finally meet. This must be Gu Tianxia. You're not simple, even our leader often mentions you. I advise you not to interfere in this sacred battle. The heavenly law Violet Qi belongs to the great Emperor Dao Court." The 4 people from the great Emperor Dao Court spoke, while the other 2 looked at the battle in the distance. "Teacher of heavenly saints?" Gu Tianxia looked at the old beggar in surprise. In response, the old beggar coldly harumphed and turned his head. Emperor Xia grabbed Gu Tianxia's hand and said profoundly, "Brother, I advise you not to interfere. This battle is a trap, and half of the saints will probably die. With our cultivation, we'll be digging our own graves if we participate." The other 6 people did not stay and flew towards the battlefield. "Then why did you all come?" Gu Tianxia said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He hated the great Emperor Dao Court as well. How could he not feel anything about Emperor Xia joining the great Emperor Dao Court? It was just that he did not show it. "We're not here to participate in the battle, we're just scouts. The true rulers will come through us," Emperor Xia replied honestly. The Xia Emperor replied honestly, an apologetic look in his eyes. Gu Tianxia let go and did not say anything else. The old beggar asked, "Little boy Xia, when did that bastard Mo Jiuqing join the great Emperor Dao Court?" Emperor Xia smiled and said, "Earlier than me, he was the one who brought me in." Hearing this, the old beggar became even more displeased and started to curse at Mo Jiuqing. Emperor Xia and Gu Tianxia chatted for a bit more before going to reinforce the great Emperor Dao Court. The waters of this battle are quite deep. Who would have thought that fellow would also participate? The old beggar sighed, his tone complicated. Gu Tianxia glanced at him and asked meaningfully, "Which heavenly saint is your disciple?" The old beggar shook his head and didn't want to answer. Boom, boom, boom. The intense light from the explosion illuminated Zhou Xuanji and Ren Niming's expressions. Ren Niming squinted his eyes and said, "The great Emperor Dao Court is here. This is getting more and more interesting." Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw Emperor Xia and the others. He did not recognize any of them, so he did not feel much about them. "How much do you know about the great Emperor Dao Court?" Zhao Fu asked Ren Niming. Before, he had hated the great Emperor Dao Court, but now, his target was fate, and he no longer placed the great Emperor Dao Court in his eyes. Ren Niming said in a low voice, "This force is very mysterious. The things they plan are also very strange. Even I can't guess what they want." Zhou Xuanji felt that it was strange too. The great Emperor Dao Court always seemed to have a strong start but weak finish. For example, they had given up on him before he had risen up. From what Xian Daoya and Qiu Hu had said, it seemed that the great Emperor Dao Court did not place much importance on him. If it wasn't for Xian Daoya's desperate request, Qiu Hu would not have acted. Within the Great Thousand Worlds, the legends of the great Emperor Dao Court spread far and wide, and many powerful existences took pride in joining the great Emperor Dao Court. It seemed that many things had the shadow of the great Emperor Dao Court. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the great Emperor Dao Court had not obtained anything. It's very likely that there's a heavenly saint standing behind the great Emperor Dao Court, and that heavenly saint will most likely come soon. Ren Niming laughed mockingly, as if he was looking forward to the heavenly saint's arrival. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There was a heavenly saint behind the great Emperor Dao Court? It seemed that he had underestimated the great Emperor Dao Court's foundation. The battle between barbarian god Huang Luo, heavenly lord Xiantai, and Grandmaster Yu Xuanzong became more and more intense. The entire starry sky had been turned over to them for battle. As the heavenly sages fought, space collapsed. Space-time electricity wreaked havoc as if dragons and snakes surged into the universe. The three heavenly saints fought on their own. Barbarian god Huang Luo was the strongest. He did not rely on any treasures and fought with his physical body. Yu Xianzong's performance was rather weak. He took out over 100 treasures and displayed his abilities, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand. If this goes on, how long will it take? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had already absorbed the magic energy from the battle into his body and did not break through. Above the connecting heaven realm was the saint realm. The gap in between was like an insurmountable chasm. The so-called saint contender was just a title to prove that one was qualified to fight for the position of saint. However, there was still a huge gap between them and the heavenly saint. The heavenly saints did not dare to slaughter all living beings casually because that would increase their negative karma, and the more negative karma they had, the more they would face. Especially the more powerful the living being, the more they could not fight personally. This was also the reason why the heavenly saint selection changed. Of course, if they angered the heavenly saint would still kill them. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Xiantai broke free suddenly and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji reacted quickly. He used the sword fusion technique and 9-soul fusion technique straightaway, and a brilliant radiance radiated from his body. With the thunderclap sword in one hand, he blocked in front of Ren Niming and slashed. Sword chi swept out like a crescent moon. It was extremely majestic and was tens of thousands of miles wide. Boom! Heavenly Lord Xiantai broke through the sword chi forcefully and punched toward Zhou Xuanji. His fist turned black and extremely tough. It collided with the thunderclap sword and almost knocked Zhou Xuanji out of his hand. Next, he flew backward together with Ren Niming. "You must die today." Heavenly Lord Xiantai cried out furiously. He slammed his right palm downward, and a spatial crack appeared behind him. Countless black chains dashed out and grabbed toward Zhou Xuanji. Ding ding ding, Zhou Xuanji's limbs were bound by the chains. In the next second he was pulled toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai raised his fists and clasped them together. Black runes appeared around his fists, giving off an extremely horrifying aura. The surrounding space shattered immediately. He stared at Zhou Xuanji with a savage expression. Zhou Xuanji broke free from the chains with 10,000 ultimate steps and charged toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. He channeled all the energy in his body, and the 3 pure chi wrapped around his body. Madness could be seen in his purple eyes. Sword Dao rules. A slash tore the starry sky apart. Heavenly Lord Xuantia's fists exploded with 2 beams of black light that contained destructive power. Boom! Powerful black and white lights intertwined, and Zhou Xuanji and Heavenly Lord Xuantia's figures were instantly inundated. The beings in the distance were completely dumbfounded. The Sword Emperor can already fight with heavenly saints? God damn it, what are we doing here? With this kind of strength, we won't be able to pick him up even if we want to. So terrifying. How can he be so powerful? Could it be the effect of 2 heavenly law violet chi? Are we still going to continue watching? The beings were sent into an uproar. Their divine sense felt as if it had touched the sun and was burned, making them even more afraid. Chapter 613. As the spectators sighed in shock, Zhou Xuanji and Heavenly Lord Xiantai rushed out from within the intense light. As they fought, they rushed upwards. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with one hand, and his sword's speed reached the level of a saint. It was so fast that it created billions of sword images, which reflected off each other. Heavenly Venerate Xiantai relied on his pair of iron fists to receive the thunderclap sword head-on without suffering any injuries. Is this guy a heavenly saint or an overlord saint? Zhou Xuanji inwardly cursed and occasionally slashed out with sword Dao rules, forcing Heavenly Lord Xiantai to dodge. Dao will was an existence that surpassed the heavenly laws. Naturally, it surpassed the power of heavenly saints. However, Zhou Xuanji's sword Dao rules was only a very shallow Dao will, but it was enough to injure Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was also shocked. What kind of divine ability is that? Why is it making my sacred heart tremble? He could not understand, but he felt that Zhou Xuanji had too many secrets and had to be killed. With that thought in mind, he increased his holy power in a frenzy, and his aura grew stronger. The two of them were like two intertwining meteors as they charged upwards. With a boom, they broke through space and arrived in the extremely dark void. Zhou Xuanji was still dazzling, while Heavenly Lord Xiantai had fused with the darkness. After entering this void, Heavenly Lord Xuantia's offensive suddenly increased. Zhou Xuanji relied on his instincts to defend. He felt that he was surrounded by hundreds of people, and the attacks came from all directions. His purple eyes suddenly lit up. He instantly caught sight of Heavenly Lord Xuantia's figure. This fellow was constantly moving about in the darkness like a ghost. He immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Sword shadows covered his entire body, stacking on top of each other. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding 10,000 miles were filled with sword shadows, forcing Heavenly Lord Xiantai to stay away from him. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and immediately closed his eyes. The primordial chaos sword shadows shot toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. He still remembered the advice of the old immortal, so he did not dare to use the power of his eyes. However, his eyes had already unconsciously displayed their abilities, which made him somewhat vexed. Once he was able to defeat fate, he would definitely use this pair of eyes without any scruples. He would not be afraid of the mysterious enemies outside of the heavenly Dao. Ding, ding, clang. Heavenly Lord Xiantai blocked all of the sword shadows with his fists. His eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and his pupils turned silver. In an instant, he felt a pair of scorching eyes on him. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that his body couldn't move. Pucci, Heavenly Lord Xuantia's right fist pierced through Zhou Xuanji's chest. Everything happened too quickly, and he opened his eyes in shock. Heavenly Lord Xiantai gave a savage smile and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you still have to die. Don't think that you're the only one with extraordinary eyes. My eyes have already cultivated into a divine ability and can control the eye of life and death. You won't be able to escape." His right arm was ablaze with black flames. The raging flames enveloped Zhou Xuanji's body. However, Zhou Xuanji did not panic. Instead, he smiled condescendingly. Saint Slayer sword suddenly appeared above his head. Whoosh! Heavenly Lord Xiantai instinctively dodged, but the Saint Slayer sword still pierced his forehead. Saint blood splattered everywhere. His eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The berserk saint energy flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, almost causing him to explode and die. Under extreme pain, Zhou Xuanji burst out laughing. His eyes were cold as he looked at Heavenly Lord Xiantai furiously. "You are the first heavenly saint I've killed, and you will not be the last." The Saint Slayer sword turned around and pierced Heavenly Lord Xuantia's chest. After that, Zhou Xuanji stored it into the supreme storage. How could this be? Heavenly Lord Xuantia's body trembled. The surface of his body cracked, and a faint radiance shone from his body. It was as though he was about to explode. He could sense that his saint energy was being absorbed at an insane rate. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had turned into a Taotai and was devouring his saint energy and will. I can't die in your hands." "Impossible," Heavenly Lord Xiantai cried out in despair. His voice grew weaker and weaker. In the vast starry sky, barbarian god Huangluo and Yu Xuanzong were still fighting. Both of them gave their all without holding back. "Aren't you worried that Heavenly Lord Xiantai will monopolize the two heavenly law violet qi?" Yu Xuanzong roared furiously. He was flustered and exasperated. Although he was questioning, he did not stop his attacks. Barbarian god Huang Lo laughed wildly. He wants to defeat the Sword Emperor, but it won't be that easy. The two dragons roared. His attacks were like tidal waves that pressed forward with indomitable will. Far away, Xian Xianghua stood on an asteroid and looked up. The violent wind fluttered her demonic dress. "Brat, don't die." She frowned and was worried for Zhou Xuanji. His opponent was a heavenly saint after all. Zhou Xuanji had not become a heavenly saint yet, so how could he defeat a heavenly saint? At this moment, golden flowers floated down from above, mixed with black sand. Not only in this starry sky, but it was the same for all worlds. The golden flowers fell, and the black sand fell like rain. A heavenly lord had fallen. The spectating beings did not think of this and all became anxious. "What's this?" "Be careful, it might be some kind of divine ability." "Do you guys feel a heavenly might?" "Heavenly saints fight." "Do you think there won't be heavenly might?" "I feel that something is wrong." Barbarian god Huang Luo and Yu Xuanzong, who were fighting, stopped at the same time. The two saints were shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock. Heavenly Lord Xiantai had fallen? How could it be? That brat is so powerful? Barbarian god Huang Luo thought to himself in shock. He had to re-evaluate Zhou Xuanji. Yu Xuanzong gritted his teeth and said, "Could it be another heavenly saint?" "Another heavenly saint?" Barbarian god Huang Luo frowned. He suddenly felt that this was the most likely possibility. Although Zhou Xuanji was powerful, it was impossible for him to kill a heavenly saint. Heavenly saints were indestructible and depended on the heavenly law. How could ordinary beings kill them? Far away, Ren Niming looked up in a daze with a complicated look in his eyes. Although he tried his best to nurture Zhou Xuanji and hoped that this brat could slay a heavenly saint, he did not expect him to really do it. "Zhou Xuanji, what kind of power did you use?" Ren Niming mumbled to himself. Slaying a heavenly saint required the power of the heavenly law, or a power that surpassed the heavenly law. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen a power that surpassed the heavenly saint. Soon, the spectators realized that this was the sign of a heavenly saint falling. Heavenly Lord Xiantai has fallen? Impossible! Could it be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? Heavens! He's already so powerful? No wonder he dared to come. He's fearless. These powerful cultivators cried out in shock. Xian Xianghua heard their words too. Her body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and joy. This brat was always the same. He always exceeded everyone's expectations. On the great Emperor Dao Court's side, Emperor Xia and the others looked up and were covered in cold sweat. They all knew that Zhou Xuanji was one of the great Emperor Dao Court's targets. "Seems like we have underestimated him. Who is he?" Emperor Xia mumbled to himself with a deep frown. He knew about Zhou Xuanji's hatred toward the great Emperor Dao Court. Chapter 614. While the various worlds were shaken by Heavenly Lord Xuantia's death, Zhou Xuanji was still in the dark void. The Heavenly Lord Xiantai in front of him turned into ashes and dissipated into thin air, leaving behind a heavenly law violet qi. Zhou Xuanji stored the heavenly law violet qi into the Tianxia map. His body was enveloped in a blinding light as the raging saint power ravaged his body. If he had not absorbed the Overlord Saint's Saint Elixir pill, his body would have exploded and he would have died. Is this the power of a heavenly saint? Just a portion of it is already so unbearable. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He knew he had to get through this. As long as he could get through this, he would transform again. Tsk, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a mortal could kill a saint. A mocking laughter could be heard as a ball of light appeared in front of them. A man in a white robe slowly walked over. He was tens of thousands of feet tall, and his body shone with light. 5 divine moons floated behind him, and his black hair reached his waist. His face was handsome, and a cold smile hung on his face. Another heavenly saint. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He could not fight at all. The slightest movement could cause the saint energy to go haywire and cause his body to explode. "May I know who you are?" Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. It was already very difficult for him to say these words. Saint Juin, I've been watching you fight. Those swords of yours don't come from this heavenly Tao. Tell me, where are you from? If you can't convince me, you'll die here. The white-robed man said calmly. He was 10,000 miles away from Zhou Xuanji. This distance was already very dangerous for them. Saint Juin. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it wasn't anything good. Zhou Xuanji sighed to himself. Was he really going to die here? It wasn't easy for him to kill a saint. What a pity. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's expression, Saint Juin smirked and continued to walk towards Zhou Xuanji. Your talent is very strong, so strong that even heavenly saints are terrified. I have lived for countless years, but I have never seen someone like you. Perhaps you came from the end of the void. For the sake of the world, you must die. Saint Juin walked as he spoke, wanting to use words to destroy Zhou Xuanji's Tao heart. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to argue. If he still had the strength to fight, how could he allow this fellow to be noisy here? Hee, if you want to kill him, you'll have to ask me first. A light laugh came. Just as he spoke, the old immortal suddenly landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. Looking at his back, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Why you here? Zhou Xuanji asked in shock. Although the old immortal had a powerful background, his current power could not rival a heavenly saint. Hearing that, the old immortal replied without turning his head, Since you've come this far, I naturally have to add fuel to the fire. When Saint Juin saw him, he narrowed his eyes and said, It's you again. If it weren't for the kindness you showed to the heavenly Tao, how could you have lived until today? I advise you to get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. It was no secret that there were other worlds at the end of the void. The other heavenly saints naturally knew that Venerable Dao Jing had abandoned his position and left. The old immortal's face was calm. He waved his horsetail whisk and said, If that's the case, then let's see who's the real deal. His Taoist robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and a surging aura erupted. It was vast and boundless, like the ocean of the universe, surging with great momentum. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This aura, so powerful. He was even more powerful than Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Saint Juin was also shocked, and his expression became grim as he said, Do you really not want to live anymore? The old immortal calmly laughed. What's there to fear about death? I knew that my fate was coming to an end. Rather than sitting here and dying, it's better to leave behind something. He waved his left hand behind him, and an orb of light flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. Zhou Xuanji's body trembled, and the pain in his body quickly disappeared. The old immortal was helping him suppress the berserk saint energy. What are you doing? Zhou Xuanji seemed to realize something and asked anxiously. Even though he did not want to die, he did not want to live like a coward. The old immortal stroked his beard and loudly laughed. Don't worry, how could I die so easily? I still want to go back. How could I die here? After saying this, he walked forwards towards Saint Juin. Dao! He loudly shouted, and his aura once again exploded out. Intense light shined out, illuminating the dark void. Saint Juin immediately acted, slapping his right hand towards the old immortal. Countless black phoenixes flew out from his sleeves, crying as they leapt over, giving off massive sounds. Break! The old immortal shouted again, and all the black phoenixes disappeared instantly like a broken dream. Saint Juin frowned. He raised his right hand, and a long staff appeared in his hand. It was made of charred wood, and there was a blood-colored flag on it. He waved it at the old immortal. Gusts of chilly wind swept over, and the dark void produced visible ripples. Destroy! The old immortal's expression did not change. With another shout, he extinguished the sinister wind. He was getting closer and closer to Saint Juin. At this moment, barbarian god Huang Luo and Yu Xianzong appeared on both sides. When they saw the old immortal, they were all moved. Why is he here? Yu Xuanzong's expression was unsightly, and he looked at Zhou Xuanji with his eyes wide open. This kid absorbed Heavenly Lord Xuantia's saint energy? Senior, what are you doing here? Could it be that you want to interfere with the heavenly Tao? Barbarian god Huangle's eyes narrowed as he asked, and his tone contained a hint of deterrence. Facing the encirclement of the three saints, the old immortal was calm. "Let him go, and I won't attack again." He spoke softly, his voice clearly entering the ears of the three saints. Yu Xuanzong raged, "If we let him go, will he let us go?" They all knew that Zhou Xuanji was someone who would take revenge for the smallest grievance. How could today's enmity be resolved with just words? The old immortal shook his head and said, "As a heavenly saint, don't be too greedy." The three saints still did not back down and glared at him. Seeing this, the old immortal could only sigh. "Since it's like this, I'll let you experience the great Tao's will." The old immortal's expression became serious, and his body gave off a resplendent white light. Zhou Xuanji instinctively closed his eyes. The three saints' expressions greatly fell. Xian Xianghua stood on the meteor, feeling quite unsettled. She kept feeling that Zhou Xuanji was in danger. After all, barbarian god Huang Luo and Yu Xuanzong had disappeared. However, she did not know where Zhou Xuanji was, so she could only worry here. Ren Niming flew over and looked at Xian Xianghua as he asked, "What's your relationship with Zhou Xuanji? Your eyes are exactly the same." Xian Xianghua had seen him standing with Zhou Xuanji before, but she remained wary and said calmly, "The same color means the same in essence?" Ren Niming shook his head and laughed. He raised his right hand and flipped open his palm, and a yellow jade appeared in his hand. "I'll give this treasure to you. You can contact Zhou Xuanji. Of course, that will be after this battle." After tossing the yellow jade to Xian Xianghua, Ren Niming turned and left, quickly disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. Xian Xianghua looked at the yellow jade in her hand, and the corners of her lips slightly rose under her veil. She directly crushed the yellow jade. "Do I need something from you to contact him?" Chapter 6:15. Within the powerful light. Zhou Xuanji could not see or hear anything. He felt that all his senses had lost their function. He could only try his best to integrate the saint energy in his body. With the old immortal around, he was not afraid at all. As the pain disappeared, he felt that his saint energy was growing rapidly. It had already surpassed the power of saint contenders. At this rate, he could forcefully prove his Tao and become an overlord saint. What will happen to him? Zhou Xuanji thought worriedly. He did not want anything to happen to the old immortal because of him. Sometime later, after his saint energy stabilized, his senses had not recovered, and he still could not open his eyes. He could feel that his basic power had increased by more than 100 times. Somehow, he felt that he had reached the bottleneck of a certain stage. He understood that it was the saint stage. If he could kill another heavenly saint, he would surely become a saint. He could already move, but he could not sense his surroundings. So, he did not dare to move and waited patiently. Sometime later, the powerful light around him dissipated gradually. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. The warmth felt familiar to him. "Senior," he called out softly. "Follow me." The old immortal's feeble voice came into his ears. Next, he was taken away. Instantly, he could open his eyes. He realized that he was traveling swiftly in the universe. The stars along the way were like reflections of him. The old immortal was right beside him. He put his right hand on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and looked ahead. "Where are we going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Seeing that the old immortal looked normal, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I will bring you to a place and show you the way to Kunlun Origin Court," the old immortal replied. His eyes were as calm as still water. Zhou Xuanji frowned and had a bad feeling. "What happened to you?" he asked with gritted teeth. He could go to that place at any time. But although he had become more powerful, he was still far from being able to go to Kunlun Origin Court. Not to mention Kunlun Origin Court, he might not even be able to defeat the mysterious enemies waiting outside. "Don't worry. Although I have exhausted my lifespan, I am not really dead. I have already sent my essence into your body. After you enter Kunlun Origin Court, my essence will tell you how to revive me," the old immortal said with a smile. He was as calm as ever, as though he did not care about life or death. Zhou Xuanji wanted to say something but stopped. His heart grew heavy. The old immortal comforted him. "The three saints have already been heavily injured by me, so they won't cause you any trouble in the short term. After I take you to that place, You can go back and deal with them one by one. Continue to grow stronger, and I hope you can pass on the heavenly law violet energy to creatures that are truly suitable for the heavenly saints. If this heavenly Tao is allowed to continue messing around, it will definitely be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly and felt terrible. All the times he spent with the old immortal appeared in his mind, and he felt suffocated. The old immortal smiled and said, "Don't think too much. I can't be immortal in the first place. Back then, the heaven-mending Tao had already damaged the source of my soul. I just made a choice in advance. Don't forget what I said, your heart must be calm." At this point, Zhou Xuanji could only try to calm himself down. He said solemnly, "Don't worry, I won't let you down." The old immortal smiled even more and began to talk about the beauty of the Kunlun origin court. However, his description was already very vague. Other than adjectives, he couldn't give a concrete answer. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that his mind was aging. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to speak. His entire face became haggard. He was no longer the one carrying Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji was carrying him. They flew for an unknown period of time. The old immortal said weakly, "Remember this direction. Keep moving forward." Right after he spoke, he turned into ashes and disappeared into the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji stopped and remained silent. After a long while, he sighed and smiled. "Very good. This way, my heart will be more resolute." He snorted coldly. He was no longer sad. The old immortal could come back to life anyway. Next, it was time for him to take revenge on the heavenly saints. The thunderclap sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword appeared in his hands. With both swords in hand, he turned around and flew toward the Great Thousand Worlds. The news of Heavenly Lord Xiantai being killed by the Sword Emperor spread across the Great Thousand Worlds and to other independent worlds. Many powerful cultivators witnessed this battle. To prevent their disciples from offending Zhou Xuanji, they spread this news on purpose. At the same time, they wanted to express their goodwill to Zhou Xuanji. If they were in Zhou Xuanji's shoes, they would want the whole world to know about it. Soon, the Sword Emperor's name was worshipped by the world. Killing a saint. Since ancient times, who could do it other than the heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji proved that the heavenly saint was not invincible. At the same time, everyone knew something else. That was, Zhou Xuanji had 3 heavenly law violet qi. In the Lotus world, Zhou Shaoxian was training her sword on the mountaintop. Not far away, Jiang Shui was cultivating under a tree. Lady Zhao Xian was beside her. In front of them was a majestic waterfall. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji appeared before Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui opened her eyes and saw that Zhou Xuanji, who had his back to the sun, looked so tall. "Why did you come back so suddenly? Did something happen?" Jiang Shui got up and asked immediately. Lady Zhao Xian got up as well. Zhou Shaoxian, who was training her sword, was alarmed. Seeing that it was Zhou Xuanji, she leaped over in surprise and smiled. "Father, is Su Qing really your senior apprentice brother?" Zhou Xuanji smiled at her before looking at Jiang Shui and said, "I'm fine. I just fought with the heavenly saint and suddenly missed you." "Heavenly saint?" The 3 girls were shocked. "Are you okay?" Lady Zhao Xian asked anxiously. In their eyes, the heavenly saints were invincible beings. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was held hostage and came here to explain himself to them? The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I killed Heavenly Lord Xiantai." With these words, the 3 girls opened their eyes wide. Zhou Shaoxian grabbed his arm and said excitedly, "Father, is what you said true? You are already a heavenly saint?" At this moment, she felt like she was dreaming. Her father would be a heavenly saint in the future? Just thinking about it was exciting. Zhou Xuanji rubbed her head and said with a smile, "I'm not a heavenly saint, but I can kill him. Next, I will kill the other heavenly saints. I just want to ask you, if I leave the heavenly law universe and head into the depths of the void, are you all willing to follow me?" Jiang Shui pinched his waist and snorted, "What? You want to leave us behind?" Zhou Shaoxian followed and said that she was willing to continue exploring with him. Lady Zhao Xian was a little dazed. To her, only a few years had passed. In the blink of an eye, the child who was crying in her arms had become the most powerful being under the heavenly law?